Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Reborn Issei got Harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You walked home from school, earbuds in, lost in a snippet of Kendrick's latest track. Man, I wish Kendrick would just release this song. Maybe he's trying to turn it into a diss track aimed at Drake, you mused to yourself as you turned into an alleyway. Suddenly, your attention was drawn to a commotion. A man was kicking a woman on the ground. "Take that, you beach," he shouted, his voice dripping with malice. "Somebody help me," the woman cried out, desperation evident in her tone. You hesitated for a moment, weighing your options. Welp, you decided, dashing forward and landing a punch on the man. "Ah, thank you, young man," the woman gasped, relief washing over her. "No problem," you replied, adrenaline coursing through your veins. The man glared at you, fury in his eyes. "Figured. She ran over my dog." "How dare you," you retorted, anger flaring as you witnessed him continue to assault the woman. "I can't believe she did that," he scoffed, trying to justify his actions. "Yeah, she was probably mad that I pushed her grandma down and broke her hip," he added, a twisted smirk on his face. "What? You're in the wrong," you exclaimed, shoving him down before helping the woman to her feet. Together, you both kicked the man, a sense of justice surging through you. "I'm so sorry he did that to you," you said, concern etched on your face. "It's fine. He's probably just mad that I stole his grandfather's wheelchair and sold it," she replied nonchalantly. "What? You're worse," you shot back, incredulous. In a moment of impulsivity, you pushed her down and helped the man back up, only to join him in kicking her again. "I'm so sorry, man. I kinda understand why you did that," you said, feeling conflicted. "Yeah, she's probably just mad that I smashed her sister," he replied, a hint of pride in his voice. "What? Okay, you have to be worse," you exclaimed, pushing him down again. "Did you do anything to cause that?" you asked the woman. "No," she replied, but then added, "But I did smash his brother in his bed, who is much bigger than you shrimped loser." You stared at her shocked. "What?" she asked, confusion crossing her face. In a bizarre twist, you found yourself kicking both of them on the ground, your hands diving into their pockets to pull out their wallets and extract the cash inside. As you counted the money, you couldn't help but feel a mix of triumph and disbelief. "And 300. This can pay for some therapy from what I just heard," you said to yourself, tucking the bills away with a smile. You made your way to a nearby pizza place, the familiar sounds of the restaurant greeting you. "Mario," you called out as you entered. "Y/N Luigi. Y/N is here." Mario shouted, his face lighting up with excitement. "Y/N," Luigi chimed in, extending a hand for a shake. You exchanged smiles and handshakes, feeling a sense of camaraderie. "What brings you here?" "You normally don't get pizza on your way home from school," Mario asked, curiosity in his eyes. "I just got some money, plus I was a little hungry. I'm feeling good today, so I thought I'd treat myself," you replied. "Oh, how's your sink doing?" Luigi inquired. "Great. Thanks for fixing it," you said, grateful for their help. You walked up to the counter and rang the bell. "Y/N. Let me guess, the usual." Peppino greeted you with a smile. "Yep. But give me a large meat lovers as well," you added. "Someone's in a good mood. Coming right up," he said, bustling off to prepare your order. A few minutes later, he returned with 2 boxes of pizza, and you handed him Whoa. You did get some money. Your flat broke most of the time, and I have you clean up the place after close just to have the pizza no charge, Peppino remarked, surprised. "I helped a guy out and he gave me some money for it," you explained. "That's good. Well, enjoy. Next." Peppino called out as you exited the shop, pizza boxes in hand. As you walked down the street, a speeding truck zoomed past you, and you smiled, feeling a rush of adrenaline. "Not today," you declared, stepping onto the street. In an instant, a car struck you, sending the pizza boxes flying and the contents spilling out. You were thrown into the air, landing HRD on the ground. Pain surged through you, and your vision blurred as BLD pooled around your head. My pizza. My search history, you thought, closing your eyes in resignation. In an unexpected twist, a slice of cheese pizza and a meat lover's slice landed in your mouth simultaneously, jolting you awake in a white void. I thought death would have been darker. A black void, you muttered, bewildered. Yeah, but it's more creepy in the darkness, a voice replied. You turned to see a man sitting at a table with 2 boxes of pizza. I'm Godkid. Sit and let's talk, he said, gesturing for you to take a seat. You nodded, sitting across from him, your gaze drawn to the pizza. He nodded back, and you took 2 slices, devouring them hungrily. So, God, sir, what do you want to talk about? You asked, curiosity piqued. I wanted to discuss reincarnating you, he replied casually. Really? That's a thing? You exclaimed, excitement bubbling within you. Of course. I already have your world picked, he said, a knowing smile on his face. But what is it? You pressed, eager to know. High school DxD as Issei, he announced, and you nearly choked on your food. Are you serious? You gasped. Yep. It's already done, so I can't change it. However, I wanted to talk to you about the circumstances in this world because of multiverse theory, he explained. Okay, you replied, trying to wrap your head around it. Good. Now, in this version of the high school DxD world, Issei is depressed. While he is perverted, it is less compared to others. He is bullied much harder by the girls, and aside from his friends and those who tolerate him, everyone else hates him. He has been cutting himself and even almost committed suicide, God revealed, a serious tone in his voice. Geez. Okay, don't worry, Issei, I'll fix that, you vowed, determination surging through you. Good. Because right now, he is in a coma from attempting it, but the rope snapped, and he is currently in the hospital. I will take his soul and put him in his own personal heaven that he desires. Then it's all you, God explained. Thank you for informing me. By the way, can I use things from other animes and media as well? You asked, your mind racing with possibilities. I can add that, sure. What are your suggestions? God replied, intrigued. Okay, I want the aura from Chillin' in My 30s, Haki and Rokushiki from One Piece, mana cultivating techniques from Demon Reincarnation, and the breathing styles from Demon Slayer, the Nico style from Kengan Azura, you listed, excitement building. All those are doable. I won't give you Ki from Dragon Ball because that's really OP when put in a world of magic. Also, I'll add in some characters from other animes just because, God said, nodding in agreement. Sweet. Lastly, can I get the mana core from The Beginning After the End? I never read it but came across it when looking up mana cores, you added. Sure. Anything else? He asked. Can I have the Mishima-style karate and, you started. How about I give you a book on martial arts from all types of media, and you can use what you want? God suggested. Awesome, you exclaimed, thrilled with the offer. Good. Now remember, I have put those changes in the world to fit your wishes, but you must work hard to achieve all that you asked for. The martial arts and breathing styles will be in the book as well, along with your mana cultivation techniques. Your haki, aura, and mana core will all be for you to learn and HRS. Ready? God asked. Yes, you replied, determination flooding your veins. With a nod, God bathed you in bright light, and you vanished from the void. Meanwhile, God snapped his fingers, and Issei appeared before him. Are you God? Issei asked, confusion etched on his face. Yes. And you died, God replied calmly. Oh well, it was probably for the best. Everyone would just celebrate my death, Issei said, resignation in his voice. I know you are hurting, Issei. Let me make it better, God said, guiding him to a door. In here is what your heart most desires, he instructed. Issei looked at him, then nodded, opening the door. He was greeted by the sight of every girl in DxD who canonically falls for him, arms outstretched and smiles on their faces. Oh Issei, they cooed, and he stepped inside with a smile, the door closing behind him. Now the rest is up to you, Y/N, God said, a satisfied smile on his face. You woke up to a white ceiling, sitting up with a groan. Your neck felt sore and you noticed markings on it. The door opened, and a doctor walked in. "I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Hayadu, but he couldn't," the doctor began, but then he saw you and broke into a sweat. "Here he is, all well and good." Your parents rushed in, embracing you tightly. You recognized them as Goru and Miki Issei's parents. "Hi, Dad," you said, sounding unsure and awkward. "Sweetie, it's us. Your mom and dad," Miki said, her voice filled with warmth. "Yeah, what? You don't remember us?" Goru asked, concern creeping into his tone. You shook your head, raising your hands in defense. No. I remember you guys." "It must be because he just woke up. Perhaps he might have some slight amnesia from the head injury," the doctor suggested. You mumbled, still trying to process everything. "What? Well, don't worry, Issei. We'll be there to help you however we can," Miki assured you. "Yes, son. You got us to count on," Goru added, a proud smile on his face. "Thanks," you replied, feeling a swell of gratitude. "Okay, so you will need to be here for a few more days after we run more tests to check your condition," the doctor said, making notes on his clipboard. You nodded, and your parents smiled before leaving the room. As the door closed, you thought, God must have given me the ability to understand and speak Japanese. Or it must be because of Issei's brain since he's already Japanese. Well, now I'm gonna change things. Don't worry, Issei, I'll improve your life. You closed your fist, a determined expression on your face, but then your thoughts shifted. My search history. In your home world, Mario, Luigi, and Peppino gathered around your computer, curiosity etched on their faces. "Okay, let's see what he has," Mario said, eager to explore. "Why would you do that?" "Just clear it all," Luigi protested, concern in his voice. "He's right, Mario. Just clear it all." "Thanos snap it," Peppino added, shaking his head. "Come on, guys, I'm just curious." "Besides, he could have anything that bad," Mario began, but then he looked at your search history. His eyes widened in horror. They were soon seen burning the PC in your backyard. "You sure we had to burn it, Mario?" "You already cleared his history," Luigi questioned, glancing at the flames. "Traumatized, that PC needed to be destroyed because of what I saw on it," Mario replied, shaking his head in disbelief. "Well, I hope Y/N is having fun in the afterlife," Peppino said, trying to lighten the mood. "I love Y/N. But that boy is in hell, and we all know it," Mario lamented. "True," Luigi and Peppino agreed, sharing a knowing look. You got up and immediately shut off the alarm. It was time for your first day back at school, and you felt a mix of excitement and dread. As you tried to move, your body ached, but you powered through the discomfort and got ready. After a quick shower, you washed your face, brushed your teeth, and headed downstairs, where your parents were smiling and enjoying breakfast. "Morning, son. You ready for your first day back at school?" Goru asked, his enthusiasm infectious. "Yep," you replied, trying to match his energy. Miki chimed in, "Well, you can't pay attention in class with an empty stomach. We already informed the school, which is why you had a few extra days off." You nodded and dug into your food with gusto. "Man, you must have been really hungry, huh? Eat up and get to school. It's not too far from the house, plus we showed you the way," Goru encouraged. "Got it?" you said, finishing your plate and placing it in the sink. You leaned over to give Miki and Goru a kiss on the cheek. "Bye, Bye, Issei," Goru called after you. "Be safe, dear," Miki added. You closed the door and attempted to run, but your body protested. No running after a 10-kilometer sprint. "Got it," you muttered to yourself. Instead, you speed-walked all the way to school, spotting two familiar faces as you approached. Sona and Tsubaki. They look really appealing, you thought, making sure no one heard you as some students glared and stared. "Issei Hayu," Sona said, her tone a mix of authority and warmth. "Sona Shirtorai," you chuckled in response. Yes, my name has the word sheet in it, but that's childish," she began. "Ori," you interrupted with a grin. This caught them off guard, but they quickly regained their composure. "Well, here's your schedule. I heard from your parents that due to your accident, you might have lost some memories, so I made a copy of your schedule just in case," Sona explained, handing it to you. "Awesome. Thanks so much, Prez," you exclaimed, glancing at the paper only to frown. What's wrong? Tsubaki asked, noticing your expression. Nothing. I just remembered I hate school and regret coming here, you replied, your voice laced with sarcasm. Well, too bad. I really thought that your accident, Sona started. But I'm never going to get far in life without it, so I might as well isekai it up and use it for my own benefit, you interjected, surprising Sona. She had never seen you find any importance in school before, likely due to what had happened before the accident. Yet now, despite your disdain, you understood its significance. I see. Well, that is one way to look at it. Now, hurry to class, Issei, Sona urged. You saluted playfully. Sir? Yes, sir. With that, you marched into the school, leaving Sona and Tsubaki exchanging glances. He seems to be a completely different person since his injury, Tsubaki observed. Yeah, we might need to monitor him. See how he does in school, Sona replied. I'll inform the others, Tsubaki said before you disappeared into the building. As you walked through the halls, you checked your schedule. Okay, let's see. 2D. Oh, there it is. You found your classroom and entered, greeted by a smiling teacher. Welcome back, the Japanese teacher said. Yep, I'm back. Where's my seat? You asked. Over by the window in the back, the teacher replied. Nice, you said, moving to your seat. Please take your seat, the teacher instructed. You nodded, lifted the chair, and sat on the floor. I'm ready. That was funny, right? You added, grinning. Yes, it was. Now please sit in your seat, the teacher said, trying to suppress a smile. You smiled and finally sat down in the chair, noticing the curious looks from your classmates. Did he make the teacher laugh? That's impossible, right? One female student whispered. It should be. He's a chill guy, but I've never seen him laugh at any jokes told to him, another added. Well, hey, it's Hayadu. He is a joke, a male student remarked. Exactly, another agreed. Shut it. Let's begin, the teacher commanded, and the class settled down. As the lecture started, you took notes diligently. One student noticed you smiling and keeping up with the teacher's every word. Since you came back, I'll give you an easy question. You ready? The teacher asked. Hold on, you replied, finishing your notes before looking up. Ready? Tell me, what does the quote, know yourself mean, the teacher prompted. Oh well, you pondered. It's all right if you don't know it. Just tell me what you think it means, the teacher encouraged. Well, it means self-awareness. Understanding your strengths and weaknesses. If you know yourself, you can surpass yourself. It's a core principle in samurai philosophy, you explained. That was appealing. Good job, Issei. The teacher praised. Oh please, that was an easy one, like you said, you replied modestly. True. Well, let's continue with the lecture, the teacher said, and everyone stared at you, bewildered. You simply ignored them and focused on your notes. Once class ended, students chatted with their friends as you gazed out the window, resting your head on your palm. I look like such a cliché anime protagonist, you thought to yourself. Issei, a voice called, pulling you from your reverie. You turned to see the perverted duo, Motohama and Matsuda, grinning at you. You're back from the hospital. How are you feeling? Motohama asked. Feeling woozy. Dizzy. Odd in any way. Matsuda added. No, I'm fine guys. How are y'all? You replied. Oh, we're better knowing you're back. It was so horrible without you, Issei. Motohama exclaimed. Yeah. Our conversations were boring or didn't feel exciting. You were so good at keeping the energy up. Matsuda chimed in. Well, I'm here now, my friends. Worry not, your conversations will probably be saved. You declared. We'll take the probably. We missed you, man. Motohama said, and you all shared a hug. Also, I'm surprised you made the teacher laugh. He's chill but never laughs at anything. He says it's because he's seen so many funny things growing up, Matsuda added. Guess I'm just a different kind of funny, you shrugged. Clearly. Oh, also, at lunch, we were wondering if you wanted to peep on the kendo girls like old times, Motohama suggested. Pass, you replied. Wait, no, hear me out on why, you continued. Okay, so let me break it down for you. We peep on the kendo girls. Okay, they both said, nodding. Then they find us and are ready to beat us, and we run away, you explained. Yeah, they agreed. And then we get called to the student council office and are given punishments. Now, in order to avoid that, we don't try to look at girls in bras and panties, and you know why. Why? They asked in unison. Because the internet exists. There are tons of women in bras and panties on there, and we don't get in trouble because we'll be home, you concluded. That actually makes sense, Matsuda admitted. Exactly, you said pleased. He's actually spitting, Motohama added. I know, you replied, grinning. But what should we do during lunch? Matsuda asked. It's lunch. And if you have free time, play on your phone and talk about video games, you suggested. Oh yeah, like the new Atlas game. Matsuda exclaimed. Yes, you agreed, and the entire class looked shocked that you had just managed to convince the perverted duo to skip the peeping. So what? You're too good for us now, Haidu, a voice interrupted. You turned to see the captains of the kendo club. What you asked, confused. I asked if you're too good for us now, Murayama repeated. Why would you think that? You replied, genuinely puzzled. Because you're just going to go home and look at photos of naked women on your computer? Kate said. Well, they are, but I'm not. I'm doing other things. Besides, I thought you would be happy. I mean, we won't peep on you girls anymore, so you don't need to worry about us using the peephole, you explained. Well, we are, but, Murayama trailed off. But what? Gasp. Could it be? You two actually liked being looked at. Having us ogle your bodies. You teased. Well, no we don't, Kate protested. Then why argue? Why not do something about that hole? Like cover it up with a piece of paper or something until you finish changing. You suggested. We've asked the student council to patch it up, but they haven't. Murayama exclaimed. A voice interrupted. They all turned to see one of the student council members, Saji. You two never told us about the peephole. I didn't even know there was one. I was just told that the trio was caught peeping and informed it to Sona, Saji explained. The girl's eyes widened, and your smile grew bigger. What a twist. You girls are also perverted. You two are closeted pervs. No. We're not. Murayama insisted. We're nothing like you three. Kate added. But, lie to yourselves. That's fine. But at the end of the day, you knew about the hole and did nothing about it. Enjoying our lustful stares boring holes into you while hiding that side through your kendo skills, you said, smirking as they blushed even harder. Suddenly, you felt 2 bumps on your head as they walked to their seats, flustered. Worth it, you muttered weakly. Hey, watch it. Motohama shouted at the girls. Murayama replied, confused. Don't us. Issei came back from the hospital recently from a head injury. He's still healing, so watch where you hit him. Matsuda warned. Yeah, you could have given him a concussion or brain damage, Motohama added. It's not our fault, Kate protested. You chose to hit him. He didn't make you. Hell, a slap would have been better than a punch to the noggin, Matsuda argued. They aren't wrong. I'll let the president know about this, Saji said, walking away. Wait, Kate called after him, but it was too late. They glared at you, and you simply rested your face in your desk. Thanks, guys, you said, grateful. No problem, buddy. Motohama replied. Yeah man. You're still recovering. Can't be taking any damage for a while. Matsuda added. You smiled as the next teacher walked in. Let's begin. I see Issei's back. How are you feeling, Issei? The history teacher asked. Overall, pretty good, you replied. But let's begin, the teacher said, and class proceeded as usual. When lunchtime arrived, you found a spot outside, sitting against a tree as you opened a bento box. Thank goodness Mom made me lunch like I asked. No more lines for me. Ita de kimasu, you said before digging in and savoring every bite. Yum, you exclaimed, finishing your meal and putting the bento away. You then settled into a meditative position. Let's see how far I can get. Closing your eyes, you took deep breaths, focusing on circling your mana. The mana rings in DMN Reincarnation should help. It was stated that the cores from the white flame method were just as powerful as a ring, and I can't use that one due to circumstances. Unbeknownst to you, Sona was watching from a distance, her eyes filled with interest. Issei, You're circling your mana. Are you aware or not? I need to watch some more, she thought to herself. A voice called, breaking your concentration. You opened your eyes to see Murayama and Kates approaching. Hello, my lovely ladies. How can I help you today? You greeted with a smile, but they looked peeved. Don't flatter us. You got us in trouble with the president. We have 1 hour detention after school, Kates said, crossing her arms. Oh really? I'm so sorry, you replied, feigning innocence. Well, at least you have the Murayama started. Oh no, you didn't let me finish. I am so sorry that you guys are freaking out over something so stupid. It's just an hour, you interrupted. Why you? Kates exclaimed, her frustration evident. Hey, you're the ones who liked being peeped on and hid it by hurting us. We genuinely like your bodies, your slender legs, amazing curves, your BRs and butts. But you hurt us for it all while knowing it happens and not trying to nip it in the bud, you explained, your tone teasing yet serious. Murayama and Kates blushed at your words, their fists clenched and shaking. So, what are you gonna do now? Beat me up? Hit me with your kendo sticks? Tell the student council and make it look like you two weren't fully aware of the issue and weren't good? You challenged. They exchanged glances, realizing you were right. Besides, I won't peep on you. I'm doing other things. Motohama and Matsuda might still because they love your bodies the most, you added. They do? Murayama asked, surprised. Of course. They go on and on about how wonderful your bodies are when we talk about the girls in this school, you revealed. Didn't know that, Kates admitted. Well now you do. Now, would you kindly leave? I need to meditate. It calms me and soothes the slight headaches I can get over a day, you requested. Sure thing, they replied, and you sighed in relief as they walked away. Returning to your position, you glanced at the window of the old schoolhouse. That place needs to be cleaned. Suddenly, you notice someone with red hair staring at you with interest from the window. Rias, you thought, an idea forming in your mind as you walked closer. Hey, you called out. What? Rias replied, raising an eyebrow. What is your name? You asked, emphasizing each word. Rias, she answered, looking puzzled. F you, Rias, you shouted playfully. What the? What's your name? She countered. Issei, you replied. F you say? Rias shot back. F you both exclaimed in unison, laughter bubbling up between you. Oh my god. Thanks for going along with my bit. I didn't think you would get it, you said, still chuckling. It's fine. I was confused at first, but then I understood what you were doing, Rias admitted. Huh. It feels good to just laugh, right? You said, feeling lighter. Yeah, it does. Did you want to make me laugh? She asked, her smile brightening. Yep. You looked like you needed it. Seemed like something was weighing down on you, you replied. Well, thank you, Issei. I feel much better, Rias said, her expression softening. No problem, you said, feeling a sense of camaraderie with her. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Y/N turned to leave, and Rias caught Issei's attention. Issei, you seem interesting, she remarked, her curiosity piqued. Oh my, did you fall for someone? A voice chimed in teasingly. Rias groaned, turning to see her friend Aquino, the vice president of her club, wearing a playful smile. No, Aquino. But you were laughing earlier, and I distinctly heard a boy's voice, Aquino pressed. Rias sighed. I was talking to Issei Hayadu. The one with brown hair who hangs out with those two perverts. Aquino asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, he has brown hair, but he wasn't with them, Rias clarified. Oh, so Issei's back from the hospital, Aquino noted, her tone shifting to one of concern. Wait, he was in the hospital? Rias exclaimed, surprised. Aquino nodded. Oh, you didn't know. Practically everyone in school did. He had an incident that resulted in a head injury and was in a coma for a few days. He hasn't shown up for over a week, but I guess he's back now. Well, it's good to see he's doing better. But he is interesting, Rias said thoughtfully. Do you sense a sacred gear from him? Aquino inquired, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Yes, and his magic pool seems more potent and larger. It could be due to his sacred gear as well. Have Kaneko keep an eye on him, Rias instructed. But for him to have made you laugh like that. Normally, I have to tickle you to get that reaction, Aquino teased. Rias blushed, her cheeks turning a shade of crimson. Shut it. Your tickles never made me laugh. Oh really? Aquino challenged, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Anyways, Issei knew I was thinking about some personal stuff and made me laugh to cheer me up, Rias explained, trying to change the subject. Well, that's sweet. I'll be sure to tell Kaneko. But before I do. Aquino wiggled her fingers, casting a spell that made Rias feel magical restraints. Rias started to sweat. Aquino, we can talk about this. Oh no. You insulted my tickling skills. I can't have that, Aquino replied, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Aquino, Rias protested, her face flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Y/N was in the boys' locker room, preparing to change for gym class. He glanced at his arms and cursed under his breath. Sheet. The scars. Motohama, nearby, raised an eyebrow. Scars? Nothing. I'm going to change in the bathroom. Y/N hurriedly replied, rushing into the bathroom. The other boys shrugged, unfazed by his sudden urgency. After a few minutes, he emerged with his arms looking fine, relieved that he had brought some of his mom's makeup. Thank God I had this. Hopefully, she won't be too mad if she notices, he thought to himself. As he walked out to the gym, he spotted Motohama and Matsuda sitting next to him. What's up, bro? Matsuda asked. Nothing much. Just waiting for class to start, Y/N replied. Motohama grinned. Yeah, and you can look at all the fine bodies you want. Look at those girls. And her over there. Y/N rolled his eyes. That's a guy. What is everything? Motohama exclaimed, shocked. Anyways, he's right. Look, there's Murayama and Kates. Looking fine as ever, Matsuda pointed out. The two girls glanced over, blushing at the attention before quickly turning away. Ever think the school is just as perverted? Or the gym teacher? Y/N mused aloud. Motohama and Matsuda exchanged confused looks. What? Matsuda asked. Think about it. Our gym outfits consist of a white shirt and for the boys, breathes, while the girls wear those big panties. Why can't they wear breathes? Y/N explained. Never thought of it like that. Must have been something in history we never learned or didn't pay attention to, Motohama admitted. Maybe a few students here and there have thought about it, Matsuda added. Probably. I'm not saying it's a huge issue, just pointing it out, Y/N said. Just then, the gym teacher, a burly man, blew his whistle. All right, maggots. Give me laps around the gym. Now, everyone immediately started running. Y/N found himself doing better than Matsuda, who was doing better than Motohama. Reborn Issei. You got stronger while in the hospital. Is that the sleeper build? Matsuda called out. Nope. Just worked out while I was home, Y/N replied, picking up speed. Motohama breathed, guys. Wait up. I can't. Motohama. Move your butt or it's gonna be grass. Gym teacher barked. Yes, sir. Motohama shouted, sprinting to keep up with Y/N and Matsuda. As Y/N pushed himself, he surprised everyone by running past them effortlessly. What the? Is that Hayadu? A male student exclaimed. When did he get so fast? A female student wondered. Now that you mention it, doesn't he look like he might have worked out a bit? Another female student noted. Hayadu. Good form. The rest of you keep up. The gym teacher called out. Y/N smiled, feeling the adrenaline rush until the whistle blew, signaling a break. He sat down out of breath. Man, I'm still tired from my run earlier. I'll get used to it over time and build better stamina, he said, wiping sweat from his brow. Yo, Issei. Matsuda called as he and Motohama approached. Oh. Motohama, you look like sheet, Y/N teased, laughing. F you too, Motohama shot back. But that was cool. Your stamina and endurance have improved quite a bit. What's your secret? Matsuda asked. That I just went on long runs early in the morning. That's all, Y/N replied. Oh, so you have your own workout routine. I get it. Hope it works and you get the results you longing, Matsuda said. Thanks, man, Y/N replied just as the teacher blew the whistle again. Alright, maggots. We're playing volleyball. You can pick whoever you want to work with, but I expect participation, the gym teacher announced. Everyone nodded, and Y/N turned to his friends. We need about 3 more members. Well, who do you have in mind? Motohama asked. Y/N stroked his chin, a smile forming on his face. He walked over to Murayama and Keitase. Hey, Kendo XHB says? Murayama frowned. What did you call us? You heard me. But listen, my friends and I are short 3 members, so I thought, why not join our team? Y/N suggested. Why on earth would we ever be on the same team as the perverted trio? Keitase replied, crossing her arms. Because then that would make us the perverse 5, Y/N quipped. Murayama slapped him and he grinned. So I take that as a yes. And oh, they both shouted. Okay, how about this? You work with us, and I won't tell the student council you just attacked me unprovoked, Y/N proposed. Are you threatening us? Murayama asked incredulously. Not at all. I'm hitting on you. Flash me a TTY, what do you think? Y/N replied sarcastically. Fine, Keitase relented, rolling her eyes. Murayama sighed. We're already in enough trouble as it is. Let's just go with it. An excellent choice, Y/N said, grinning. Fine, but you better not make us regret this, Murayama warned. I promise, Y/N assured her. The 3 of them returned to Motohama and Matsuda, who were chatting with Ika, another female pervert. Glad to see you're out of the hospital, Ika greeted. I was talking to these 2, and they asked if I could join your team. I wouldn't be against it, Y/N replied. Awesome. But why are Murayama and Keitase with you? Are you threatening them? Ika asked, raising an eyebrow. No. We came to an agreement, and they are going to be on our team, Y/N explained. Really? That's incredible. I can see the headlines. Kendo champs with the perverted trio. Ika exclaimed. I got a bigger one for you. The Kendo champs are secretly perverted XHB. Y/N added with a smirk. Murayama groaned. I'm already regretting this. Come now, the fun's only beginning. Y/N said, his enthusiasm infectious. Once all the teams were set up, they began a tournament-style game. To everyone's surprise, Y/N's team made it to the finals. Well, we made it to the finals. The class is almost over. I think we can win, Y/N said, confidence radiating from him. Quite optimistic. But we're going up against a team that half consists of the volleyball team, Motohama pointed out. Yeah, we're toast, Murayama added, her expression grim. Come on, don't be negative. That's how they won. We need to give it our all. I mean, it's already amazing that the perverted 6 made it this far, Y/N encouraged. Please don't use that name when we're together, Keitase said, her tone serious. Who doesn't love an underdog story? So long as we stay in sync, read their movements, keep our eyes on the ball, and prize victory, it's ours. Y/N declared. That was corny, Ika remarked. Well, I'm corny. Deal with it. So, are we winning this or not? Y/N asked, raising his hand. They all nodded, placing their hands in the center. Perverted 6. Y/N shouted. Perverted 6. Ika, Motohama, and Matsuda echoed. They turned to Murayama and Keitase, who exchanged reluctant glances. Sight perverted 6, they muttered. I'll take it. Y/N cheered as they headed to the court, standing across from the opposing team, who smirked at them. Whoa. Looks like you guys are confident. Might as well give up now. Saves us the trouble and you the embarrassment, one of the volleyball players taunted. Nah, we'd win, Y/N shot back. The whistle blew, and the ball was tossed into the opponent's side. Y/N called out, go. He set up a pass, bouncing the ball to Murayama, who passed it to Motohama. Motohama hit it up, and Matsuda spiked the ball, scoring a point. Yes. Y/N exclaimed, grinning as their opponents glared at them. The game continued, a montage of both sides scoring points until Y/N's team held a 1-point lead. The tension in the gym was palpable, even the gym teacher was on the edge of his seat. "I know the bell already rang, but I don't care," he declared, watching the match unfold. Y/N's heart raced as he focused on the ball. Just one more point. The opposing team served the ball, and Y/N attempted to spike it, but they blocked it. The ball ricocheted back, and they went on the offensive, spiking it toward Y/N's team. "Damn it?" Y/N cursed, trying to keep up. "I can't keep going." Motohama breathed. "Come on. Just one more point." Matsuda urged. "I'm not giving up now. If we win this, me and Keites will go on a date with you too," Murayama declared, determination in her eyes. "Really?" Motohama asked, his interest piqued. "Yeah, you guys aren't all that bad," Keites added. "We need to win." Matsuda insisted. "Well, now we have to win. I'm getting my best friends a date." Y/N rallied, pumping everyone up. When the opponents hit the ball over, Ika passed it to Keites, who set up for a spike. Y/N dashed forward, jumping high and spiking the ball with all his might. The opposing team's block failed, and the ball landed on their side. The gym teacher stood up, shouting, "Issei's team wins." "Yes." Y/N screamed, joy flooding through him as cheers erupted around the gym. He and his teammates hugged each other tightly, celebrating their victory. As the bell rang, they headed into the locker room. The gym teacher sheepishly announced, "Yeah, that's the final bell. I got so into the tournament that I never called it off. Sorry. Tomorrow all the kids can just relax." Y/N changed his clothes, still riding the high of victory. Motohama and Matsuda hugged him tightly. "Thank you. You got us dates with the kendo captains. You're the best." Matsuda exclaimed. "No problem. But do one thing for me on the date," Y/N said, grinning. "What?" Motohama asked. "Make sure you and them have a good time. Take them somewhere fun, and don't expect to get any action by the end of it," Y/N advised. "You got it, man." Matsuda promised. "We promise," Motohama echoed. As they walked out of the school, Y/N smiled to himself. "My first day back and I got my best friend's dates. I'm the best wingman." Unbeknownst to him, Sona and Rias watched from a window. "Issei certainly has changed since his accident," Sona observed. "Yeah. That match was so intense. They were like Bam. And the other team was all like CK. Rias trailed off, her excitement palpable. Aquino interjected, "That match really got you hyped up, huh? It was so awesome. And Issei was the cause of that." "He's caught my interest," Rias admitted, her cheeks flushing. Sona nodded. "Yes." "And he revealed that the kendo girls never told us about the peephole, in a sense letting the perverted trio peep on them. They're in detention right now. They have 55 minutes left," Tsubaki added. Sona's expression turned thoughtful. "Did that accident change you for the better or not? I've got my eyes on you." She smirked slightly, watching Y/N's figure as he walked away. Once Y/N made it home, he called out, "I'm home." Thinking, "I didn't run into rain air today. I still need to be alert." "Welcome home, sweetie. How was school?" Mickey greeted him warmly. "How was your first day back?" Gur asked, curious. "Oh well, let's see. I exposed the kendo captains as closeted perverted XHB-incess, got my best friend's dates with them, won a volleyball tournament in gym, and made my teacher laugh, which is something most people cannot do," Y/N recounted, grinning. "Really? All on your first day?" Mickey asked, impressed. "Look at you, son. Already being a wingman and helping out those two. Maybe they won't be so perverted anymore," Goro added. "Thanks. Well, I'm gonna go to my room," Y/N said, heading upstairs. "Okay, dinner will be ready shortly," Mickey called after him. He nodded and went to his room, pressing down on a floorboard that popped up to reveal a hidden book. A smile spread across his face as he opened it. "Let's see. Let's go with some regular martial arts first." He began reading a chapter on karate thoroughly. "My body isn't strong enough yet for the anime ones, but anyone can use martial arts. I'll just engrave it into my body." Mickey's voice came through the door. Sit. Dinner. Coming, he replied, closing the book and preparing to join his family for dinner. A week passed since Y/N had taken over Issei's body, and he had been training non-stop. Every day he set 2 alarms, one for an early workout and another for getting ready for school. He practiced martial arts, learning karate, Muay Thai, and Taekwondo. While he hadn't mastered them yet, he was making progress. He also focused on circling his mana constantly, even trying to do it while he slept, using total concentration breathing constant to enhance his focus. Okay, now I think I should get a little more ambitious. Let's try aura. But how? He pondered, sitting in a meditative pose. An idea struck him. The archery club. They let people try out their bows all the time, even if you aren't part of the club. I can try that and channel my aura. He hurried into his backyard, closing his eyes to feel the heat waves around him. Taking deep breaths, he focused until he felt a new energy swirling around his body. Focus, he commanded himself, and an orange aura enveloped him. So this is aura. Awesome. Let's try it. The archery club after school. Let's go, he exclaimed, rushing back inside. Unbeknownst to him, a white-haired girl perched in a tree nearby observed him closely. Did he unlock Senjutsu? No, that felt different. What is that? I need to inform Rias. His mana pool is higher and his core. With that, she vanished as Y/N hurried to school. Upon arriving, he greeted Sona and Tsubaki as usual. Morning, Prez. Morning, Vice Prez. Stop, Sona said, halting him. He turned, curious. What is it? I need to get to class. I'm not trying to be late. Sona smiled at his eagerness. It's nice to see you taking your education seriously. But I wanted to know if you had some time later today to come to the student council office. Can't. I'm going to try and use a bow and arrow for the first time in my life at the archery club after school, Y/N replied, surprising them. I didn't know you signed up for a club, Tsubaki remarked. No, I'm not joining the club. Just trying out a bow and arrow. Want to try something? Y/N explained. I see. How about during lunch you come to the office? Sona suggested. Sure. I gotta go now. Bye. Y/N dashed away, leaving Sona smiling. Is that a smile I see? Tsubaki asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. He's shown he's clearly changed throughout the week. Plus, his mana pool has gotten bigger, and there's this new aura about him, Sona noted. He's certainly full of surprises. Didn't think he would capture your attention this much, Tsubaki replied. If you told me a month ago, I would have called you a liar or said you're not funny. But here we are, Sona said, glancing toward the classroom. Inside, Y/N hurried to class and accidentally bumped into a female student with long platinum hair and amber eyes. Sorry, he exclaimed. Watch where you're going, filthy man, she snapped. Oh. I'm sorry. Don't bite my head off, Y/N chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Hope you have a good day. He dashed off, leaving the girl with an annoyed expression. Come on, Allison. Let's go, her friend urged. Yes, Allison replied curtly. Y/N entered class, taking his seat as the lecture began. Time skip at lunchtime, he sat beneath his favorite tree, eating his lunch with a slight frown. Not that good. Mom's cooking lessons have been great, but it just doesn't come anywhere close to the meals she makes. I just need some more lessons. But hey, at least I'm getting good enough to make my own lunches. After finishing, he stood up and stretched, glancing at the time. I got some time left. Let's get some practice in. He turned toward the tree and assumed a fighting stance, hitting it with a series of martial arts moves, switching between the 3 styles he had learned. Rias watched from a distance, a smile on her face. He's back at it again. Is he fighting the tree again? Aquino asked, amused. Yep. His moves seem to have gotten more fluid, Rias noted. Sweet. Where should we meet up? Matsuda asked, his excitement evident. How about the fountain nearby? Keitei suggested. We can do that, Motohama agreed, nodding. Murayama looked around, seeking consensus. So, are we all in agreement? No complaints from me, Matsuda replied with a grin. Y/N chimed in teasingly, looks like you all have a date. I'm proud of you too. Please, Motohama interjected, if you hadn't helped us win that volleyball match, we wouldn't have dates? Totally, Matsuda echoed. Y/N shrugged, a playful glint in their eyes. Hey, one of the reasons we came here was to meet girls. I saw an opportunity and took it. And if you guys ever need advice or help with your relationships, just call me. We definitely will, Motohama assured, a hint of sincerity in his tone. Suddenly, Y/N felt a strange sensation. They turned to the door, only to find it empty, leaving them confused. Poking their head out, they glanced down both halls, but still saw no one. You felt it too, right? Y/N asked, a hint of concern in their voice. Yeah, someone is watching us, Drake replied, his tone serious. But who? Y/N wondered, their mind racing. Could it be Reiner? No, she hadn't appeared as Yuma Amano yet. Who could be watching them? Shaking their head, Y/N returned to their seat and looked out the window. Let's try it, Y/N whispered to themselves. They closed their eyes, focusing on cultivating their mana. They began to circulate it throughout their body, drawing energy from the environment and channeling it into their core. As the teacher began the lecture, Y/N opened their eyes and started taking notes, though the process felt slow and tiring. This is exhausting, Y/N thought, determination pushing them forward. Don't push yourself too hard, host, Drake cautioned. Y/N nodded, continuing their practice throughout class. Yet the feeling of being watched intensified, sending a shiver down their spine. Who did IPSS off, they muttered. I don't know, Drake replied, his voice calm yet concerned. Later, Y/N found themselves resting outside by their favorite tree, cultivating their mana more effectively without the distractions of class. Meanwhile, in the ORC, Rias observed Y/N with interest. He must be tired, Rias remarked. Akino leaned in, a playful smile on her lips. He looks so cute sleeping. And vulnerable. She liked her lips, clearly amused. Kaneko chimed in. He did get stabbed, so I imagine he's resting. Rias's eyes widened in shock. He what? Ow. Kaneko winced, realizing the impact of her words. He got stabbed fighting some thugs while protecting a black cat? Kiba nodded appreciatively. Oh, well, that's nice of him. Kaneko continued. He kicked their buttes and brought the cat home. Rias's curiosity piqued. Was the cat? Kaneko shook her head. Not Kuroka. I don't know who she is, but we need to be cautious. I sensed a large amount of mana from her. She's probably hiding it. Could she be a yokai? Kiba asked. Kaneko frowned, deep in thought. Her aura felt different. Like a monstrous cat. Suddenly, she went to the window, sensing something. Rias joined her, looking out. I sense them too. They're right above Issei. Let's go. Without hesitation, Rias left the room, and the others followed her to Y/N. Y/N, still resting, looked up to see a fleeting figure before fully opening their eyes to find no one there. They left, Y/N murmured. Could it be that Reiner girl you're thinking about? Drake asked. No, she's a fallen angel. Her mana didn't feel like that, at least not for the brief moment I sensed it, Y/N replied, still puzzled. Well, look alive. The ORC is coming this way, Drake warned. Y/N turned to see the ORC approaching and waved at them. Hi guys. Hello, Issei, Kiba greeted. Perv, Kaneko teased. Hi Issei. Rias called out cheerfully. Hi Issei. You look cuter up close, Akino added with a wink. So what's up? Y/N asked, trying to maintain their composure. We just came to check on you, Kiba said, concern etched on his face. You seem tired. Yeah, Y/N admitted. My workout can be pretty exhausting. Even after a few hours of sleep, I still feel worn out. Plus, the teacher's lectures can be boring. I see, Rias replied, her expression softening. Akino chuckled. Yeah, I've seen Rias fall asleep in class. I have not. Rias protested, her cheeks flushing. Oh, come now, I'm only teasing, Akino said, her smile playful. But don't push yourself too hard, Issei. I don't think Rias would like it if you passed out. Akino. Rias exclaimed, exasperated. Y/N laughed, glancing at Kiba. Is it always like this? Every now and then, Kiba replied, a grin on his face. Do you have any plans for after school? Yeah, Y/N said, a spark of excitement in their eyes. I'm probably going to the archery club again. Why? Kaneko asked, her curiosity piqued. I want to show you something, Y/N replied, a mysterious smile forming. As the bell rang, you waved goodbye to your friends and headed to class. Rias remarked, his mana has gotten bigger. Kaneko nodded in agreement. It has. I think his sacred gear is close to awakening. Kiba asked, do you think he knows? Maybe, Rias replied thoughtfully. But if he doesn't, we'll have to tell him. People will be after him, and his family will be in danger. Akino added, well, let's hope he won't be an enemy. After school, you made your way to the archery club, settling into your routine. You aimed, channeled your aura and focused. You thought to yourself, when I use my aura, my mana turns off. It doesn't disappear, but I can't use it. I wonder. You released an arrow, but it barely missed the target. DMN. Wasn't focused enough, you muttered. Pulling out another arrow, you set up your shot again, channeling your aura. Just then, Allison entered the room, her eyes narrowing as she approached. She stood beside you, her gaze intense. With a swift motion, you fired the arrow. It struck near the bottom of the target, thankfully not cracking it. You prepared another shot and released it, almost hitting the bullseye. Nice, you said, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Adequate, for an amateur, Allison replied, her tone teasing. Thanks, you said, a hint of pride in your voice. After retrieving the arrows and putting them back with the bow, you turned to leave, but someone called out to you. Are you interested in joining the club? We have some open spots, one of the archers said. I'll pass. Thanks, though, you replied as you walked away. As you strolled down the street, you spotted the same 3 thugs from earlier blocking your path. Looks like we found you. How's your shoulder? Thug 1 sneered. Fine. Just like your mother, you shot back. Thug 2 warned, I wouldn't be making jokes when you're outnumbered. But where are the other guys you brought? You asked, glancing around. 7 more men emerged from the alleyway behind you. You rolled your shoulder, unfazed. We doing this or what? You challenged, channeling your aura and cracking your knuckles. One of the thugs snapped his fingers, drawing your attention, just as Thug 1 lunged at you. He was knocked out in a single punch, and as you surveyed the scene, you called out, next? Get him, one of the thugs shouted, and 3 more charged toward you. You swiftly kicked one in the face, sending him crashing into a wall. With a quick punch, you sent another thug crashing against a streetlight pole. The 3rd thug swung at you, but you effortlessly blocked the attack, leaving him stunned. What? Thug 8 exclaimed, just before you delivered a quick jab that sent him sprawling to the ground. The remaining thugs exchanged nervous glances. He can't take all of us at once. Jump him. Thug 3 shouted. Taking a deep breath, you assumed a fighting stance, ready for their onslaught. After a brief but intense confrontation, you wiped your hands clean as you walked home, the unconscious bodies of the thugs left behind. You glanced at your aura, feeling a mix of pride and concern. What's wrong, host? You seem to have gained some skill with your martial arts and your aura, Drake remarked. It's my aura. As long as I use it, I can't tap into my mana. Maybe I can channel it to certain parts of my body. I need to try it when I get home, you replied. But I'm sure you'll figure this out, partner. I don't know much about aura apart from what I told you. It can only be used by humans and is highly effective against supernatural beings like myself. Thanks. I also think I'm going to work on my mana core. I can tell I'm close to getting a 2nd ring from circulating my mana. I'll wait until my core is on the verge of splitting so I can tackle both at once. Good plan. And soon you need to learn magic. We also need to train your sacred gear, Drake added. Man, there's so much to do, and I feel like I have so little time. Let's just take this one step at a time. When you arrived home, you greeted your parents before the cat jumped onto you, bringing a smile to your face. But we still need to give you a name. How about Noir? You suggested? Hiss. The cat responded. I take it hiss means no and a meow means yes. You asked? Meow, the cat confirmed. But I know what to do. A few minutes later, you laid out pieces of paper, each marked with a letter of the alphabet. Now tap which letter you want, you instructed. Are you sure this is a good idea? Mickey questioned. The cat seems pretty smart. I'm sure she can do it, you replied confidently. The cat then tapped the letter B. Oh, we have a B, Guru exclaimed. See, you said, feeling a sense of triumph. Yes, but I don't. She tapped L, Mickey added, her eyes widening. Looks like you're having fun, Guru remarked. Of course. We've got a smart cat. The cat then tapped I and R. Okay. So Blair. You concluded. Yeah. The cat cheered. Well, Blair it is. Welcome to the family, Blair. As you prepared dinner for Blair, she happily devoured the food while you and your parents shared a meal together. So, how was school? Mickey asked. Fine. Same old, you replied. Nothing really happened, Guru probed. Well, I did get jumped by 10 thugs on my way home, you admitted. What? Are you okay? Mickey exclaimed, her voice rising in concern. Calm down. I'm standing here perfectly fine, aren't I? Right? Right. You probably ran away or managed to lose them, right? No. I fought them all. And one with no injuries. That's my boy. Guru said proudly, pulling you into a tight hug, which you returned. Well, I'm just glad you're okay, sweetie. We couldn't bear to lose you like we almost did, Mickey said, her voice filled with emotion. You felt touched as they both hugged you tightly, and you noticed Blair nuzzling against your leg. Thanks, you guys. I love you, you said sincerely. We love you too, Issei, they replied in unison. Can you let go, please? You asked, struggling to breathe. Just a few more minutes, Mickey insisted. I can't breathe, you exclaimed, nearly passing out. After dinner, you got ready for bed and settled down to meditate. You focused on cultivating your mana, feeling it pulse within your core. It's time, Drake said, breaking the silence. You nodded and drew in more mana from the environment, circulating it through your core. You felt a surge as it split, forming another ring, and you smiled in triumph. And your main core has changed to a dark orange, Drake noted. Sweet. Let's sleep. We can train my aura and boosted gear tomorrow, you replied, yawning. Good night, host. Good night, Drake. As you crawled into bed, Blair transformed and cuddled next to you. My cute MSTR is getting stronger. I can't wait to see what happens. I'll be watching, she said before falling asleep. The alarm jolted you awake, and you groaned as you shut it off. To your surprise, you found a woman in your bed. What? You murmured, fully opening your eyes to see Blair sleeping very close to your face. Oh, it was just Blair. You gently petted her head before getting up and stretching. Time for training. But I'm sure you can take a day off, Drake suggested. No way. One of the rules of this workout is that I need to do it every single day. No cold during the summer and no heat during the winter. But if you say so. You completed your push-ups, sit-ups, and squats before heading outside for a run at top speed. I need to keep up this speed, you thought. Don't talk. Conserve your energy, Drake advised. You nodded and kept running. After a while, you spotted the streetlight at the corner and dashed around it, maintaining your momentum as you headed back home. It's starting to take less time for you to finish this workout. Must be because of your mana pool, Drake observed. Really? You asked, intrigued. Mana normally gives someone a boost in energy, a small boost under normal circumstances, but in times of crisis, it activates and provides a huge surge, increasing strength like you see in those action movies. However, the boost is proportional to the amount of mana the person has. The average human can lift a car when it activates. So my mana is passively giving me a small boost. And when I utilize it, I get a huge boost, you realized. Exactly. You made it home and climbed into bed, glancing at the clock to see you had 3 hours before your alarm rang again. Then the alarm blared, and you blinked in disbelief. You had barely closed your eyes, and now it was ringing again. You groaned, shutting it off. It was 7, I blinked, you exclaimed. You passed out, partner, Drake replied. I blinked. And I'm telling you, you passed out. I remember hearing your snores. Diamant. Let's go. You got up, and before heading to the bathroom, you felt Blair on your shoulder and smiled. Morning, Blair. Meow, she replied cheerfully. You set her down and went into the bathroom to get ready for school. Once you were done, you noticed only 5 minutes had passed. I've got time. Standing in your room, you got into a fighting stance. What are you doing? Drake asked. Shadowboxing, you replied. Who are you fighting? Shadowboxing is when you envision your opponent and fight them. Who are you envisioning? A blank figure. A background character. No features. This is just for training. If you had someone you wanted to fight, like a mortal enemy or rival, then you would envision them. Oh. Drake began to think about Albion. Are you going to shadowbox? You asked. You felt yourself absorbing more mana from moving your body and breathing. After a while of practicing your martial arts, you stopped. That's enough. Time for school. You put on your uniform and headed downstairs for breakfast. As you reached the door, you felt a tug on your leg. Blair. Meow, she replied. You want to come with me? Meow. I don't know. Maybe another day. Looking down, meow. I'm sorry, but another day. You petted her head gently before leaving, and Blair went off to play with her toys. At school, you noticed fewer stares, and the day went by smoothly. It's quiet. Too quiet, you thought? Is that bad? Drake asked. Is it? I was looking for you, Saji called out. There it is, you muttered under your breath before responding. What's up, Si? The president wants to speak to you in the office. Come with me. Okay. You followed him to the office, where the entire student council and the ORC were waiting. What's up, you greeted. Hello, Issei. Rias and I wanted to speak to you, Sona said. What did I do, you asked, feeling a sense of dread. Oh, nothing. We just wanted to ask you about your club situation, Rias replied. What do you mean? Well, you need to be part of a club for a year to earn extracurricular credits, Sona explained. Yeah, I was part of the gaming club for my first year with my friends, you recalled. Really? Sona asked, typing away at the computer to check your records. You watched as she confirmed that you, Matsuda, and Motohama had indeed been part of the gaming club. I see. Well, we were wondering if you were interested in joining other clubs, Sona continued. Nah, not really, you said. Are you sure? Because the ORC will happily take you in. Rias offered. Or, if you want, the student council will take you, and you can get many benefits from it, Sona added. Good. Thanks, you replied. Are you sure? Rias pressed. Yeah, maybe you should think about it some more, Sona suggested. Well, the student council is already full, so I would lean towards the ORC, you trailed off, noticing Rias's smile grow. But I'm not really looking for any clubs at the moment. Thanks though. You left the room, and Rias turned to Sona with a triumphant smile. At least we know he would pick me, she said. Oh please. He only said that because, Sona began. You filled up your spots. How would he become a member if the spots were filled? Rias countered. I would have worked it out, Sona insisted. But just know that he will pick me. Besides, why do you even want him in? Rias asked. I want to get to know him better, Sona replied. You only want him for your arranged marriage, and what are you going to do once he's freed you? Rias challenged. I don't want him for that. Besides, even if he did free me, I would also get to know him better. He's cool, Rias said with a slight blush. Oh, my Satan, you like him, don't you? Sona exclaimed. Blushing, no, I don't. He's just funny and nice to talk to. What about you? Don't you like him? Blushing what? I just want to get to know him better. That's all. The girls continued to bicker as Tsubaki and Akino held them back. Well, we better get back to the ORC. I think Rias needs a nap, Akino said. I'm not a child. Rias protested. Yeah, the same could be said for Sona, Tsubaki added. What? Sona exclaimed. The two girls dragged them away as the ORC headed back to the schoolhouse, Akino swaddling Rias in a blanket. As you walk to your next class, Drake asked, Did you really mean what you said? Yeah, I would pick the ORC because there are only 4 people in it. The student council is already full, you explained. But that implies that you would let yourself become a devil. Do you really want that? Drake pressed. Ideally no. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. If someone tries to hurt my family and I can't fight it alone, maybe being part of her peerage can help me, you reasoned. I can see the benefits from that. But let's get strong enough so it doesn't come to that, Drake replied. Yeah. You clenched your fist as you entered your class and took notes. After school, you were walking through the halls when someone stopped you. How can I help, you asked, turning to see Allison glaring at you. Oh, hi, Allison. How's your day? You greeted, trying to lighten the mood. None of your business, you idiot, she shot back. Yeesh. All I did was ask. A simple, don't worry would have sufficed. No need to call me an idiot. Allison looked at you with a mix of intrigue and annoyance as onlookers watched with wide eyes. Is that the archery queen, Allison? One female student whispered. What's she doing with Issei? I get that he hasn't been a perv for over a week, but he might try something, a male student remarked. We seem to be getting a ton of attention, almost like we're a couple, you joked, laughing lightly. As if I would rather be dead than date filth like you. Allison retorted, her voice dripping with disdain. Oh, pump the hate brakes there. No need to be so mean. Jeez. You walked away, leaving her with a confused expression. You must have hit your head really hard. You've changed, Issei, she muttered to herself as she walked away. A flashback played in your mind, recalling the moments when you first crossed paths with Allison. You remembered the day she bumped into you in the halls, her irritation palpable as you apologized profusely. Just watch where you're going, she had said, her tone sharp. Days later, you found yourself nursing injuries after a brutal encounter with some bullies. When Allison discovered you, she bandaged your wounds, her demeanor shifting from cold to caring. Did you do anything to warrant the beating, she had asked. Oh, I was just going over my notes, you replied, trying to downplay the situation. Then you didn't deserve it. Now shut up and let me do this, she had insisted, her determination evident. From that day forward, a bond began to form between you two. You would bring her bento boxes, and she would teach you archery in secret, away from prying eyes. Why do you keep making me food when I tell you I don't have to? She had asked one day, her curiosity piqued. Because you were the first person besides my friends to help me. To be kind to me, you had answered honestly. As time passed, you both grew closer, sharing laughter and secrets. But now, as you stood in the present, you couldn't shake the feeling that something was changing in her. Allison was becoming someone you cared for deeply, and you sensed that her feelings were evolving as well. With a determined heart, you resolved to protect her, just as she had protected you. And as she practiced her archery, you knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, you would face them together. Once she arrived, Allison quickly asked for Issei's room number and hurried to his bedside. He lay there, an oxygen mask covering his face. Issei, she whispered, taking a seat beside him. Her gaze fell upon his arms, where she noticed a series of cut marks. Shock coursed through her. You've been cutting yourself, she gasped. Don't tell me. Her eyes darted to his neck, where she felt the remnants of something that had been wrapped tightly around it. What? She screamed at his unconscious body, her voice rising in desperation. Why did you try to kill yourself? I thought you could count on me to help you. You could have talked to me. What? As memories of the cruel words from other students flooded her mind, she realized the truth. Those students. They did this to you, didn't they? They hurt you so much that you couldn't handle it. She took a deep breath, her resolve strengthening. Don't worry. Once you wake up and visit me in our old spot, I will be the one you can confide in. The only one. The memory faded and she murmured softly, love you. Allison awoke in her home, stretching as a few animals approached her. She smiled at them. Hello there, friends. Let's get ready. After dressing in her uniform, a bird chirped at her, prompting her to check the calendar. Oh, it's Sunday. No school today. Well, I'll go out at least. Can't get dressed and not do that, she decided, changing into a casual pair of jeans and a brown t-shirt featuring a dog. Wandering around Kuo, she felt a wave of boredom wash over her. Man, I'm bored. I was so ready to talk to Issei about why he hasn't shown up to our usual spot. Suddenly, she spotted someone hiding in the bushes, peeking through the leaves. Curiosity piqued, she approached and tapped their shoulder. Yes. Oh, hi, Allison. What's up? Shut it. What are you doing? She demanded. Speak. You told me to shut it. So don't get mad when I listen to your request. What are you doing? She pressed again. Spying on my best friend's date? What? Just look. They pointed toward Motohama and Matsuda, who were laughing at a table with Murayama and Keitase. Why are they on a date with those two perverts? Allison asked, confused. We won that volleyball match the day I came back from the hospital. Oh, about that? Did you forget some stuff? Because you seem like an entirely different person. Yep. I have some slight amnesia. I remember most things, but there are some gaps in my memory. Said it was a side effect of the incident. Okay, she thought, relieved. At least I know he wasn't ignoring me on purpose. Out loud, she asked, so, why are you spying on them? Because what good friend would I be if I didn't see my best friends on a date that I helped set up? Are you bored? No. I just want to see my boys charm them. Please tell me you're joking. Nope. They came to me for advice, and I gave them the best I could. Now I want to see it work. Allison looked around and noticed that the boys had vanished. Damn it. They're gone. We need to find them. Wait. Yes. Come on. He grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the bushes as they scanned the area. He's holding my hand. She thought, her heart racing. After a few minutes of searching, he sighed. They're gone. Oh well, they agreed to meet back at the water fountain at the end of it. So, what do you want to do? Let's hang out. I mean, we're already here. It would be a shame not to. Well, I guess we could. Let's walk around and see. Sweet. By the way, we're paying for our own things. Luckily, I have money from my allowance. Really? Then why don't you pay for me? You got money, right? No. That's a lie. No, it's not. Then what's that wallet-shaped bulge in your pocket? She looked down and realized her wallet was indeed there. Damn it. Yeah, nice try. Come on. They walked around the mall, and he asked, so, what do you want to do first? We can grab some food, go to the arcade, buy some clothes and stuff. I guess some new clothes couldn't hurt. To the nearest clothing store. Allison found herself blushing as she stood next to a changing curtain. When you said new clothes, I wasn't thinking underwear. Stop whining. I wanted to buy some new ones. But still, I'm getting weird stares. This is not helping my reformed image. Hey Issei, can I ask you something? What? She opened the curtains, revealing herself in lacy black underwear. He quickly looked away, wiping his nose to catch any Does this look good on me? Be honest. Why do you want a man's opinion? Why not ask your friends? Send them a photo or something. They will tell me what I want to hear. You are honest. Tell me now. He shivered at her tone but managed to respond. I think any one of these would do good. The silver goes well with your hair, the amber matches your eyes, and I think you would look good in green. I get the feeling that color resonates with you. She smiled and grabbed all three. Thanks. After she changed back into her normal clothes and purchased the underwear, they walked out, relieved. Thank God. I didn't know how much longer I could handle that embarrassment. If you did, then you would be a weak man. People are allowed to have weaknesses. It shows that not everyone is perfect. And that's okay. Let's go to this store. He looked at the store she pointed to and smiled, relieved to see it was a normal clothing store. Something I can handle. Actually, I was talking about the store next to it. His face turned deep red as he realized she meant the lingerie store. I'm staying out here. Why? Just come in. I need you to help me pick out some. I refuse to go into that store. I would be a nervous wreck and look like a total pervert if anyone from our school saw me. No one is gonna see you. Just come on. She took his arm and dragged him inside, despite his attempts to break free. She's so strong. Drag. Oh. Sorry, partner. No can do. Do you mean you? He stood next to the changing curtain, staring at the ceiling while she changed into a green set. Seeing Issei's embarrassed face makes me want to tease him more, she thought, a mischievous smile on her lips. Stepping outside, she tapped his shoulder, and he looked down to see her smirking. "Well, you look good," he said, his cheeks still flushed. "But maybe a dark blue would fit as well, or brown and black. Black is practically a staple for lingerie. I guess your pervertedness does have some upsides. Good for picking out underwear." She went back behind the curtain, and he covered his nose, pulling out a tissue to wipe it. "I got a freaking anime nosebleed. Damn it. You say something?" "Nothing." After she bought her clothes, they finally entered a normal clothing store, with pieces of tissue paper still stuffed up his nose. Finally. Normal clothes. Happy. Very. Let's go. They both picked out outfits and showed each other. Allison wore some regular outing clothes, but he had chosen something unexpected. "Really?" she asked, incredulous. "What? Of all the things, why that? I thought it would be funny. And it is." "You stupid man." "Hey, I'm not a stupid man. I'm a stupid Issei." "A stupid Issei? All right. Now I know." "Yeah. Are you going to refer to me like that from now on?" Allison didn't answer and simply walked to the cash register. Allison. Dug my own grave with that one." He paid for his clothes and they headed to the arcade. "So, what do you want to play first?" he asked. "I can't believe I let you drag me here. Hey, I put up with 2 underwear stores for you. The least you could do is play a few games and have some fun." "I don't even know what to do. Just find something that interests you." "Those shooting games." He pointed to the shooter games. "Shooting games? Yeah. It's like shooting an arrow, but the arrow is bullets." "I guess I'll try it." They entered the game area, inserting tokens as the game began. "Undead hell. That's just lazy," she remarked. "Yeah, that's arcade games for you. Lazy titles, awesome games." As they held the guns, Allison struggled to understand the mechanics. "Pull the trigger like this," he instructed, pushing her finger down to help her shoot the zombie demons. Once the game ended, Allison had not only broken a new record but had also defeated every single zombie and demon in sight. "That was fun. Thanks for teaching me, Issei," she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Let's just find a new game," you replied, eager to explore more of the arcade. "What? You don't want to play anymore?" she asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Oh. There's more to arcades than just shooters," you explained. "What? Like Dance Dance Revolution Extreme," she teased. "Hell no. I mean fighting games," you countered, leading her to the classic Street Fighter II. You chose Ryu while she picked Cammy, and after a fierce battle, you emerged victorious. "I just didn't know how to play," she admitted, frustration evident in her tone. Cheekily, "You didn't understand it like you did before," you teased. "Shut it. Stupid Issei." She shot back, playfully. "Better than stupid man," you replied with a grin. Next, you both settled into a racing game. "I don't know how to drive," she confessed. "Neither do I," you replied, chuckling. "I died before I could take my driver's test. I probably would have failed anyway." As the game started, both of you crashed your cars within seconds, losing instantly. "Wanna go again?" you asked. "Sure," she replied, determination in her eyes. You both continued to crash into each other and other cars until you finally approached the finish line, neck and neck. "You're not gonna win," you declared confidently. "How do you know?" "Because you'll pull a dirty tactic," she challenged. "Oh. Because we're both losing," you said, laughing. "What?" she exclaimed, confused. "You shouldn't be ashamed to show it." As the bell rang in the distance, you glanced at her. "Well, that's the bell. We need to get back to class." You walked away, leaving her standing there, deep in thought. "He's right, you know," Aphrodite said, appearing next to Allison. "Why are you here, Aphrodite?" Artemis asked, crossing her arms. "I was curious about this Issei guy. And he's not too bad. I'm intrigued." "He's mine," Artemis declared, her tone possessive. "Well, if you don't start making progress with him, I might just steal him from you," Aphrodite teased. A vein appeared on Artemis' forehead as she glared at her. You wouldn't dare. You know you aren't strong enough to beat me. You'll just end up hurting yourself more. But let's drop this for now. You have class, Allison. Aphrodite giggled as Artemis walked away, visibly annoyed. Issei, Aphrodite murmured to herself, I sense some pain in your soul. I hope you can move past it and become better. I'm sure Artemis will help you with that. With a flick of her wrist, she disappeared through a magic circle. Inside the school, everyone was fawning over Blair, who was napping on your desk. She's so cute. Her fur is so smooth. One female student exclaimed. I know, right? Issei, where did you find her? Another asked. All right, let me regale you with the tale of how I saved Blair. You began, a grin spreading across your face. I already hate it, a male student groaned. There I was, out on an early morning run. Just as I was about to head home, I heard a faint meow. Naturally, being as curious as a cat, I decided to check it out. I went down the alley and found an injured Blair right in front of a dumpster. As I checked on her, 3 thugs showed up to hurt her even more. Let me guess, you ran away, a male student interrupted. Nope. I fought them all with Blair in my arms. I won, took her home, and thanks to my parents, we took her in and named her Blair. Meow, Blair chimed in, getting up to lick your cheek. You stroked her back, and all the girls around you awed at the scene. You rescued her from thugs. That's so brave of you, Issei. But where's her collar? One girl asked. Oh, we haven't gotten her one yet. I plan on getting her one on the way home, you replied. The teacher walked in, and everyone quickly took their seats. Half a school day later, you were seen walking out of the school with Blair by your side. Today was fun, wasn't it, Blair? You asked. Meow, she replied enthusiastically. Indeed. Now let's get you a collar. As you walked past the gates, the student council and the ORC were watching from the window. You feel it, don't you? Her overwhelming power. Its weight. Its girth, Sona remarked. Why did you say all that? Rias asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I can feel it, and that cat is not normal. Luckily, Kaneko is watching them from afar right now, Akino added. But how did Issei get her as a pet? Tsubaki wondered. Oh, you didn't hear. Apparently, he found her injured and fought off 3 thugs to save her before taking her in, Saji explained. Well, that's brave of him, Kiba said, nodding in approval. Looks like we need to keep an eye on not just him but also his cat, Tsubaki concluded. They all looked through the window, and Blair glanced back at them, winking and sticking her tongue out. Did that cat see us? Rias asked, surprised. Maybe, Akino replied. She needs to be watched. She might be a big threat, Sona warned. They all nodded in agreement and went about their business. Outside, you were walking out of a store with Blair, who now sported a shiny purple collar with her name on it. How do you like it, you asked her. Meow, she replied, clearly pleased. I'm glad. You walked down the street until a voice interrupted you. Excuse me, a girl said timidly. You turned around, your eyes widening at the sight. Yes. Are you Issei Haidu? She asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. Who's asking? You replied, curious. Well, my name is Yuma Amano, and I was wondering if you would be my boyfriend. You raised an eyebrow. Okay, a few things I want to point out. 1. How do you know me if we've never met? 2. We go to different schools. Who would you have heard about me from? 3. Why did you ask me to be your boyfriend? Are you trying to make an ex jealous? I'm sorry. It's just that I've seen you walking down this path sometimes, and I wanted to get to know you more. In truth, I was stalking you a little, and that's how I got your name. Would you please be my boyfriend? No, you said firmly. What? She gasped. Oh. Why would anyone get into a relationship with someone they just met? I'll go on a date with you, but I can't say anything about the whole boyfriend situation. How's that? Really? Let's exchange contact info. She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. You both exchanged phone numbers, and she walked away happily. Is she the one, partner? Drake asked. You thought for a moment. Yep. She's the one who will kill me. You're not actually going to die, are you? Drake questioned. I'll make her regret it, you thought, smirking. Meanwhile, Kaneko was hidden in the bushes, watching you as you walked home. I must tell Rias about this, she muttered. Elsewhere, Aphrodite was lounging on a couch, watching TV with a drink and some snacks. And you cheated on me. I can't believe you. The character on the screen shouted. I'm sorry, Jasmine. You guys are twins. You can believe I would make that type of mistake, another character replied. You slept with my brother. He has a pages, the first character yelled. Oh my god. This is so interesting. Aphrodite exclaimed, leaning forward. Tune in next week for the next episode, the TV announced. Damn it. I need it now. She pouted. The door opened and Artemis walked in, her face a mixture of shock and distress. Aphrodite. What's wrong? She asked, noticing her friend's expression. Artemis stammered. Hey, sit down and tell me all about it, Aphrodite urged, patting the seat beside her. Artemis sat down, tears forming in her eyes as her voice trembled. Deep breaths, girl. Tell me what happened. Sit. She started, but Aphrodite interrupted. He didn't hurt you, did he? It's just. Artemis hugged her tightly, sobbing into her shoulder. He's fallen for another woman. Really? Aphrodite gasped, her eyes wide. She asked him out, and after some talking he agreed to a date. She was so happy, skipping as she walked away. Artemis cried. I'm sorry you missed your chance, Aphrodite said gently. It just doesn't make sense, Artemis lamented. Calm down. Take a deep breath so you can talk more clearly, Aphrodite advised. Artemis took a few deep breaths, managing to calm down slightly. He told me that he would always be single. That no girl would actually want to be with him. That. Her eyes widened as if she had an epiphany. He knows that the girl has ulterior motives. He said that if a girl asked him out, it would be because of that. He knows that Beach has other plans. He must have something thought up. You think so? Aphrodite asked, intrigued. I know so. He's smart, Artemis replied, determination in her voice. Well, when do they have a date? Aphrodite inquired. I don't know. I was too far away to hear much, Artemis admitted. Then ask him if he has any plans later this week, and we will follow him on his date, Aphrodite suggested. Yes. Don't worry, say. Visit my sister. Aphrodite pouted. So rude. Stop being dramatic, Artemis replied, rolling her eyes. You're not fun. Loosen up a bit. What's that? Aphrodite asked, pointing at the photo strip. Nothing. Artemis insisted, trying to hide it. Oh, is it a photo of the one you fancy? This Issei guy. Oh, don't hide it, show me, Aphrodite urged, snatching the photo from her hands. Her eyes widened in shock. That's no girl. That's a man. You fell in love with a man. When? How? Why? Tell me everything. Aphrodite leaned in close, excitement radiating from her, but Artemis pushed her face away, flustered. I didn't fall in love with a man, she protested. You know I can tell you're lying, right? Aphrodite teased. How? Artemis exclaimed, exasperated. You clench your jaw, Aphrodite pointed out. Artemis felt her jaw and realized it was indeed clenched. So, tell me everything, Aphrodite insisted, plopping down on the couch. I should put on some tea. You're gonna be spilling a lot of it, she added, getting up. Artemis sighed, knowing she couldn't escape the conversation. She sat down on the couch, and soon Aphrodite returned with 2 cups and a teapot. It started when I found him injured, Artemis began, her heart racing as she recounted the story. Meanwhile, you entered your home, greeted by your parents. Blair nuzzled against your leg and you smiled, filling her bowl with food. Did you really mean what you said, partner? Drake asked, his voice echoing in your mind. What would I gain from lying? At the end of the day, I'm the perverted monster Issei Hai. No girl is gonna like me, you replied, a hint of bitterness in your tone. Well, that Allison girl seemed to, Drake pointed out. She was just having a good time. Doesn't mean she likes me. After all, she hates men, you said, dismissing the idea. Partner, please don't sell yourself short. You'll find someone who likes you for you, Drake encouraged. Really? Because Sona and Rias want me in their peerages, Rainier will try to kill me, and every girl I've ever been with, images of girls laughing at you or turning away coldly flash through your mind. Just uses me. It'd be a blue moon if a girl liked me for me, you concluded, feeling defeated. Well, please don't talk bad about yourself. I don't want a strong host like you to be so negative, Draig said gently. Sorry. Just some past stuff, you replied, trying to shake off the gloom. It's fine. Let's start doing daily affirmations. Draig suggested. I guess, you replied, heading to the bathroom. You turned on the water and looked at your reflection in the mirror. I do look more muscular, you noted, a small smile creeping onto your face. There you go. Draig cheered. Feeling lighter, you took your shower and went to bed. Blair entered the room, transforming and carefully crawling on top of you, ensuring not to wake you. I don't care if you're a pervert, MSTR. I love you. You're my MSTR after all. Naya, she whispered, gently kissing your forehead before snuggling beside you. Hello, Draig, she said, acknowledging the dragon. Draig responded, so you've heard of me. Or you. What are your intentions with my host? My name is Blair. My intentions? I want to be by my MSDR's side, she replied, her voice soft. And you promise not to hurt him? Draig asked, wary. Why would I hurt someone who saved me? I'm gonna be by his side always, Blair assured him. I'll believe you for now, Draig said, satisfied. Cool, and please don't tell Issei about me. I'm gonna tell him real soon, Blair added. Fine. I'm tired anyway, Draig replied, yawning. Your arms stopped glowing as she nestled against you, whispering, just you wait. The next day, you walked to school with Blair following closely behind. You felt better than the night before. How do you feel, partner? Draig asked. I feel better. I guess those daily affirmations do help, you replied, a sense of optimism filling you. Just keep at it. You can't soar to the heavens if you won't jump off the ground, Draig encouraged. That's actually very good. Draig, the wise dragon, you joked. Why, thank you, he replied, stroking an imaginary goatee. Meow. Blair chimed in, drawing your attention. Nothing, Blair. I'm just crazy. Look, there's my school, you said, pointing ahead as you approached the gate. Good morning, Pres. Tsubaki. This is my cat Blair. Say hi, Blair, you introduced, smiling at your friends. Meow, Blair responded, her eyes bright. Well, aren't you just the cutest cat? Sona said, crouching down to pet her. Sona paused, sensing the immense mana radiating from Blair. Issei, make sure she doesn't act out or be a disruption, she warned. Don't worry. She's a good girl, you assured her as you both entered the school. What's wrong? Tsubaki asked, noticing Sona's contemplative expression. That cat is powerful. Like, absurdly powerful, Sona replied, her brow furrowed. How powerful? Tsubaki inquired. I don't know. But she has a lot of mana. I guess Issei is a magnet for all kinds of supernatural beings, Sona concluded. Really? Now I wish I had petted her. Tsubaki said, her curiosity piqued. As you and Blair walked down the halls, students stared in awe at the cat. Just then, Allison walked by. Hey, Allison, you called out. Shut up, she retorted, her tone playful. Fine. Looks like you don't get to pet Blair, you teased. Who? She asked, looking down. Allison's eyes lit up when she saw Blair. Kitty, she exclaimed, crouching down to pet her. But Blair jumped up, climbing onto your shoulder. What? Allison exclaimed, surprised. Like I said, no petting, Blair, you joked. But Kitty, she protested. I'm sorry. But we're standing firm, you replied, trying to hold back laughter. Please, she begged, her eyes wide and pleading. Blair. Do it, you instructed, unable to resist her charm. Blair tilted her head, letting out a soft meow. Yeah. It's hard to resist her puppy dog eyes, you admitted. Blair leaned forward, and Allison's face lit up as she gently petted her. I love cats, she said, her voice filled with joy. I can see, you replied, smiling. Thank you, she said, her expression softening. No problem, you replied, feeling a warmth between you. As you both walked past each other, you glanced back, lost in thought, before heading to your class. Issei. Motohama and Matsuda shouted, tackling you with excitement. What's up, my brothers? You asked, laughing. The date went so well. Motohama exclaimed. Yeah. And we're even going on a second one. Matsuda added, grinning widely. See, what did I tell you? If you make sure they have a good time, the date will be a success, you said, feeling proud. Yeah, I guess you were right. I honestly didn't expect to have half as much fun as I did, Murayama admitted. Same. They were gentlemen. But you looked at her, surprised, while she appeared confused. What? Allison asked, tilting her head slightly. Secret friends, you suggested, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, we can hang out whenever we're alone, but when we're around others, we act like usual, me telling you to shut up and whatnot. No, you replied firmly. No, she echoed, her brow furrowing. Because why would I do that? If people have a problem with us being friends, then screw them. If you want to be friends with me, that's fine. I'm not going to pretend we aren't just because others are around. That's just dumb. If you want to be friends, you began to sing, bullets may fly round, so I lay down. I feel safe and sound on solid ground. In a moment of mischief, you crashed your car into hers, sending both of you spiraling away from the finish line and resulting in a massive explosion on screen. Game over. You dead, the screen announced. A-hole. She exclaimed, jumping toward you and lightly hitting you. You laughed at her reaction. Come on. It was funny. Neither of us won in the end, you said, still chuckling. But I was so close, she protested, her laughter mixing with her annoyance. As she continued to hit you, her laughter became infectious. But I never expected it. I'm mad but also can't help laughing. You never see it coming. It's one of those moments that's so funny you can't really be mad, you replied, wiping tears of laughter from your eyes. All right, let's have a real race, she said, her smile brightening as her hair brushed against your nose. You both returned to the racing game, but this time, you lost. Huh. I win. Take that. She exclaimed triumphantly. Yeah. Just be lucky I didn't crash into you like before, you replied, still feeling the thrill of the competition. Suddenly, a loud growl echoed through the arcade, causing you to blush. I might have only had a banana for breakfast, you admitted sheepishly. Let's go, she said, taking your hand as you both headed to the food court. You sat down with your meals. Mall chicken. A classic, you said, savoring the familiar taste. And you got fast food with your W.C. Donald's, she teased. You both giggled as you enjoyed your food together. How have you been today, you asked, genuinely curious. I was bored out of my mind until I saw you. You helped me have a good time. I guess I've been having fun, she replied, a smile gracing her lips. Well, that's good, you said, pleased to hear it. Issei, she asked, her tone suddenly serious. Yeah, you replied, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Do you not remember me, she asked, her eyes searching yours. Oh, I don't. I'm sorry, you admitted, feeling a pang of guilt. Don't be. It's not your fault for the incident. I'm just glad that you're alive, she said softly. Well, thanks. I'm also happy to be alive, you replied, munching on your nuggets. You offered her one. Trade, she suggested, holding out a piece of chicken. Sure, you agreed, and you both exchanged food, oblivious to the onlookers who stared in awe. They look so cute together, one stranger whispered. I know. Is this their first date? Another added. You and Allison exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Date? As you reflected on the day's events, heat crept up your cheeks. Oh God, this practically was a date. And Drake is watching with popcorn. You thought, imagining the dragon's amused expression. Indeed. Drake chimed in, munching away. Allison, too, was lost in her thoughts. A date? With Issei? I mean, I'm not against that. Issei is a great guy. I would love to date him. Was this a date the whole time? If I had known, I would. You shook your head, trying to dismiss the notion. They just misinterpreted it. No way we would be on a date. I mean, you hate men. Not all men, she replied, her voice firm. Huh, you responded, surprised. Nothing. I agree with you, she said quickly. Wow. That's an achievement for someone like you teased. Shut up, she replied, gritting her teeth. You laughed, and soon she joined in, the tension easing between you. After finishing your meals and wandering around the mall, you returned to the fountain, where you spotted Motohama and Matsuda with Murayama and Keitase. There they are. Quick, hide. You urged, diving into the bushes. Allison sighed but followed, crouching next to you. Why are we spying on them again, she asked, raising an eyebrow. I need to know how they did. So let's be quiet and listen, you replied, excitement bubbling within you. Allison rolled her eyes but smiled, happy to see you so animated as she listened in. Honestly, boys, this wasn't a bad date. I had a great time. You both were very gentlemanly, Murayama said, her voice warm. Yeah, you never gave us perverted stares or anything. And you were great for helping find clothes for us, Keitase added. Why, of course. That's something we perverts are good at. We know what kind of underwear fits a person, Motohama boasted. Huh, you muttered, intrigued. And we had a really good time hanging out with you two as well. We're glad we didn't flub up this date, Matsuda chimed in. Don't worry. You'll probably flub up the next one, Murayama teased. Next one? Motohama asked, surprised. Yep. We wouldn't mind going on another date with you guys, Keitase replied, her smile bright. Oh, that's so awesome. We would love for a second date. Matsuda exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Sweet. We can schedule it at school sometime. And here, Murayama said as they exchanged numbers. You watched as Motohama and Matsuda checked their phones, confusion etched on their faces. You gave us your numbers? Motohama asked, astonished. Yep. So it's easier for us to contact each other, Murayama confirmed. Yep. We'll see you at school tomorrow, Keitase added, waving goodbye as they left. Motohama and Matsuda jumped for joy, their excitement palpable. Dude, we got their digits? Motohama shouted. And they want to go out with us again. Issei is gonna be so jealous. Matsuda added, grinning from ear to ear. Yeah. We also gotta thank him for the advice he gave us, Motohama said. Yeah. He taught us well, Matsuda agreed. As they headed home, you leaned back against a tree, a smile spreading across your face as you gazed at the sky. Good job, guys, you murmured, feeling proud of your friends. You must be so proud, Allison said, standing beside you. I am. My best friends had a successful date with Murayama and Keitase. I feel like a dad whose son beat up their bully, you replied, chuckling. Now, all you gotta do is find a girlfriend of your own, she said, a teasing glint in her eyes. Huh, that's a good one. I'm gonna be single forever, you joked. Why do you think that, she asked, genuinely curious. I mean, look at me. There's nothing attractive about me. I'm probably the last person to get a girlfriend. Hell, to get a girl to like me in a friendly way like you. If a girl ever does ask me out, it's because there's some ulterior motive. I'm gonna go. It was nice hanging out with you, Allison, you said, turning to leave. Allison stood there, expressionless, as you walked away. Is that how you felt, Issei? How you felt when you did it? Sit. If only, she whispered to herself, her heart heavy. As she walked home, she pulled out a photo strip from the booth you both visited earlier. In the pictures, you were smiling, making funny faces, and striking JoJo poses, your Dio shoulder pose contrasting with her Jasuke pose. One picture captured a moment where you gazed into each other's eyes, and she felt her cheeks heat up. The last photo was blurry, a result of you slipping and falling backward against the wall. I'll make you feel loved, Issei. I promise, she vowed softly. Is that a girl you fancy? A voice interrupted. Startled, Allison turned to see someone lounging on her couch, someone she hadn't expected to see for quite a while. Hello, Artie. It's so good to see you again. Aphrodite greeted, her smile wide. Hello, Aphrodite. What are you doing here? Artemis replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. I'll be here for you, Artemis vowed, her mind drifting to daydreams of saving you and the two of you getting together. Aphrodite watched her, a smile on her lips. She's off in her own little world now. It's still cute. At home, you entered with Blair and greeted your parents before heading into your room. Draig, you called out. Yes, partner. Draig replied. Do you know any magic? Or have books on them? I need to win against her, and I know that as I am now, it's not enough. If magic is what you're looking for, I can help you, Blair chimed in, her eyes sparkling. You turned to her, surprised. Did you just speak? Indeed I did, she said with a smile, jumping and transforming into her human form. Blair. From Soul Eater. You exclaimed, eyes wide. Yes indeed. And I can help you with magic. Behold. She snapped her fingers, and a portal opened, causing a multitude of magic books to spill out. Holy shit, you gasped, opening some of the books to find them detailed and informative. Impressive, right? These books range from basic elemental spells to advanced magic, Blair explained. These are better than some of the books I have in my treasury, Draig added, impressed. This is amazing, you said, your excitement palpable. I know. The place I got them from is no longer, but these are all the books they had. Now, are you ready to learn? Blair asked. Yes. Please teach me your ways, Blair-sensei. You replied eagerly. Blair is just fine. I'm only helping my MSTR. Now here. She handed you books on the elements, and you began reading. I hope you're ready. Just because these are well written doesn't mean they are easy to do, she warned. You nodded, engrossed in the material as she laid on your bed. Elsewhere, Yuma walked into an old abandoned church. So, how did it go? A blue-haired woman asked, her tone curious. It went fine, Calawarner. I almost lost it, but it went fine. I'm going to ask him if we can do the date this Sunday, Yuma replied. Man, you could have just killed the kid. Don't torture them, a man in a trench coat and fedora chimed in. Oh, be quiet, Donis. I just wanted to see something, Yuma retorted. And what could that be? You only love Azazel, another voice piped up, belonging to a small blonde maid. I know, Middlet. But this feels different. He feels like he awoke his sacred gear. I'm not sure, and that's why, Yuma explained. Are you still going to kill him though, Rainier? Calawarner asked, her expression serious. Yuma transformed, her fallen angel wings sprouting from her back as she smiled. Of course. Whether he awakened it or not, he is still a threat. This can help me measure how much it is. Plus. She paused, a wicked grin spreading across her face. It is fun to see the look of despair on their faces as they die. A day had passed since you agreed to go out with Rainier. You had been training nonstop, making your workouts harder with weights, cultivating your mana even as you slept, thanks to Draig and Blair. You learned multiple martial arts and weapon skills with the help of magic. You had already mastered all the elements and were now learning support magic, including enhancement, defensive, and spatial magic. Your mana cultivation had reached 3 rings and cores, and you were close to reaching your 4th. Thanks to Blair's guidance, it hadn't taken long to figure it out. In your backyard, you were focused on your training. Good. Keep it up, Blair encouraged. Acha, you grunted, pushing yourself. Remember your concentration breathing, Draig reminded you. You took a deep breath and closed your eyes, maintaining the stability of the portal you were trying to create. Good. Just like that, and you will be able to access your own pocket dimension for storage. Try making it a little bigger, Blair instructed. You nodded, sweat rolling down your forehead as you increased the size of the portal until it was large enough for books to fit through. That's good. Now put your head inside it, Blair said. What you asked, confused. Stick your head in there. This helps determine whether it is a pocket dimension or just space. You'd be surprised how many times it can be the latter, she explained. You nodded and brought the portal over your head before lowering it. Well, she prompted. On the other side of the portal, you saw a blank void, white and empty. You could breathe, so you pulled your head out. I saw a white void, you reported. Perfect. That's your pocket dimension. Sadly, you can't change the color. It is just an endless void. Either white or black. I'm sure there was some type of symbolism behind it, but I don't remember what it was. Oh well, Blair said, shrugging. You nodded and placed your books in the portal, watching as they floated in the dimension. Organized, you remarked. You brought your head back out and looked at Blair. Is it supposed to have your items float in an organized manner? Because my books look like they're in an inventory menu. Yep. But that's enough questions. You need to leave, she said. But what time is it? You asked, suddenly anxious. 7:35, she replied casually. What? The walk to school is so long. You exclaimed. Oh, it's fine. You'll still make it, she assured you. Blair transformed back into her cat form and dispelled the barrier she had around you too. You hurried inside, grabbed some food, said goodbye to your parents, and dashed to school as Blair leisurely finished her breakfast. He's doing well, if only he didn't try to do multiple things at once. If he didn't, then that portal would have been a lot bigger, Blair thought to herself. At school, you were seen running at full speed. Partner, remember your mana. Drake reminded you. Sheet. Thanks. You replied, focusing on cultivating your mana properly. You slowed down a little as you reached the gate, breathing heavily. Are you okay, Sei? Sona asked, concern etched on her face. Yeah, you breathed. But why were you running here? You normally arrive earlier, Tsubaki pointed out. I slept in a little. Tired last night. I also had a great dream, you admitted. Really? Sona asked, intrigued. Yeah, you were in it, you added, a teasing smile on your lips. Really, she repeated, her interest piqued. Yeah, but I can't seem to remember the details. Oh well, class awaits. You said, dashing past them. Sona watched you go, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. He had a dream about me. Is that a blush I see? Tsubaki teased. Blushing? No, Sona denied, her mind racing. Looks like I beat you, Rias. He dreamed of me. In class, you walked in, still a bit out of breath, drawing the attention of your classmates. Who said, you good? Motohama called out. Yeah, you look out of breath, Matsuda added. I'm fine. Just ran all the way here. Slept in a little today, you explained. Yeah, we've all had those days. I remember Keitase doing that once. So funny, Murayama chimed in. I just slept in late, Keitase protested. Girl, you were 2 hours late for school. 2. Murayama laughed. You chuckled, patting them on the shoulders as you made your way to your seat. We scheduled our date for this Sunday. Wanna have a guys' night on Friday or Saturday? Matsuda asked. Yeah. I got Sparking 0, so we can play it on my PC, Motohama added. That sounds really appealing, but I can't. I'm sorry, brothers, you replied. Why not? Matsuda pressed. You opened your phone to see a message from Rainer. Rainer, text you wanna have. Our date this Sunday. That works best for me. You nodded and quickly replied with a yes. She responded with celebration emojis. I got a date this Sunday, you announced to the class. Everyone in the classroom erupted in surprise. What? You asked, confused by their reactions. You got a date, my boy? Matsuda exclaimed. Yes, you replied, a bit taken aback. But you're the guy who's never in a relationship. You give good advice about it but can't be in one. It was a blessing and a curse. You said it yourself. Motohama argued. Well, maybe the curse is going to be lifted. It's just the first date. I might not get a second one afterward, you countered. Oh yeah, Motohama conceded. Hey, let's just be happy for Issei in getting a date. So, what's the name of this girl? Murayama asked. Yuma Mano, you replied. Does she go to a different school? I don't think we know anyone at this school with that name, Keitase said, puzzled. Yep. She approached me when I got Blair her collar, you explained. And asked you out? Matsuda asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, no. She asked if I would be her boyfriend, but I told her let's go on a date first, and she agreed, you clarified. Well, we're happy for you, man. Even if we won't get any more good advice from you, Matsuda said, patting your back. Yes, it will be a tough loss, but if you want to achieve something great, you must sacrifice something great, you replied, trying to sound wise. True, Motohama nodded. Just outside the window, Allison hung off the ledge, having overheard everything. So, it's this Sunday. But now I know, she muttered to herself, a determined glint in her eyes. She climbed down and headed back inside the bathroom before going to class. News about your date spread like wildfire across the school, with some people feeling jealous of the girl, others doubting it, and many wanting to see her immediately. In the ORC, Rias frowned as she processed the information. So, his date is with a fallen angel. Yes, Kaneko confirmed. I say we do something about this. I learned that when Issei was in the hospital, there was a chance he wouldn't have made it. He has a second chance only to die at the hands of a fallen. I don't think anyone should go through that. I say we find her and kill her, Aquino proposed, her tone serious. I agree. Issei doesn't deserve to die. He's one of the few boys here that doesn't hate me anymore, Kiba added. He probably thinks you're gay, Kaneko quipped. What? Kiba exclaimed, taken aback. Enough, Rias interrupted, holding up a glowing red pawn piece. We will save what? Y/N asked, confusion etched on their face. I ate them, Blair replied nonchalantly. Why? Y/N pressed, seeking an explanation. They turned me into this, Blair gestured to her feline form. This monstrous cat that I am, all in the name of science and magic. So, as soon as I could, I ate every single one of them. It's also why my mana pool is so big. When I consumed them, I absorbed their mana, which expanded my own. Y/N raised an eyebrow. And you're concealing most of it, right? Oh, absolutely. I devoured an entire faction of mages. However, I can only conceal so much, but I'm getting better at it. Soon, I might be able to hide just enough that it resembles the size of a regular cat. Picking up the orb, Y/N examined it closely. So, I can turn into anything. Yep. Even a full set of armor, complete with any weapon you longing, Blair confirmed. That's so broken. This orb could kill gods in the right hands, Y/N mused. Exactly. But I think I can trust you with it. Anyone can use it to create anything they can imagine. Your creativity is the only limit, Blair added. Awesome. Thank you so much, Blair. Y/N exclaimed. No problem, MSTR. Now turn it into a weapon. Whatever you longing, she encouraged. Y/N grabbed the orb, contemplating the weapon they wanted. So many options, they murmured, focusing intently. Draig, their dragon partner, interjected. So many weapons, partner. Some of these are from video games, right? Yep, Y/N confirmed, feeling overwhelmed. Effed it, they finally decided, and the orb transformed into a regular katana. A regular katana. Okay, if that's your choice, Blair said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Y/N took a fighting stance and activated their aura. It feels more potent just like with the bow and arrow, they thought. Good. Now, attack me, Blair instructed. With a swift motion, Y/N swung the sword at her. She raised a barrier, and when the sword struck, she slid back, the barrier still intact. DMN. That did nothing. Y/N exclaimed. No, it did, Blair replied, a smirk on her face. I placed multiple barriers up, 5, to be exact, and you cut through 3 of them. Really? Y/N asked, surprised. Blair nodded, and Y/N glanced at their aura. This is so powerful. Granted, I didn't make them very strong, she added, her tone teasing. Y/N deadpanned at her statement. Gee, thanks for boosting my spirits only to bring me down. Oh, it's okay though. But now you know there are mountains to climb. Like me? Blair said with a playful grin. Y/N chuckled. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't be much of MSTR if you're stronger than me. I would still stay by you regardless, Blair assured. Thanks, Y/N replied, feeling a warmth in their chest. Now, let's continue. We still have a lot of training to do, and your date is this Sunday, she reminded. Nodding, Y/N got back into a fighting stance, ready to train. The days passed, filled with intense training. On Thursday, Y/N practiced magic, learning new spells. By Friday, they were running early in the morning, a gravity magic circle beneath their feet, with Blair keeping pace beside them. Saturday saw them cultivating their mana, achieving a bright orange core and reaching their 4th ring. Finally, Sunday arrived. Y/N stood at the meetup spot they had agreed upon with Yuma, waiting outside the entrance to the fair. Where is she? Is she going to kill me beforehand? They wondered aloud. I don't think so, partner. She seemed pretty adamant about the date, Drake reassured. Fair. But where is she? Y/N asked, glancing around. She's probably running late. That can happen, Drake replied. Yeah, but 20 minutes? Y/N countered. Yeah, you got me there, Drake admitted. Plus, I texted her that I was here, and she said she was on her way. That was 10 minutes ago, Y/N added, frustration creeping in. Suddenly, a voice called out, Is. Y/N turned to see Yuma arrive, dressed casually. Wow, Y/N thought, I can see why Issei folded so quickly. If I hadn't seen the anime, I would have folded too. Did you wait long? Rainer asked, her expression curious. Not really. When I texted you that I was here, I was actually on my way, Y/N replied. Oh, that's good. So, ready to begin our date? She asked, her eyes sparkling. Of course, Y/N said, a smile spreading across their face. They held hands, a simple yet NTMT gesture that felt monumental. As they walked around the fair, taking in the rides, games, and food, Rainer pulled Y/N toward a game where they had to shoot water into a clown's face to win a prize. Can you get me this, please? She asked, pointing at a plush toy. Sure thing, but you have to get a prize for me too later, Y/N replied, grinning. She pouted, and Y/N chuckled, patting her head before taking aim at the clown. Ding! A carny shouted. Winner! He handed Y/N a large bear plush, which they promptly gave to Rainer. Thank you, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. No problem, Y/N said, feeling a warmth spread through them as they continued to enjoy the fair together. They played games, rode rides, and shared excited screams, with Rainer clinging to Y/N's arm, clearly having a great time. At one point as they sat down to eat, Rainer thought to herself, this is so much fun. Maybe after this we can She glanced over at Y/N, who was smiling, and felt her cheeks flush. What are you thinking, Rainer? You need to kill him. He has clearly awakened his sacred gear. Its energy is more potent. But Y/N pointed excitedly at a keyhole machine game. Oh, that's a whole PC. I can get myself a new one. I've only been using my laptop, SWH, and PlayStation for games. Let's go. Rainer followed him, her heart racing. He's so charming. So funny, cute, and just a great guy. Why am I feeling this way? I have to do this. Even if I don't and get my friends on board, we won't get the praise we longing from Azazel. As Y/N approached the machine, disappointment washed over his face when he failed to win the PC. Couldn't get it? Rainer asked, noticing his frustration. No, Y/N admitted, his shoulders slumping. Let me try. I do owe you a bunch of prizes since I begged you to get me some, she said, determination in her eyes. Y/N nodded, holding her food and prizes as she approached the machine. She inserted the money and lined up the key, pressing the button. Just as it seemed the key wouldn't fit, she swiped her finger, conjuring small magic circles that guided the key into place. It touched the PC, and Y/N jumped for joy. Let's go. You did it. He cheered, wrapping her in a tight hug. Rainer blushed, resting her head on his shoulder to hide her face. Why am I blushing so much? They separated, and she handed him the PC, her cheeks still flushed. You happy with the PC? She asked. Yep. I even checked the box, and it's all in there. I can't wait to build it at home. Thank you so much. Y/N replied, beaming. It was nothing really. I do owe you a couple more prizes anyway, she said, her voice soft. Y/N smiled and patted her head. I look forward to it. Meanwhile, in another part of the fair, Allison and Aphrodite watched from the crowd. Oh my. They seem to be having fun, huh? Artie, Aphrodite remarked. Allison clenched her fist, her knuckles turning white. Why did you hit me? She exclaimed when Aphrodite smacked her arm. Your knuckles were turning white. Calm down, girl. You'll get your man soon. I promise on my name as the goddess of We can't be saying that in public. Allison interrupted. Whoops. Sorry. But you know what I mean, Aphrodite said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I do. Thanks. Let's follow them, Allison replied, her determination renewed. As they moved through the fair, Kaneko and Kiba donned their own disguises, sitting on a bench nearby. Okay, he's going to the tilt-a-whirl, Kiba said, keeping his eyes on Y/N. Couldn't we have picked different disguises? Kaneko asked, glancing at him skeptically. They work all the time in cartoons, Kiba insisted. We're not in one though. What if he recognizes us? Kaneko countered. He won't. Now, let's go, Kiba urged, and they followed Y/N and Rainer. In another corner of the fair, Saji kept a watchful eye on Y/N and Rainer. They're heading for the tilt-a-whirl, he reported into a communication circle. Sona's voice crackled through. Good. Keep eyes on them, Saji. Where are you two anyway? Saji asked. The camera panned up, revealing Sona and Tsubaki flying high above the fair, surveying the scene. A vantage point, Sona replied, cutting off the communication. Tsubaki looked at her, curiosity in her eyes. Why are we watching Issei's date with the Fallen? Rias is way too lax about this. We swore to protect this territory, and she is letting Issei go on a date to his death. She clearly wants to revive him so she can have a piece that can help her free her from her arrangement, Sona explained. Really? Tsubaki asked, surprised. Well, she hasn't shown any reason besides that and liking Issei, which she constantly denies, Sona added. What about you? Tsubaki pressed. I don't see Issei in that way, Sona replied, her tone firm. You're a bad liar, Tsubaki teased, making Sona pout. Meanwhile, at home, Blair rested on Mickey's lap as they watched TV. You're cheating on me. Again. The character exclaimed on screen. My love. It's not what you think. Another character protested. You're in bed with my therapist, the first character shouted. Mickey gasped. This is a twist. I thought it was his father. Once a commercial came on, Blair stretched and hopped off Mickey's lap, heading upstairs. I'll let you know when it's back. Mickey called after her. Blair transformed before closing the door and created a communication circle. Hello, she said when the connection was established. Hi. Is this Azazel? She asked. Yes. And who is the fine lady I'm speaking to? Azazel replied. Not important. I want to inform you of what your fallen have been doing, Blair said, her tone serious. What? Azazel asked, concern creeping into his voice. You see, my MSTR has a powerful sacred gear, and they are planning on killing him because of it, she explained. What? I didn't know. Were they? I'll handle this. Calm down. My MSTR is already aware and is going to deal with it. Once that's done, I will contact you to pick them up, Blair assured. But I'll wait. But be sure that they don't die. I will deal with them myself, Azazel warned. Don't you worry, Blair replied, sensing something outside. She looked out the window to see Middlet, Calawarner, and Donasek trying to break through the barrier. I'll call you later, Azzy, she said, disconnecting the call. She stepped outside in her cat form and called out to them. I would suggest not doing that. You won't break it. Is that cat talking? Middlet asked, bewildered. It must be that boy's familiar. Why didn't Rainier tell us about you? I can sense a huge amount of power coming from you, Calawarner remarked. Oh, if I had a nickel, Blair replied, her tone mocking. But anyway, you won't break it. My barriers are practically impenetrable. And you guys are all so weak. What did you say? Donasek challenged. Honestly, I think you should go check on your friend over at the fair. If she tries to kill my MSTR, she will more than likely lose. So, if you want to keep hitting this wall hoping it breaks, be my guest. Either way, your friend will probably die, Blair taunted. Mickey's voice called from inside, Blair. It's back on. And that's my time. Toodles. Blair said cheerfully, returning inside. The three fallen angels exchanged glances. Let's go to Rainier, Calawarner suggested. You sure? Donasek asked. It beats doing this. It's boring and we haven't even made a dent. Let's just go, Middlet decided, and they flew away. Back at the fair, Y/N and Rainier were enjoying their time together. Once the day came to an end, they walked to the fountain. This is where he died, Y/N thought, a somber feeling washing over him. Issei, I had such a great time. Like, a really great time today. I even got a ton of prizes from you. Sorry I could only get you the PC, Rainier said, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. Oh, don't worry. This is amazing. I had a really fun time too. Normally, I'm no good when it comes to girls, so I was nervous when we agreed to the date, Y/N confessed. Well, I will say you were great this entire time. Kind, mindful, very demure, and funny. It never felt dull with you. Even during the quiet moments, I was enjoying myself, Rainier replied, her voice soft. Me too. I kind of don't really know what else to say, but you helped me. Like I said, I never had much luck with girls, so I never saw myself going out or being in a relationship with someone, Y/N admitted, taking her hands gently. Which is why I wanted to ask, he began, but Rainier's heart raced in anticipation. Oh no, she thought, panic rising. Oh no. Allison echoed in her mind. Oh no. Aphrodite added, sensing the tension. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted their moment. Oh yeah. The Kool-Aid man burst onto the scene, handing out packs of Kool-Aid mix before leaving. Y/N blinked in surprise, shaking his head. Well, I was wondering if you still want me to be your boyfriend. Rainier seemed conflicted, taking a deep breath as she looked into his eyes. I need to know. Would you die for me? Yes, Y/N replied without hesitation. Rainier's heart raced. I see, then I guess. Wait, what? I said yes. I would die for you. I'd lay my life down for you, Y/N reiterated, sincerity shining in his eyes. Rainier stared at him, her heart pounding as tears welled in her eyes. Bye. Suddenly, she pushed him out of the way just as the other 3 fallen angels appeared above them. You couldn't kill him. I thought you said you would, Calawarner accused. I know what I said. But I don't think we need to kill him, Rainier argued. Oh God, you've fallen for him, haven't you? Donasek taunted. Rainier remained silent, her expression betraying her feelings. What about our plans? We can't just not follow them, Middleton insisted. I know. But maybe we can alter them. Issei, please, don't follow us or interfere. Do that, and we won't hurt you, Rainier pleaded. I'll kill him. Calawarner shouted, throwing a light spear at Y/N. In a split second, Y/N caught the spear, surprising everyone. I guess it's time I show my hand. Maybe just a little, he said, pulling out the orb, which transformed into a katana. Taking a deep breath, he got into position. Thunder breathing, first form, he declared, already behind Calawarner in the air. Thunder clap and flash, he shouted, delivering a swift strike that left a large cut on her chest. She coughed up BLD, falling as Donasek caught her. Are you all right? Rainier asked, concern etched on her face. Oh. This is all your fault. We need to leave. I underestimated him, and I won't do that again. Calawarner yelled, panic rising. I'll take them both back to base. Donasek, try to rough him up a bit, Middlet ordered, and the 3 began to retreat. Donasek nodded, pulling out a light spear. You could have just died, kid. And this wouldn't have happened. No way. I nearly died once. I'm not going to die for real, Y/N replied defiantly. It's a shame. But don't worry. Your parents will join you, Donasek taunted. A chilling silence fell as Y/N's pupils shrank, a crack echoing in the air. Did I touch a nerve? In an instant, Y/N was in front of him, the weapon shifting to gauntlets as he punched Donasek, sending him crashing through multiple trees. He's going to get away, Drake warned. But that's fine, right? Y/N replied, determination in his voice. Yeah. Blair informed me of what she did. They need to be alive for when we stop them, Y/N said, scanning the area for Donasek. He approached the spot where Donasek had landed, but the fallen angel was already gone. Yep. He left, Y/N confirmed. I think we have bigger issues, partner, Drake said, sensing the tension. I know, buddy. I know, Y/N replied, turning to face the ORC and student council, who stood before him, shocked. Sona, they murmured. Say. Rias echoed, disbelief in her voice. We'll talk tomorrow, Y/N said, walking home, leaving them in stunned silence. As they snapped out of their daze, they nodded and began to disperse. So, he knew, Rias said, her voice filled with uncertainty. It appears so, but for how long is the question? Sona replied, her brow furrowed. Well, he said we would keep aside, glancing at Kaneko. Sorry. She always gets like that. It's fine, you replied, understanding all too well. You should see me when my friends and I play Uno. A flashback flickered in your mind, bringing you back to a chaotic game with Mario, Luigi, and Peppino. Peppino had been about to make a move when he caught sight of you lifting your shirt to reveal a gun tucked beneath it. Skip, he had said, eyes wide, just before you pulled the trigger. The loud bang echoed in your memory. Aquino chuckled, breaking the moment. Okay, but that's understandable. This isn't. She either does this or puts them all far away from each other. Kaneko crossed her arms defiantly. It's not my fault you all are bad. You grinned. Yeah, that's kind of a skill issue if she puts her battleships like that and still wins. But on to a more important question. Are you a cat? What? Kaneko blinked, clearly taken aback. Are you a cat? Or a cat yokai? Kaneko raised an eyebrow. What makes you think that? Your name has Nico in it. Kiba nodded. He's got you there? Yes, I am, Kaneko admitted, a hint of pride in her voice. Cool. So, are you a yokai cat or a monster cat like Blair? You asked. Yokai. You turned to Blair. Sorry, looks like you don't have a friend. Blair shrugged, unfazed. It's fine. We don't want others like me running around. But I do think there was one like me, but with a mouse. I can't remember. Aquino chimed in, so she can talk? Yep, you confirmed. Kiba added, can she transform? Blair shook her head. Don't feel like it? Kaneko smirked. Lazy cat. I would call you a short stack, but you're only short. Not stacked, Blair shot back. That's it. Kaneko exclaimed, trying to leap over the table. The creaking of the furniture echoed as she made her move, but before she could reach Blair, Rias emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Hello. Sorry, I just need to put on my clothes, Rias said, disappearing back into the bathroom. After a few minutes, she returned in her uniform and took a seat across from you. First of all, you said, don't have guests wait 20 minutes for you when you invite them. Be ready beforehand. That just makes you a bad host. Oh, I'm sorry, Rias replied, looking a bit sheepish. It's fine. You did help prevent Blair from beating up Kaneko. I would have won, Kaneko insisted. Everyone else chimed in, no, you wouldn't have. Rias cleared her throat, trying to regain control of the conversation. Let's get back on track. So, what do you know of the supernatural? Yes, you answered. But saves me a lot of time, Rias continued. So, I was wondering if you would be a part of my peerage. I would be reincarnating you into a devil, but there are many benefits, like long-lasting life, power, high influence, or something similar, and while I may be a low-class devil, I can rise through the ranks and get my own peerage. That is what you were going to say, right? You interrupted. Right. So, what do you say? Rias asked hopeful. You were about to respond when Blair tapped your hand. You turned to her. Yeah. Come with me, she said, leading you outside the room. Why, you asked, curious? Because I have a theory. It's due to the fact that you and Rias are equal in mana level and strength. What is it? Just trust me. Besides, I can help with your whole servant thing if it doesn't go as theorized. Draig, you called. I trust her judgment, Draig replied. I think I might know what she's theorizing, so we both can help. Plus, it would be funny. Not being in the loop kind of psees me off, but I'll trust you too, you said reluctantly. Thank you, partner, Draig said. Thanks, I'll be sure to reward you after this, Blair added with a wink, making you blush before she walked back in. Let's do this, you said, determination setting in. Rias smiled and clapped her hands. Yes, let's begin. You lay on a table as Rias held 8 pawn pieces above her hand. Are you ready? Yeah, you replied. Okay. Rias placed her hands on your face, and the pieces began to enter your body. Everything seemed normal until Rias gasped. Ichi, you grunted as both of you started shaking painfully. Aquino. Rias yelled. Stop, Blair commanded, releasing her magic aura. Everyone froze, captivated by the unfolding scene. It's getting interesting. Let's watch, she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You and Rias continued to shake until glowing red veins appeared on your faces. You screamed. I can't move my hands. Rias shouted, panic rising in her voice. A dark red aura surrounded both of you, and the wind began to howl around the room. You cried out. Eaha. Rias echoed your distress. Red lightning crackled around you, and the table you lay on started to float. Inside your body, Drake observed the pawn pieces shaking violently. So this is what the theory was, he mused. The red veins spread across your entire body, and you convulsed violently. Just stop. Tears streamed down your face until a bright light enveloped both you and Rias, blinding everyone in the room. What is this? Kiber exclaimed. I don't know. Kaneko replied, wide-eyed. Blair stood up, transforming into her true form. Yes, she cheered. When the light finally faded, you were left on the table, drenched in sweat, while Rias leaned against it for support. You both looked utterly exhausted. Is it over? Rias breathed. Yeah, you groaned, feeling drained. Rias glanced at you, concern etched on her face. You look awful. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Don't worry. Is everyone else okay? You scanned the room, relieved to see everyone was fine, albeit in shock. As you attempted to get off the table, your legs buckled, and Blair caught you, gently placing you on the couch. That was wonderful. Let me see something, sir. She pressed her forehead against yours, and you felt a warm energy flow through you. Yep. It's just as I theorized, Blair confirmed. What you asked confused. You're still human, but enhanced. Everyone gasped. What they chorused. He gained some of the benefits of being a devil and still got to be human, and best of all, free. Rias's eyes widened. What? He's still human, Blair explained. But his life force has expanded, so he can live as long as a devil. He gained the traits of the pawn pieces, but that was a given, and he is a free piece. He doesn't need to follow your orders. Rias shook her head in disbelief. What? How? Because there really isn't a gap between you two in power, Blair stated matter-of-factly. That doesn't explain anything. Rias protested. Well, we need to go. Come on, Themstier. Blair scooped you up in a bridal carry. As she opened the door, the student council stood on the other side. Sona, Rias exclaimed. We felt a huge surge of magic and came immediately. What happened? Her voice trailed off as she noticed Blair, confusion washing over her features. Who are you? Blair grinned. The cat. Now, I'm taking my MSTR home. He's exhausted. Oh. I'll let the teachers know, Sona replied, still bewildered. Thank you. Blair left, and you snored softly in her arms, eliciting a fond smile from her. After they departed, Sona turned to Rias, who was still sitting on the couch. Rias, explain. In a minute. I'm tired, Rias mumbled. You found yourself back at home, where Blair rang the doorbell before transforming back into her cat form. When your parents opened the door, they were met with the sight of you passed out on the ground, with Blair sitting beside you. Mickey! Goro shouted. Quick! Get him inside. They hurriedly picked you up and laid you on your bed, checking for any injuries. He looks fine. No injuries, no fever, nothing, Mickey said, relieved. Could he have passed out? What could have happened? Goro wondered aloud. Blair, sensing the concern, acted out a story for your parents. She conveyed that you must have eaten something bad, which upset your stomach. Well, at least it's nothing bad. Just a really upset tummy, Mickey concluded. Thank you, Blair. Thanks for bringing him home, Goro added. Meow. Blair replied cheerfully. Once your parents left, Blair sat next to you, transforming back into her human form. I got just the thing for a reward, she said with a mischievous glint in her eye. Inside your mind, you stood before Drake, who was explaining what Blair had said. Because you and Rias are on equal ground in strength, the pieces couldn't make you her servant. If you were just a little bit weaker, you would have been. If you were just a little bit stronger, your body would have rejected it automatically. But due to this, you got the benefits of being a devil and stayed human. But why are they kind of clear? You asked. Oh, that shows that you are a free piece. Meaning that I actually don't know. Other than you don't really need to follow her orders. You can just do what you want. Oh, that's cool. I'll still probably answer her requests because I don't want to make her mad at me. True. Her brother is one of the 4 Satans. Well, that and she's also pretty cool. I don't want to make her hate me or anything like that. I got it. You want to stay on good terms with her. And maybe more. Drake teased, raising an eyebrow. Stop it? What? I'm just saying that you might want to be more than friends with her. I know. But how much longer am I going to be unconscious for? That's up to your body. It's probably getting used to all the changes in it. I mean, your core has a red aura around it, so yeah, probably a while. So, what should we do in the meantime, you asked? We can train the boosted gear. Sure thing. You summon the gear onto your arm. Great. Now, we won't be able to increase the amount of boosts because you need your physical body for that. So, we're going to try to unlock some other features in it, like Pierce. You nodded and Drake created a barrier. Let the training begin. He charged at you with his mouth wide open. What? You exclaimed, barely dodging in time as he flew past you. Try to break through my barrier, he challenged. You took a fighting stance, ready for the challenge. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Rainier was restrained as Middle tended to Calawarner and Donasek, who were badly injured. Oh. Calawarner winced as Middle worked on her. Sorry, Middle replied. You wouldn't think it, but that boy. Donasek trailed off, feeling the bandages around his upper body. Packs a major punch. We need to be careful next time. Yeah. And Rainier was useless, Calawarner added. Rainier remained silent, her expression unreadable. Middle shook her head. Can't believe you fell for some human. Didn't you? Say you were only loyal to Azazel. Rainier remained quiet. Don't bother. She's useless as of right now, Donasek said. So, what's the next plan of action? I say we wait until that freaky priest comes back with the nun. Then we take her sacred gear, and Azazel will have to promote us. Middle suggested. Yeah, sick and tired of being a grunt. Doing grunt work. We should be handling serious matters, not watching over some humans. With this, we should be taken seriously, Donasek added. Calawarner smirked. And we can rat Rainier out, and she will be hated by him. Rainier clenched her fists, anger bubbling beneath the surface. Oh, did that strike a nerve? Finally, Calawarner taunted. Rainier remained motionless in her restraints. Maybe we'll kill that Issei boy in front of you. Or make you kill him, Calawarner suggested, a cruel smile on her lips. Oh. Rainier shouted, her voice breaking. Donasek stepped closer, punching her in the stomach, making her cough. He then conjured a light spear, pressing it against her neck, drawing BLD lightly. You're not in charge anymore. Me and Calawarner are. We're calling the shots. And you will listen to us. Understand? Rainier nodded lightly, whimpering. Good. Donasek backed off, leaving her restrained in the room. Help, Rainier whispered, her voice barely audible. At Allison's home, she walked in to find Aphrodite sprawled on the couch with a squirrel resting on her as she watched TV. You're back. How was school? Aphrodite asked, glancing at her. Awful. I didn't get to see Issei today. Not even during lunch. What are you watching? Allison replied, frustration evident in her tone. Oh, I'm watching Arcane. I made myself a profile on your Netflix account, Aphrodite said casually. Are you serious? Allison exclaimed. Well, I didn't want to fill up your continue watching list with shows you never watch, so, yeah, Aphrodite shrugged. Did you do this on all my other subscriptions? Allison pressed. Oh. Just Hulu, Disney Plus, Crunchyroll, Peacock, and Paramount Plus. There was nothing on Max that interested me, Aphrodite replied. Allison pulled out her bow, aiming it at Aphrodite. You wouldn't ruin your couch, would you? Aphrodite's eyes widened. You wouldn't dare. Allison fired an arrow, missing as Aphrodite jumped out of the way. The two of them began a chaotic chase around the house, the sounds of destruction echoing in their wake. Calm down, Artie, calm down. Aphrodite shouted, dodging another arrow. Come into my house. Eat my food. Use my streaming subscriptions. SK my D-. And call me Gage. Allison yelled, frustration boiling over. I'm sorry. I'll find a job tomorrow. Just put it down. Aphrodite pleaded. The next day, you woke up feeling something heavy on top of you. You pulled back the sheets to find Blair resting on you in her human form. Blair, you exclaimed, startled. She murmured, stretching and making her assets jiggle, causing you to cover your nose. Morning, Theta. Did you sleep well? She asked, a playful smile on her lips. Yeah, but why were you sleeping on me? You questioned. I wanted to give you a reward for proving my theory. So, I thought you waking up to this would count, she explained. Well, thank you for the sentiment, but please don't do that again. No promises. Now let's go. You have a workout to finish, she replied, her tone shifting to one of determination. You nodded, completing your 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats before putting on your shoes and leaving the house. Blair transformed into her cat form, and a purple magic circle formed beneath your feet as you began to run, feeling a significant weight on your body. I'm upping it to 3. 5 times this time, she announced. Okay, you strained, pushing yourself to keep going. As you ran, you jumped over a foot sticking out from an alley. Come out now, you commanded, and 20 thugs emerged, 10 of whom you recognized as the ones you had previously defeated. You guys again, you said, rolling your eyes. Hope you missed us. Because we missed you. Now, we're here for payback, and there isn't a thing you can do about it. We got you surrounded, the leader sneered. Blair, you called? Meow, she replied, turning off the magic circle and darting away. Someone get that cat. We owe it big time for ruining my lunch. The leader shouted. You smirked, already taking down a good portion of the thugs. I'll make sure to beat this into your head. Stay away from my cat, me, my family, and my friends. Got it? Yes, the leader stammered. Good. After a swift confrontation, you were running back home, and Blair was laughing. You made mincemeat of those guys. They didn't stand a chance. Ha. I know. My martial arts skills have improved a lot. They make good training dummies, you replied, feeling a sense of pride in your abilities. That they do. But hopefully, they stop bothering us, Drake chimed in. Yeah, they just have way too much time on their hands. Still angry over a tuna sandwich. Just buy another one. If he wanted revenge against me, I get it. Fine. But still being mad over a sandwich is sad, you mused. Yeah. But now we're back, and we have a little over 3 hours to sleep until you need to get ready for school, Blair said. Sweet. You entered your bedroom and lay on the bed, slowly closing your eyes as sleep overtook you. When you finally woke up, you braced yourself for a headache but felt none. God damn it, you muttered. Guess it's because I'm human despite being in a devil's peerage. Looks like another benefit, Drake noted. Yep. Well, get ready so we can go to school, Blair urged. Fine. As you walked to school, scrolling on your phone, you suddenly exclaimed, Oh shit. What? Blair asked, curious. Kendrick dropped a whole album, you replied excitedly. Who? She asked, tilting her head. He's a rapper from America. I like his songs. You clicked on a random song from the album, and soon you were vibing to the beat, with Blair enjoying it too. This isn't bad, Drake commented. Right? Maybe I should play the songs during his beef with Drake, you suggested. Another rapper? Blair asked. Yep. Him and Kendrick have beef and started making diss tracks about each other. Needless to say, Kendrick won. When the song ended, you arrived at the school gate. Good morning, Issei. Blair, Sona greeted you. Morning, Sona. Morning, Tsubaki, you replied. Just as you were about to enter the classroom, a voice called out, Hey. You turned to see Allison sprinting toward you, eyes wide with urgency. At that moment, you knew you were in trouble. It was at this moment that I knew. I'm effed. Before you could react, she dove into you, knocking you back onto the ground as she hugged you tightly. Hi, Allison. How are you? You managed to say, wincing from the impact. Shut up. Where were you yesterday? I didn't see you at all. She exclaimed, her voice a mix of concern and frustration. That. My stomach was hurting. I think I ate something bad, so I went home early, you explained. Are you okay? Does it feel weird? Should I get you some medicine? She asked, her eyes wide with worry. I'm fine. Don't worry. But people are staring, you pointed out, noticing several students peeking out from classrooms, watching the scene unfold. Holy shit. That's Allison, one female student whispered. I know. She hates men. Why is she hugging Issei? Another added. Could she be in love with him? Third spec Allison smiled as she left the room, and Chisato turned to you with a knowing look. You can wake up now, she said, her voice gentle. You let out a soft snore in response, prompting Chisato to raise an eyebrow. I guess he really was sleeping. A short while later, all the students gathered in the gym, standing in anticipation for the announcement. The principal entered and approached the podium, clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention. Hello, everyone, he began. I am here to inform you that we will be welcoming a new guidance counselor to our school faculty. The principal stood at the front of the gym, addressing the students. She will now step up and introduce herself. Aphrodite approached the podium, her presence stunning everyone into silence. Hello everyone. My name is Ophelia Hart. I'm from England, so I hope we get along. If you ever need help, just come to my office. I'm thrilled to be working here with you all. She glanced at the principal and added, that was kind of my whole introduction. What's next? Just then, the gym's double doors creaked open, and you strolled in, yawning. What did I miss? You looked at Ophelia and raised an eyebrow. Who's the 10 out of 10 baddie? Laughter erupted among the students, and you frowned in confusion. The principal chuckled. I see you made it, Mr. Hayadu. This is our new guidance counselor, Ophelia Hart. Oh sweet. So this is our first and last meeting. Nice to meet you, you said, walking up to the podium and extending your hand for a handshake. Nice to meet you too. And I'm sure many of you will visit me more than you think, Ophelia replied as she shook your hand. So, did I miss lunch, or is the school day over? You asked. The school day isn't over, the principal replied. Sheet, you exclaimed. Language, the principal admonished. English and Japanese, you shot back. You all can head to the cafeteria for lunch now since it's next PRD, the principal announced. Score, you cheered, dashing out of the gym with the perverted 4 trailing behind. Today's Burrito Tuesday. I ain't losing my chance. Motohama exclaimed. Wait, today's Burrito Tuesday. Several students echoed. Yes, the principal confirmed. As soon as he spoke, the gym emptied and he sighed. DMN kids? Ophelia laughed. But you have to admit that they are quite rambunctious. He nodded, and they both left the gym. Outside, you were enjoying lunch when you spotted your best friends peeping on the kendo girls. I always wondered why they trained during lunch. But now I know. You got way too much free time after eating and don't want to waste your phone battery. At least, that's how it is for me. Yeah, but Ophelia seems suspicious, Blair replied. How so, you asked? Right after you got attacked, she appeared, Blair explained. You think she's with them, you questioned. Oh. Her magic is normal as far as I can tell. But we should be wary, Blair cautioned. Don't worry. I ain't even gonna go. Now, let's get back to training, you said, determined. Why don't you take a breath? Drake suggested. The grind never stops, Drake. It never stops, you replied, starting to punch a nearby tree, employing various martial arts techniques you had learned. Adamantine kata, unbreakable. You tightened your muscles, and your strikes seemed to deliver more power. Meanwhile, Motohama and Matsuda were confronted by Murayama and Keitase, both pointing their kendo swords at them. So, you were peeping again, huh? Murayama accused. Please spare us. Motohama pleaded. Yeah. We were only looking at you too. Honest. Matsuda added. The girls exchanged glances and leaned closer. Better keep it that way. Or else, Keitase warned before they walked away, leaving the boys bewildered. Did they just? Motohama asked, eyes wide. I think so. Does this mean Issei was right all along? Matsuda pondered. Those girls are closeted perverts. They're like us. Motohama exclaimed. Bro, Issei helped us win the jackpot, Matsuda said, excitement bubbling over. They jumped for joy at this realization. Issei is the best man, Motohama declared. We owe him our lives, Matsuda added, and they immediately returned to peeping on the kendo girls. Meanwhile, Rias was watching you train with dreamy eyes. So, should we go? Aquino asked. What? Rias replied, startled. Should we leave? You seem pretty preoccupied by Issei, Kiba noted. Kaneko chimed in, they're saying, should we let you have lewd fantasies of him in peace? I am not having lewd fantasies of him, Rias protested. You were giving him mean eyes, Kaneko pointed out. What? No, I wasn't. Rias insisted. You kinda were. I can tell, Aquino said. How? Rias asked. People say I have mean eyes, Aquino replied with a smirk. What about you, Kaneko? Kiba asked. Some have told me that I have give me the ring, my precious eyes, Kaneko said, her expression serious. We're getting off track. I am not having lewd fantasies of him, Rias reiterated. Then why were you resting on the windowsill and staring at him dreamily? Kiba pressed. I just like watching him train, Rias defended. That's true. He is strong. I wonder if we can see that strength, Aquino mused. I could ask him. He is part of the peerage, Rias suggested. Remember what Blair said though. He is a free piece due to how strong he is. He doesn't have to listen to you, Kiba reminded her. That's why I'm going to ask him. I know I can't force him. Maybe we can get him to do a few contracts, Rias said, determination in her voice. How? He's still human. He won't rank up like we do, Aquino pointed out. Right? Satan damn it. Rias exclaimed in frustration. Yo, Rias, you called out, catching her attention. She jumped up and looked out the window, her face lighting up. Hi, Issei. Aquino smirked. Yeah, you totally just like to watch him train. You were flabbergasted, your mind racing as you processed the scene before you. Your parents stood in shock, staring at the chain around your hand that connected to Icaros' collar. Can you explain why there is an angel with a collar and chain in your room? Gora demanded. Yes, you replied, your mind racing. Blair. Can we wipe their memories? I can, but I think we shouldn't. They will find out eventually, Blair thought back. True. Should we tell them everything? You asked. Yes, Blair confirmed. You took a deep breath, preparing yourself. I'm gonna need you two to sit down. So, the supernatural exists. Like angels, devils, and fallen angels. Mickey asked, her voice trembling. Yes, you affirmed. And magic also exists. Gore pressed. Yes. And some humans are given these tools known as sacred gears, and you have one strong enough to kill gods. Mickey continued. Yes. Say hi, Drake, you said, forming the gauntlet as the green gem glowed. Hello, Drake greeted. Oh my. Goru exclaimed, eyes wide. And our cat is a magic cat that can speak and turn human. Mickey asked incredulously. Yes, Naya, Blair replied. And you are technically part of a peerage from that well-known girl in your school but still human. Goru added. Yes. If we try to explain that, you guys are gonna need something for the headache you will have, you warned. But, and what about her? Mickey asked, glancing at Icaros, who was eating your dinner. I am an Angeloid, pet class and strategic battle class, type alpha. I was part of the angel faction until I was badly damaged and almost all of my functions were shut down and reset. Now, Issei here is my emser for saving me, Icaros explained. Can you not call me Ems and just call me Issei, you requested? Tilting her head to Issei. Just Issei, you insisted. Just Issei. So, you want me to call you just Issei? She asked, confusion evident in her voice. Issei, you corrected. Understood, Issei, she replied. This is a lot to take in, Mickey said, shaking her head. Yeah, can't you just try to live life like normal? Goru added. Can't. I was attacked a few days ago. Sunday, to be exact, you explained. Mickey and Goru exchanged worried glances. Don't worry, I'm fine. They didn't stand a chance, you reassured them. But still, you could have died or gotten badly hurt. I don't want to lose you again, Mickey said, her voice trembling. You hugged her tightly. I promise that I won't die. You don't need to worry. I've been training hard so I can protect myself and you guys. I'm truly lucky to have parents like you. She began to cry in your arms and Goru joined the hug, along with Blair. And Icaros. Icaros. Can you let go for a moment? You asked awkwardly. Understood, she replied, releasing you. Thank you, you said relieved. After a few moments, you all separated. So, I can't really say I condone it, but you're already seeking into this. What about us? Mickey asked. Just knowing about the supernatural is fine. You guys can still live your lives without worry, you assured them. Right, so what about her? Goru pointed at Icaros, who was still sitting patiently and eating your food. Good thing I made you an extra plate in case you had some trouble at school before we saw this, Mickey said, handing you the plate but frowning. It's cold. I got this, Blair said, summoning a magic circle. A small fire enveloped it for a few seconds before dissipating. Thanks, Blair, you said gratefully. No problem, MSTR, she replied. Now, as for Icaros, we need to make papers for her. She'll probably not let me go all the way to school while she stays here with nothing to do. She'll more than likely follow me, you explained. That shouldn't be too hard, right? Mickey asked. Time skip it was hard. They managed to do it, but it was now midnight and they were all exhausted. I'm taking a shower, you announced as you headed upstairs. I just want to sleep to get a little bit more energy before my workout, you muttered. You've earned it, partner, Drake said. What is it, you asked, turning off the water and reaching for your towel. You opened the door to find Icaros standing there. Icaros. Why are you here? You exclaimed. I thought you might need assistance. Did I do something wrong? She asked, tilting her head. No. Just stay outside the bathroom and knock on it to know if someone is or isn't in a. You instructed. Understood, she replied. You sighed, realizing this was going to be a long day. Well, let's get to bed. I laid out a futon for you. You climbed into bed while Icaros settled onto the futon beside you, and soon both of you fell asleep. The alarm blared, jolting you awake. You groaned and turned it off, noticing it was only 2:30 a.m. God damn it, you muttered. Why did you set it for 2:30? Drake asked. So I know how much time I have to complete the workout. The sooner I do this, the sooner we can sleep again, you explained. Just as you were about to get out of bed, you remembered Icaros was beside you. You moved your legs back, causing you to fall forward and land right on her chest. Sheet. I'm sorry. You exclaimed, scrambling to get up. It is fine to say. I am your servant. Anything you want me to do, I will do it, she replied, her expression serious. You felt your face heat up at the thought and shook your head. But still, I'm sorry. Where are you going, she asked. I have a workout to do. I do it every morning and then sleep until I have to get ready for school, you explained. Okay, she said, nodding. Now, if you'll excuse me, you said, getting up to start your routine. You completed 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats before getting ready for your run. I'll be back, you called out as you exited the house and began running. Sir, I made the spell 4 times effective now since you got used to 3. 5 times. You seem to be growing faster, probably because you push yourself, Blair said, appearing beside you. Thanks. I guess my wish came true, and my potential soared, and this is the result, you joked, glancing back at her. Suddenly, you noticed Icaros running behind you. IKA, you didn't look where you were going and collided with a street pole you typically ran around. Ouch, you groaned. Are you okay, say? Icaros asked, concern etched on her face. I'm fine. Just in pain, you replied, getting up and holding the side of your face as you winced. You used healing magic to ease the discomfort. Why did you follow me? I am your servant. I must be by your side at all times, she stated matter-of-factly. Well, you don't need to do that. You can just stay home, you suggested. Okay, she nodded, but her expression turned downcast. Sighing, you added, You can join me on my workouts. Just be sure to stay behind me. Icaros nodded, and the two of you began to run back home. So, how did you run out of mana in your core? You asked, curious. We Angeloids do circulate it like living creatures do, but if we use it for attacks, we can't restore it like you all do. We use too much and our cores will be drained. That and auto protocols to protect us when badly damaged, she explained. Maybe we can tweak you out so you can take in mana from your surroundings to recharge, you suggested. We Angeloids are quite complex for humans. Only angels who made us can alter our bodies, she replied. I can try. Do you have a manual or something? You asked. Icaros nodded and opened her hands, summoning a magic circle from which a manual appeared. Sweet, you said, taking it just as you arrived home. You headed to your room and plopped onto your bed, planning to read it later while Icaros settled onto the futon. The next morning, you shut off your alarm and carefully stepped over Icaros as she got up. Mickey, you called out, are you up? You need to hurry so Icaros can go to school. I'm up, Mum, you shouted back. Turning to Icaros, you added, let me show you how to use the bathroom. You walked into the bathroom, explaining how a shower works, how to bathe, how to use the toilet, and how to brush your teeth and wash your face. Well, that's basically it. You understand? You asked. Yes. Thank you, Issei, she replied. Good, now let's go eat breakfast, you said, leading her downstairs. As you ate, Mickey asked, are you gonna have to explain this to Rias and Sona? Yeah. It's gonna be hard to not explain it to them, you admitted. Well, Icaros, please don't try to kill them, Goru said, half joking. Unless they engage or hurt Issei in any way, I will not engage, Icaros stated, her tone serious. That's good. But does that mean that there are deviloid or something like that? Mickey asked. Nah. Devils have been turning humans into devils for years. They wouldn't have made robots or androids due to that. Their army is so big, you explained. Correct. Due to some angels becoming fallen and only having nuns and priests in their ranks, the faction built Angeloids to help increase the numbers, Icaros added. So what? The angels have the smallest army. Goru asked. No. That's the fallen angel faction. But they have other means to compensate for their low numbers, Icaros clarified. I see. Well, you two better get going to school now, Mickey urged. Right? Come on, Os, you said, standing up and offering your hand, which she took. We're off, you declared. Don't be back so late, Mickey called after you. And be sure to watch her, Goru added. As you walked to school, you instructed Icaros, I need you to stay by my side while we're there. I don't want people trying anything funny. Also, if you have any concerns, then be sure to ask me, okay? Understood, she replied. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Kaya. You both turned to the sound, surprised by what you saw. Are you okay, you asked, rushing over? Yes, the girl replied, brushing herself off. Let me help you, you offered, helping her to her feet. Thank you so much. My name is Asia Argento. I apologize if my Japanese is bad, she said, smiling at you. No, it's fine. My name is Issei Hayadu. This is Icaros, and this is my cat, Blair. Are you perhaps lost? You asked. Nice to meet you all. Yes, I am. I came here with a priest who picked me up, but I got turned around and now I don't know where I am. I'm supposed to be at the church right now, Asia explained. Well, there are a few churches here. We'll help you find out which one you're supposed to go to, you offered. Really? Thank you, Issei. She exclaimed, clasping your hands together. It's no problem. Right, girls? You said, glancing at Icaros and Blair. Meow. Blair. The classroom buzzed with confusion as the teacher attempted to regain control. Let's discuss this after class, he said, his voice cutting through the chatter. As the lecture began, you and Icaros diligently took notes, but you could feel the weight of glares directed at you from your classmates. Did I say something wrong? Icaros whispered, her brow furrowed with concern. It's fine. I can handle this, you reassured her, though the unease gnawed at you. Once the bell rang, the classroom erupted into chaos as students crowded around you and Icaros. Motohama was the first to speak up, his voice laced with disbelief. What does she mean you're her MSTR? Damn it. I thought you changed your ways, Matsuda chimed in, shaking his head in disappointment. Murayama added, and to think I was starting to be friends with you? Keitei smirked, guess you didn't change after all? A male student chimed in, Icaros, you should stay away from Issei. He'll just use you. That's fine, Icaros replied calmly, her gaze unwavering. He saved me so he can tell me to do anything and I will do it. Everyone stared in shock. Huh, they echoed in unison. Icaros continued, he saved me when I was dying and helped me recover. I am indebted to him with my life, and I will always be by his side. His parents were kind enough to let me live with them. Motohama turned to you, eyes wide. Is this true? Yeah, you replied, unsure of where this was going. Suddenly, everyone grabbed you and tossed you into the air, their voices a chorus of praise. You are the best man, Matsuda shouted. We should have never doubted you, Motohama added, his excitement infectious. Yeah. You're a hero. Sorry for what I said. Murayama exclaimed. Me too. We should have asked about the situation. We shouldn't have assumed, Keitei said, shaking his head. All hail Issei, the reformed king. A female student shouted, and the crowd erupted in cheers. As the praise continued, Icaros stepped forward and pulled you close, her grip firm yet comforting. You seemed uncomfortable while they were doing that. I thought this was best, she said softly. Muffled, you protested, no, that's fine. It's just that, the camera panned out, revealing that she had you nestled against her chest. Lucky man, Motohama remarked, a hint of envy in his voice. He's living the dream, Matsuda added. Can you please let go of me? Pretty please. You mumbled, your face heating up. Yes, Issei, Icaros replied, releasing you just as the next teacher walked in. All right, let's begin class. Get in your seats, the teacher instructed, and you all scrambled to comply, taking notes once more. After a while, you found yourself engrossed in a manual, trying to figure out how to alter or upgrade Icaros in the occult research club. Rias suddenly appeared, her expression a mix of disbelief and annoyance. What the heck am I looking at? I'm trying to figure out Icaros' inner workings so I can learn how to upgrade her, you explained. I see that. Why is there an Angeloid in the ORC? Rias questioned, crossing her arms. I'm her emissary, you stated simply. How? She pressed. I saved her after we killed that stray last night, you replied. But she is an enemy. She might hurt us, Aquino interjected, concern evident in her voice. Unless engaged in combat or harm is brought to my answer, I will not fight, Icaros stated firmly. How do we know she won't hurt us to protect you? Kaneko challenged. Unless Issei tells me, I won't attack his allies, Icaros assured them. Now let me work here, you urged. Kiba stepped forward, skepticism in his eyes. I understand you're trying to figure out how she works, but I don't think human tools will get the job done. Then why are there Phillips head screws in here? You countered. Say CK right now, Kiba demanded, his eyes wide. I'm not. Come look, you insisted, and he walked over, his expression shifting to shock. Oh my Satan, there are. Even some flatheads too. Kiba exclaimed. Rias cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention. I understand that you have gained control over an enemy soldier. But bringing them into our base of operations is very dangerous. You need to do me a favor for this. All right, what is it? You asked, curious. And no complaints. Wait, what? Rias stumbled over her words. I said I'll do it, so what is it? You pressed. Oh, I managed to get you your very first client, so I need you to head over there, she instructed. Okay, you replied. On foot as punishment, she added, a smirk playing on her lips. Okay, you repeated, resigned. You skimmed the manual one last time before closing it. All right. So, I might be able to upgrade you so you can take in mana from your surroundings, you told Icaros. That is good, she responded. Yeah, it just might take some time. I also need to alter your suit. We can do that later. Let's go, team. You declared, leading the way with Blair and Icaros following closely behind. Rias sighed watching you leave. I knew he was interesting, but this is too much, she muttered. I think it's not that bad. I mean, it's better than a fallen, Aquino countered. Plus, she is under his control, Kiba added. Let's just hope he doesn't do anything perverted, Kaneko remarked. Kaneko, he's changed. You've seen it, Akino replied, her voice firm. I know, Kaneko said, looking down. Kiba patted her back reassuringly. We know you have trouble accepting people changing, but Issei has. So try accepting that, please. He is a part of us after all, Kiba encouraged. I will, Kaneko promised. In the nurse's office, Aphrodite and Chisato were deep in conversation, laughter filling the air. Oh my me. I love that scene. How far are you in the show? Chisato asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, I'm 2 seasons in. Eric died, Aphrodite replied, her tone dramatic. You're almost done with the season then. You have several more to go, Chisato said. I know. The show has me hooked. Aphrodite exclaimed. Suddenly, the door slammed open, and Allison stormed in, her expression fierce. Hi, Allison. Shouldn't you be at club? Aphrodite asked, raising an eyebrow. I don't have time for that when Issei is being a womanizer. Allison shot back. How? Chisato inquired, intrigued. Oh, that new student we got? Yes. She even said that Issei is her emissary. Can you believe it? Allison fumed. Yes. Issei is quite attractive. I noticed he's caught the eyes of Rias, Akino, and Sona. 3 of the queens at this school. Plus, I heard the students say that Issei saved her, Aphrodite noted, her tone thoughtful. Still, how can I make Issei mine when he has so many women around him? It takes everything in me to not just let loose and… Allison exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Chill, Allison. Deep breaths like we've discussed, Aphrodite advised, her voice calm. Allison nodded, taking a few deep breaths to calm herself. Yeah, she finally said. Good. Now, how about you try to make your friendship more open? How has that been going? Aphrodite suggested. Not good? Chisato asked, sensing the tension. Oh. It's so hard for me to be open when I'm known to hate men by the whole school. It's like a reflex, Allison admitted, her shoulders slumping. Well, start small. When he says hi, you say it back. Don't try to have a conversation yet. Just start with simple greetings, Chisato advised. Yeah, I'll try that. Thanks, Allison replied, determination creeping into her voice. Not a problem. Now hurry to club, Chisato urged. Allison nodded and rushed out, only to bump into you as you walked down the hall. Oh. You all right, Allison? You asked, offering her a hand. Shoo, yeah. Thanks, she stammered, taking your hand as you helped her up. Hey, you didn't tell me to shut up. Well, we gotta go. See you later. Come on, girls, you said, walking past her. Icaros paused, glancing back at Allison. Allison mouthed, he's mine. Get that through your head. Icaros turned back and followed you out of the school, unfazed. Stupid Angeloid. I won't lose to you, Allison muttered under her breath, catching the attention of some students nearby. They looked at her in surprise before turning away, whispering to each other as she made her way to club. Meanwhile, you managed to make it to the house and knocked on the door. Hello. We've called you multiple times and you never answered. We're here to talk to you about your car's extended warranty, you joked. Icaros scanned the area. I sense 2 life signatures. There was one, but it's gone now, she reported. Your eyes widened as you raised your foot. Heard you were beating your meat. Now it's our turn. You shouted, kicking the door open. The moment you stepped inside, you were met with a gunshot. You dropped to one knee, feeling the sting of pain. Damn it, you cursed under your breath. So, this is the devil who came, a voice sneered. You looked up to see Fried, a smug grin plastered on his face. If it isn't F-face, you retorted. Fried Selzen, he corrected, his tone dripping with disdain. That's what I said, you shot back. Icaros interjected, Issei, you said F-face? I know, Icaros. I'm being insulting, you replied, rolling your eyes. Fried's expression darkened. And soon you will be dying like this man did for conspiring with the devil. And I'll take back that Angeloid you made your SLV. No way, you shouted, standing protectively in front of Icaros. You ain't laying a finger on her. Do so, and I swear to God, what I do to you will be considered a new sin entirely. How sweet. But a devil has no business touching something as pure as our Angeloids, Fried taunted. Icaros stepped forward, her eyes flashing dangerously. You are a stray priest? Fried replied, taken aback. I know who you are, Fried Selzen. A dedicated member of the church and angel faction, now excommunicated. You are no longer a part of the faction. Your say means nothing. I will stay with Issei till the day we die, she declared, her voice unwavering. Fried's face twisted in rage. How dare you? I don't know what tricks you used on her, devil, but I will break it, and she will be mine. He liked his gun and shot at you again, but you quickly formed a barrier, deflecting the bullet. You aren't gonna get me again, you said defiantly. Just then Asia opened the door, her eyes widening in shock at the scene before her. What's happening? Fried seized the opportunity, grabbing her by the wrists and pressing her against the wall. Shut up. God, let me think. He growled. I said get your hands off of her, you shouted, charging at him. Fried smirked, pressing the gun to Asia's head. Move one step and I'll do it. I swear. How dare, you began, but Asia's voice cut through the tension. Fried, what? Shut up, wench. You know now that I see it, you do have a pretty naughty body. Unfit for a nun but more for a were, he leered, a twisted smile on his face. Before he could react, you decked him hard in the face, pulling Asia close. You people make me sick. No wonder you're a stray priest. Why? Give me the girl now. We need her. Fried shouted, fury in his eyes. You stab him in the leg, making him scream. Icaros, I sense multiple life signatures heading this way. Fallen, to be exact, she warned. Looks like we don't have time. Come on. You urged, and Blair quickly conjured a magic circle to teleport you all home. As you arrived, you heard voices in the background. What the hell? The door's already kicked in, one voice said. Was it the IRS? Another joked. That's stupid, a third voice chimed in. You turned to see Middlet, Calawarner, and Donasek enter the room, confusion written on their faces. What happened here? Fried, what happened? Middlet demanded, her eyes darting around. He took her. He took her and left. Dash, my leg hurts. Fried groaned, clutching his injury. Who took who? Calawarner asked, her brow furrowing. That Issei brat. He took Asia, Fried spat. All of them gasped in unison. What? Issei took Asia. He said he wasn't a devil but had their scent. I don't know. But he took her, along with the Angeloid, Fried explained, his frustration evident. Wait, he has an Angeloid. Calawarner exclaimed. Yes. Fried snapped. And you let them get away? Donasek shouted, incredulous. Sarcastic, yes. I just stabbed myself in the leg for sheets and giggles. Normal, what do you think? Fried retorted. We need the girl. We can't go to his home because of that cat. We'll just need to strike when the moment occurs, Middlet decided. I agree, Calawarner added. Me too. We'll see if we can find them out in the open tomorrow. We don't have much time, we need to complete our plans, Donasek stated. Come on you, Middlet said, hoisting Fried over her shoulder as they all flew out of the house. Back at home, Mickey was watching TV in the living room, her expression bored. I don't know what's so appealing about your show, Gora remarked, glancing at her. You need to watch it to get his in, Mickey replied, her eyes glued to the screen. I guess. But I probably won't get SCKD in, Gora shrugged. Moments later, a magic circle appeared in front of them, and you materialized with Asia in your arms. What the? Goru and Mickey exclaimed, falling backward as the couch tipped over. Sheet. Sir. Dad, you said, helping them up and fixing the couch? You glanced at the TV. You guys. Watching Dr. Phil. We were, Mickey confirmed. Sit. What's going on? Goru asked, concern etched on his face. Right. So, this is Asia. Asia, these are my parents, you introduced. Hello, Asia said shyly. Hi, Mickey replied warmly. Hello, Goru added, his expression softening. And we saved her from being, you hesitated, searching for the right words. Being touched inappropriately by a stray priest, Icaros interjected. Yes, that. Thank you, you said, relieved. Blair, how's the barrier? Still up and strong, Blair reported. Thank you. But yeah, I brought her here when the Fallen were coming, you explained. Oh no. You aren't intruding. You can spend the night here if you want, Mickey offered to Asia. I wouldn't mind that. I do want to go out tomorrow, Asia replied, her eyes brightening. But I'll show you our guest bedroom, you said, leading her upstairs. As you showed her the room, Blair chimed in, this is a mess. Sorry for dragging you into this. Don't be, Blair. It's better we know about this than you guys trying to hide it from us, Guru reassured her. Yes. We will support you guys and help however we can, Mickey added. Imstar truly does have such nice parents, Blair said, nuzzling into them as they pet her affectionately. Welp, I'm gonna take a shower, she announced, transforming into her human form, catching them off guard as she walked upstairs. That was, Mickey began, her cheeks flushing. Arson, Guru finished, a grin spreading across his face. Yep, Mickey agreed, her eyes sparkling. Wanna do it later? Guru asked, his tone playful. Yep. Mickey replied, her laughter filling the air. On the TV, a dramatic scene unfolded. You are not the father, the host declared. Oh my God, Guru exclaimed, watching in disbelief. And look, the woman is running away, Mickey added, shaking her head in amusement. Meanwhile, you helped Asia get settled in her room. I'm sorry for basically kidnapping you, you said, guilt creeping in. Oh no, it's fine. I know you had good intentions. You just wanted to protect me. I'm not really mad, Asia assured you, her smile warm. I know. But still. So, why don't I show you around Kuo tomorrow, since you're already planning on going out? You suggested. I wouldn't mind that actually, she replied, her eyes lighting up. All right. Good night, Asia, you said, turning to leave. Good night, Issei, she replied. Icaros greeted you with a bright smile, leaning over to bring her face closer. You felt a blush creeping up your cheeks as you caught a glimpse of her cleavage. Good morning, Icaros, you managed to say, mentally scolding yourself to keep your thoughts in check. Blair chimed in playfully, something is poking me, you quickly responded. See? Wait a minute. You're on my stomach, not my crotch. Breath. Almost had you, she teased. Almost. Now let me get ready. Asia and I are going out today. I should check if she's ready later, you said, stretching as you got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. What time is it? 7:20. I've got time, you thought to yourself, relieved that there was no school today. You weren't in a rush. Drake's voice echoed in your mind, want to train a little. You've already unlocked the Pierce ability of the boosted gear. Yeah, but first, you replied, heading downstairs. You noticed your parents were still asleep, so you quietly opened Asia's door and peeked in. She was still sleeping peacefully. I'll let her sleep. After the night we had, she could use it, you decided, closing the door gently. You then opened your parents' room, only to be hit by a wave of unpleasant odor. What the hell? It reeks in here. You thought, holding your nose. Partner, look down, Drake instructed. You glanced down to see a trail of clothes leading to the bed and nodded in understanding. You were about to close the door but then stepped inside. Say. Blair's voice broke the silence. You opened the window to let some fresh air in before quickly leaving the room. That room needed air, you remarked. Agreed, Blair replied. Icaros asked, would you like to begin training, Issei? Now that you mention it, I guess I've never seen you fight. Sure, we can spar, you agreed. Outside, you found yourself on the ground, bruised and breathing heavily. God damn it. I haven't done much damage to her. You exclaimed, glancing at Icaros, who had only a few scratches. Use the gear, Drake urged. Right? You said, getting back on your feet and clutching your katana as you activated the boosted gear, still in its twice critical form. I need to use this more. Yes, you do. I feel neglected, Drake replied. Sorry, buddy. I'll be sure to use you a lot more, you promised. Thank you, Drake said, and you resumed your fighting stance, taking a deep breath. Here we go. With a burst of energy, you dashed toward Icaros, who flew up and launched missiles at you. You dodged and cut through some of them as you closed the gap. When you slashed at her, she blocked it with her armor. Your armor is tough as sheet, you shouted. It was made from the best materials heaven could offer, she replied calmly. She kicked you away, but you summoned a magic circle and stood on it like a platform. But this Issei, you muttered. You dashed faster, slashing at her, but she dodged with ease. Damn it, you cursed as she adapted to your speed and kicked you down. Gah, you cried out as you landed hard. As the dust settled, you found yourself in a crater. But let's see how far I can go, you said, determination flooding your veins. With a series of boosts, you felt the energy surge within you. 10 boosts. Let's see if it works, Drake commented. You got into a fighting stance, smiling. Got it? A magic circle appeared around you, crackling with lightning. Thunder breathing, first form, you shouted, closing the gap and cutting Icaros before she had a chance to react. Thunderclap and flash. You landed on the ground, exhilarated. Alright, why didn't I think of this before? I can use magic to make my breaths real. Impressive, I say, Icaros acknowledged, standing back up with a cut that quickly healed, though she had more scratches. Fine. No more sword, you decided, transforming your weapon into a gauntlet around your free hand. Just fists and combat? Icaros held her hands together, charging elemental shots. You managed to dodge them and close the gap, throwing punches and kicks, but she blocked or parried each one. Gore, you growled, bringing your leg between hers and hitting her in the back of the knee, making her buckle. You then punched her square in the face. You kept up the pressure, but in the middle of your onslaught, she retaliated, punching you back and sending you skidding across the ground. Not enough, she stated coolly. Gore, you responded, taking a deep breath and using thunder breathing to get back to her instantly, kicking her in the stomach. She recovered quickly, shooting more missiles at you. You dashed forward, punching them away as she charged up a magic shot. Thundara. She called out. What? You exclaimed just before a massive explosion occurred. Blair looked worried, staring at the dust cloud, while Icaros remained focused on it. A green glow appeared within the cloud, and Icaros took a defensive stance. That's enough, you declared, stepping out of the dust with a light green aura surrounding you, your injuries healing rapidly. We've been at it for over an hour. The fam should be awake by now, you noted. Is 9. Perhaps you're correct, Icaros replied. Let's go. You cast a healing spell on Icaros, who looked surprised. I can repair myself from any damages I suffered during the sparring match, she said. It's fine. This helps keep you from draining your core. How much do you have left? You asked. My artificial core is at 88%, she informed you. Well, that's good. It SCKS that I wasn't able to get that lower, but it's fine. Let's head back home. Icaros nodded and lifted you effortlessly, flying back to your house with Blair perched on her head. Once in the backyard, she set you down gently. Thanks, Icaros. I could have just walked or run back here. No problem, Issei. I wanted to, she replied. You patted her head affectionately before walking inside, where you found your parents eating breakfast with Asia. Where were you, young man? Mickey asked, looking up from the table. We didn't see you at all earlier, Goro added. I was training with Icaros, you explained. But how was he, Icaros? Mickey inquired. He still has a lot of work ahead of him. However, his ability to adapt to situations and create new techniques on the spot is impressive. His determination is admirable, Icaros stated. Ah, shucks, you said, rubbing the back of your head sheepishly. Well, I can imagine you two worked up quite a sweat. Go shower and come back down to eat, Goro instructed. You both nodded, and Blair hopped off Icaros' head, heading to her food bowl where she devoured a pancake. So delicious, Mickey, she exclaimed. Why, thank you, Blair, Mickey replied with a smile. A few minutes later, you and Icaros returned downstairs to join Asia at the table. Issei, I was wondering when we were going to go out, Asia said, looking at you expectantly. Oh yeah, I was going to ask you that, but I got so into training that I lost track of time. We can go after I eat if you want. Just let me know when you're ready, and we can leave, you offered. Asia nodded, and you enjoyed your pancakes, savoring their delicious taste. Glad you like them. By the way, we haven't had a cooking lesson in a while, Mickey mentioned. When Asia and I get back, we can have one, you suggested. Can I join? Asia asked eagerly. I wouldn't mind that, Mickey replied. Yeah, but be careful. The training is brutal, you warned. Really? Asia asked, her eyes wide. You recalled a painful memory, a single tear rolling down your cheek. Yes. Oh, stop it. You can join us, Asia. It won't be that bad, Mickey reassured her. Time passed, and soon you, Asia, and Icaros were walking around Kuo, with Icaros following closely behind. Hey, at least it's like we're famous and need bodyguards, you joked. Yeah. It's not that bad, Asia agreed. I must always be by your side, Issei. That way, I can protect you, Icaros stated earnestly. Thanks. And I'll protect you, you replied, noticing Icaros's face heat up slightly as she touched her cheek. And that's the park, you said, pointing ahead. Wow. Look at all the kids playing together. Asia exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Yep. It's cute, you agreed. Suddenly, Asia's expression changed. Why is there a man peeking at them from a tree? What the? Oh no. Hang on. Get out of here. I will call the police. You shouted, spotting the man. Human. I ain't doing nothing. He yelled back defiantly. That's it, you declared, leaping toward him and delivering a flurry of punches. Sorry about that. He's going to go away now and hopefully go through rehabilitation, you said, turning back to Asia, who looked concerned. It's fine. But come here, she said, reaching for your eye, which had taken a hit during the scuffle. A green light enveloped you, and your eye returned to normal. Was that magic, you asked, surprised. No. It's my sacred gear, she replied. Just then, a growl interrupted your conversation, and Asia looked down, her face turning red. Why don't we grab something to eat? There's a nice burger place nearby if you want to go there, you suggested. I wouldn't mind that, Asia said, smiling. You nodded, and the three of you made your way to the burger place, settling into a booth together. The burgers here are really good, you assured them. I hope you're right, Asia replied, glancing at the menu. When their food arrived, you watched as Asia took a big bite of her burger, clearly enjoying it. You mumbled, pulling an onion from your burger. I told them no onions. Guess I'll just take them off. I got it, Issei, Icaros said, taking your burger and walking over to the counter. You couldn't hear their conversation over the noise of the restaurant, but you noticed one of the employees looking distressed as they entered the kitchen. A few minutes later, Icaros returned with a new burger. Here you go, she said, handing it to you. Thanks, you replied, taking a bite and smiling. No onions. Thanks, Rias. What did you say to that employee? Just that there were onions when you said no onions, she answered simply. Asia looked at her curiously. Did you say anything else? No, Icaros replied, her expression neutral. You and Asia exchanged puzzled glances but shrugged it off. This burger is really good, Asia said, taking another bite. I know, right? This place serves the best burgers in Kuo, you agreed, sharing a smile with her. Icaros's lips twitched slightly, and Asia turned to you. Issei, she asked. Yeah, you replied, curious. What did you mean when you said you were human last night? She asked. Oh, that. Well, I joined Rias peerage, but the thing is, when I was going through the whole reincarnated devil process, I stayed human but gained some benefits from being a devil, like a long lifespan. The reason for this was that I was as strong as Rias at the time. I'm also a free piece, so I don't have to listen to her, you explained. I was just wondering, Asia said, nodding. Well, why were you working with Freed when you knew he was a stray, you asked, curious. You knew, she replied, surprised. I could tell, you admitted. Okay, so you see, I was dropped off at a church when I was young. Being raised there, I unlocked my sacred gear, Twilight Healing. The church had me use my sacred gear for healing others and being kind, even though some people thought of me as a monster. Then, one day, I accidentally healed a devil, and they excommunicated me for conspiring with a devil and called me a witch, she explained, her voice filled with sadness. That's mean of the church, Icaros interjected. What? Asia asked, confused. I agree. It's absolute bullshit. You did what you were asked and they were mad at you for it. If anything, you were too good for the church, you added, feeling a surge of anger on her behalf. Thank you, Asia said, her eyes shining with gratitude. As you continued walking, you came across a fountain. Hey, do you also work with the fallen angels? You asked. Yes. I had nowhere else to turn to. I don't have family, and the church kicked me out, she replied, her voice heavy with emotion. You patted her head gently. You've got me. Hell, my family would love to take you in. They've always wanted a daughter, you chuckled lightly. Really, she asked, her eyes widening. Yeah, they're kind. They would definitely try to adopt you if they heard your backstory. Plus, you deserve to have a regular life, not working with anyone bad, but living how you want to, you reassured her. Thank you, Issei, she said, her voice filled with warmth. Suddenly, a voice interrupted your moment. Yes, thank you, Issei. Your eyes widened as you felt a spear pressed against your neck. You turned to see Middle holding Asia and Donasik holding Icaros. Who is this? Wait, let me guess. Is it a beach? You snapped. Oh. It's Calawarner. She retorted, stepping forward. That's what I said, you replied, slightly confused. You're making it really hard not to kill you. Listen, you stay out of our way and we stay out of yours. We're taking the girl with us, Calawarner demanded. What makes you think I'll let you do that? You challenged. You don't have a choice. Middle. Take her and leave. We need to finish our plans by tonight, Calawarner ordered. Got it? Middle replied, a magic circle appearing beneath them. Asia, you shouted, desperation creeping into your voice. It's fine, Issei. We'll see each other again, she assured you as they began to disappear, their laughter echoing in the air. Donasik smirked, looks like she doesn't know she'll die tonight. It's quite comical. Icaros, you said, turning to her. She looked at you, and you both nodded. Her wings spread out, glowing as she unleashed a wave of energy that knocked Donasik back. Calawarner. Donasik shouted, struggling to regain his footing. You broke the spear aimed at you and punched Calawarner in the face. You were about to stomp on her, but she rolled out of the way. I also wanted the Angeloid, but I guess that's a no-go. Donasik. We're leaving. Calawarner yelled, frustration evident in her voice. That hit hard, Donasik groaned as they made a magic circle and vanished just as you swung your fist where they had been. I'm sorry, Issei. I failed to protect Asia, Icaros said, her voice filled with regret. It's fine. I wanted to save Asia, but I guess that won't happen until tonight. Guess we are going with that plan, you replied, determination setting in. Plan? What plan? Icaros asked, confused. I'll fill you in. We need to go to the ORC, you said, leading the way. At the ORC, Rias looked at you with a serious expression. You want us to rescue a girl you literally met yesterday from the rogue fallen so that she doesn't die. Is that what you're asking? Yes, you confirmed. But let's go, everyone. Let's stop their plans, Rias commanded, rallying her team. Thank you. But also, keep the 4 fallen angels alive, you added. But are you going to keep them for torture? I didn't know you had that type of side to you, Aquino teased. Oh, it's for something else. Just trust me, you insisted. You got it, Issei. Kaneko corrected herself, blushing slightly. Hey, you caught yourself. I'm glad, you said, patting her head as you dashed out of the room. Are you blushing, Kaneko? Kiba teased. No, she replied, her face still flushed. We see it, Kaneko. It's fine, Rias assured her. Aquino smirked. Yes, we won't judge. Rias has lewd fantasies of him. I do not. Rias protested, her cheeks turning pink. As fun as this is, let's go help Issei, Kiba suggested. Back at home, you opened the door and headed straight for Blair. Blair, call Azazel. We're ending this tonight. Just got off the call with him. Don't worry. Let's go, she replied confidently. You're the best cat, Blair, you said, grateful. Guess you could say I'm the best Pages. She winked at you. You shook your head, trying to suppress a laugh. Enough with the jokes. Let's go. At Allison's home, Aphrodite was watching TV on the couch when Allison slammed the door open and slouched onto the couch. What's wrong? Aphrodite asked, concerned. Issei, Allison replied, frustration evident in her voice. What happened? Aphrodite pressed. He was on a date with some blonde girl, Allison said, crossing her arms. Really? You sure he was on? You smiled as your opponents charged at you, and you met their advance with equal fervor. Huh? You exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch that sent one of them flying into the others, knocking several down in the process. Icaros, your ally, fired her weapon, rendering some of the attackers immobile. Suddenly, more foes appeared, but you grinned, feeling the crackle of lightning around you. Thunder breathing, close combat edition. First form. You dashed forward, leaving punch marks on their faces as they were sent careening in all directions. Thunderclap and fist. You shouted, while Icaros continued to shoot down more of the incoming enemies. Outside, a group of ORC members approached an abandoned church. I don't think so, one of them said, stopping in their tracks as a light spear landed just before them. They looked up to see Calawarner and Donasek standing defiantly. Hello, devils, Calawarner greeted, her tone dripping with disdain. Hello, fallen, Rias replied coolly. Hello, tramp, Aquino added with a smirk. Calawarner's expression darkened. If I receive one more insult about how I'm dressed, I swear. It's fine, Donasek interjected. Our plans are almost complete. We just need to keep you busy until then. More stray priests appeared, weapons drawn. Rias turned to Kaneko and Kiba. Go help Issei. Are you sure, Rias? Kiba asked, concern etched on his face. Yes, Rias insisted. Aquino chimed in, I've taken on quite a number of men at once, but this might be a new record. I can't wait to hear your screams. She liked her lips, a predatory gleam in her eyes. Kaneko urged, let's go, Kiba. But they're vastly outnumbered. Kiba protested. Then she won't be alone, came a voice from behind them. The student council approached, led by Sona. Sorry we're late, Sona said. What are you doing here? Rias asked, surprised. You forget we both share this property. It took us a while, but we managed to find their base of operations, Sona explained. Aquino smiled. Well, your assistance is greatly appreciated. No problem, Sona replied. Tsubaki, you're with me. Everyone else, head inside. Yes, Sona, Tsubaki agreed, joining her side. Rias added, we can't kill the fallen. Issei has a plan. I bet he does, Sona said. Fine, but that doesn't mean we can't rough them up a bit. Inside, you dodged another attack, kicking a priest away. As they fell, you dashed in front of them, raising your foot. I'm making sure you never touch little boys again. Wait, the stray priest shouted, but it was too late. You stomped down hard. Another priest lunged at you from behind, but they were swiftly stabbed before they could reach you. Thanks, Icaros, you said, glancing back. That wasn't me, she replied. Need some help? Kiba asked, appearing with Kaneko and the rest of the student council. Boy, do I, you exclaimed, but just then, a loud bang echoed through the room. You looked down to see you had been shot in the leg. Come on. Ha, got you again. Freed taunted from a distance. Icaros's eyes shifted to red as she glared at Freed, a mix of anger and something else. Sit. I will handle him. I got him, you assured her. You guys just keep the others off me. You stood back up, determination fueling your movements. Freed laughed, taunting you about the spacious room compared to your dingy apartment. Good night. You declared, promoting yourself to knight as lightning crackled around you. You pulled out an orb that transformed into a katana. Rook. You promoted yourself to rook for extra strength, slashing at Freed and sending him crashing into the wall with a resounding crack. Gah. Freed coughed up BLD and fell unconscious. I can't believe you got one tapped, Middlet said, flying down to you. That's one of the fallen, Saji exclaimed. We need to find the last one, Momo added. Middlet scowled. Oh, that beach Rainer. She's overseeing Asia's execution. Suddenly, a beam of light shot past Middlet as Icaros extended her hand. Issei, I will handle her. You go downstairs. I sense more life signatures down there. You got it, you replied. I owe you a reward when this is over. Be sure not to kill her. You know the plan. Affirmative, Icaros confirmed. Middle sneered. You think you can beat me, you hunk of junk. Time to send you to the scrapyard. Icaros smirked. He just said you needed to be alive. Not what state you had to be in. Just alive. Middle's eyes widened in confusion as Icaros appeared before her, fist ped back. Downstairs, you kicked open the door to find a group of stray priests surrounding Asia, who was strapped to a sacred gear extraction machine. Asia, you shouted. Issei, she replied weakly, her smile barely visible as you leaped onto the heads of the priests, trying to reach her. Suddenly, you were launched into a wall. What the? You looked up to see Rainier floating above you. Looks like this fight was bound to happen, Rainier, you said, steeling yourself. Rainier remained silent, her expression unreadable. Drake, something is wrong with her, you thought, sensing the change in her demeanor. Yeah, I can tell, you replied. Her vibe is completely different now. But what's important is saving Asia. You attempted to maneuver around Rainier, but she launched you away again. God damn it, you cursed, summoning the boosted gear. This thing is still in twice critical form. You almost broke through that wall during your fight with Icaros this morning, Drake reminded you. Well, let's break through it now, you declared, activating the boost. Upstairs, Middle struggled to get up as Icaros towered over her, her eyes glowing red. What are you? Middle gasped. Icaros delivered a swift kick, sending Middle crashing into the wall. I think she broke a rib. Middle cried. 23 more to break, Icaros replied, walking toward her as the others looked on in fear. So this is the strength of an Angeloid, Kiba remarked, awe evident in his voice. It's overwhelming, Saji added, glancing nervously at the scene. Kaneko punched another priest away, her expression fierce. Outside, Calawarner slammed against a tree. Oh. Aquino grinned sadistically. Yes, scream more for me. Sona observed, looks like she's having fun. Yeah, a little too much. Tsubaki agreed. Focus on her, Tsubaki. Sona and I have Fedora over here, Rias said, gesturing to Donasik. 2 girls. This will be easy, Donasik sneered, conjuring a dozen light spears. Rias and Sona exchanged glances. Let's try it, Rias said. We could use some more practice with it, Sona added. Standing back to back, they extended their hands. Destructive tsunami, they shouted in unison, unleashing a torrent of destruction and water magic that obliterated the light spears and knocked Donasik to the ground. Diamen. If I hadn't moved, I would have died. He exclaimed. That's quite enough. I'll handle it from here, a new voice interrupted, causing everyone to turn in surprise. Calawarner and Donasik looked frightened. Oh. Why are you here now? Donasik demanded. Downstairs, you dispatched the last stray priest and turned to Asia. Asia, you called, rushing to her side. I feel something poking me, she said, her voice shaky. Your eyes widened in alarm. Just hang on, you urged, but Rainier grabbed your arm and hurled you into a wall. God damn it. Get out of my way. You shouted, feeling the boosted gear begin to glow faintly in response to your anger. You charged at Rainier, delivering a punch to her face. As you made contact, you noticed something unsettling in her eyes. They were empty. What the? You muttered, stepping back to assess the situation. Drake, what's wrong? You asked, your heart racing. It's Rainier. Her eyes are empty. Like she's in a trance or something, you replied. Maybe they used mind control magic on her, Drake suggested. Well then, I'll just break her free, you resolved, charging at her once more. You both exchanged punches, but Rainier summoned light spears, forcing you to dodge. As you ducked, you noticed her leg twitch. A left kick, you thought, narrowly avoiding the blow. How did I know that? Was that observation hockey? The light spears rained down, but you deftly dodged and deflected them. Asia, you shouted, seeing her in danger. Rainier's eyes flickered with a hint of recognition before going blank again. You're still in there, you urged, punching her again and kicking her away. You reached for Asia, but Rainier quickly rebounded, using her light magic to launch you away. Gore, you growled, activating the boost again. Boost. 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 You dashed at her, unleashing blasts of dark magic, but she dodged with surprising agility. Say, Rainier murmured, her voice barely audible. Rainier, you shouted, determination surging within you. Don't worry. I'll save you both. You charged at her once more, grabbing her by the leg and slamming her down. Wake up, Rainier, you demanded. Issei, she whispered, her eyes flickering with light as her arm twitched. You stepped back, dodging a right hook before kicking her away. Asia, you cried, rushing toward her as you noticed her chest glowing light green. Suddenly, light chains erupted from Rainier's hand, ensnaring you and preventing your advance. "No," you shouted, but Asia screamed your name, her voice filled with desperation. "Blessing," she cried out, and in that moment, her sacred gear emerged from her chest in the form of a green orb. The chains vanished, and she began to fall. You rushed forward, catching her just in time. "Asia," you exclaimed, holding her close. "Come on. Wake up. Please." "Issei," she murmured, her hand stroking your cheek before falling limp. Your heart sank as tears streamed down your face. "I caused this," you whispered, grief overwhelming you. "If only I had killed them or called Azazel earlier, then this wouldn't have happened." "Drake," you said, your voice breaking. "She didn't deserve this. She did nothing wrong. She just wanted to help, and the world wanted her to suffer for it." You hugged her body tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Rainier said, her voice barely a whisper. You ignored her, lifting Asia's body and holding the orb in your hand. It felt warm and inviting as you walked upstairs, standing before the statue of God. Gently, you laid Asia down and placed the orb on her chest, clasping your hands together. "Look," you began, your voice trembling. "I was never one for prayer. I used to pray for selfish things like money and games, but as I got older, I wished for the wellness and health of those close to me." Images flooded your mind, holding someone's body as a syringe fell from their hand, an old woman stroking your head on her deathbed until she stopped moving. And when nothing happened, I thought you didn't exist. That no one heard me. That my prayers were ignored or never reached because there was nothing there to grab. You took a deep breath, steadying yourself. "But I know the truth in this world. I know God is dead. So I beg and plead to you angels to hear this prayer. Please, help Asia. She didn't deserve to die because of this selfish world. Please, just do anything. Please." Tears streamed down your face as your voice broke, the sight shocking everyone upstairs. Rainier approached, reaching for twilight healing, but you grabbed her arm and threw her toward the back of the room. "I made my prayer. I hope this reaches heaven. I hope you hear it, Michael, Gabriel, Rias. Take your time to answer. I'm going to be preoccupied for a bit." You turned around, tears still flowing down your cheeks, and saw Rainier getting back up, summoning a light spear. "I may have failed to save Asia, but I won't fail to save you, Rainier," you vowed. "Help," she murmured, her voice filled with desperation. The boosted gear glowed brightly, transforming in response to your determination. "I'll save you," you declared, dashing at her and delivering a powerful uppercut. Outside, Rias and the others looked up in shock as you and Rainier burst through the roof of the church, engaged in a fierce battle. "What the?" Rias exclaimed. "Is that Issei?" Sona asked, disbelief written across her face. "Is he fighting Rainier?" Aquino added, eyes wide. Calawarner scoffed. "Huh, that traitor. We put her under an extreme mind control spell. She followed our orders to the letter. You would need to kill her to break her free." "Let's go help him," Rias urged. "No," Icaros said, stepping in front of them and tossing a badly beaten Middlet between the groups. Pained, Middlet groaned, "I taste my liver." "This is poor timing," she muttered, her eyes widening in fear as she looked up at the scene. "Do you want Issei to fight on his own to show his strength?" Rias asked. He needs this. He needs to fight her alone," Icaros insisted. "But she's mind-controlled. She'll power through pain to try and kill him." Sona argued. "Please, just let him fight her himself," Kiba pleaded. "All we need to do is watch him and support him." You stared at Rainier in awe as you gently undid her restraints, holding her body close. Wait, that's Eve. The Eve from the Bible? Asia asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yeah, you confirmed. Oh my God. This is incredible. How is she alive? Asia exclaimed, glancing around nervously. When Eve mentioned God, all the devils flinched, and Asia looked confused. Did I say something wrong? I guess it's because you're also half angel. When you mention the G word, it makes the devils flinch in pain, you explained. So let's try to avoid using that word or any holy words around them. Also, you might want to put your wings away. Asia looked back, realizing her wings were out. She quickly tucked them away, her hair glowing as black streaks with white tips appeared. I guess that's your hair now, huh? You remarked. Eve replied, stirring in your arms as she opened her eyes and looked at you. Hello, you greeted softly. Hello, she rasped, her voice hoarse. Everyone was startled by how raspy her voice sounded, even she was. She attempted to rise but struggled, and you quickly moved to help her. Oh, easy. You've been asleep for a long time, so you haven't moved in a while. Let me help you, you said gently. She looked at you and smiled. Thank you, she rasped, coughing lightly. You steadied her as she stood. Let's head back to my place. My parents are aware, so we can discuss things there. Everyone exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. At home, everyone gathered on the couch, Mickey and Gore looking at you with a mix of curiosity and concern. Explain, Mickey said, her tone serious. So, you know the devils, you began, gesturing to the ORC and student council. Hi kids. How are you liking the food? Goro asked, a smile breaking through his serious demeanor. It's amazing, the ORC and SC chorused. I know, right? My skills pale in comparison, you replied, grinning. Mickey feigned annoyance. Doh. I'm happy to feed a large crowd. Kind of. She opened the fridge, revealing it was nearly empty. And what about the KNKY group here? Goro asked, pointing at the fallen angels. Can we stop with these insults? And why am I the only one standing? Calawarner snapped. Are you wearing panties, you asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, she admitted, her cheeks flushing. Yeah, stay standing, you said with a smirk. Anyways, they are the fallen angels. And that guy is Azazel, he's the leader of their faction. Hello. Nice to meet you too, Azazel said, nodding politely. And I must say, Mickey, your cooking is divine. I would love to see what else you're good at. Goro was about to speak, but Mickey interrupted him. Why don't I tell you over there? Azazel raised his eyebrows at the readers, intrigued. Sure thing. They turned toward the hallway, and after a minute of faint sensor beeping, they returned with Mickey smiling and Azazel looking slightly flustered. What did she say? Rainier asked, her curiosity piqued. Oh, I just told him some things I like to do and try out, Mickey replied, a mischievous glint in her eye. I have been alive for over 500 years, and I have never heard something so sinful in my life, Azazel remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Goro chuckled. Yeah, that sounds like her. And what happened to Asia? She became a Nephilim, you explained. Like an angel-demon hybrid. Mickey asked, her eyes wide. Yep, you confirmed. I always thought it was Nephilim, Goro said, scratching his head. No, that's an angel-human hybrid, you clarified. Right? Mickey nodded. And lastly, who is that appealing woman drinking our water and eating most of the food? Everyone turned to Eve, who had a large stack of empty plates beside her. She looked up and swallowed, then burped. Excuse me. That's Eve. Like Adam and Eve, you said, grinning. Oh, Goro realized, his eyes widening. The famously known First Lady. We have the mother of humanity in our house. Mickey exclaimed, looking both amazed and slightly overwhelmed. Eve smiled warmly. And it is a really wonderful home you both have. But I think these clothes are a bit too tight and uncomfortable, she said, glancing down at her attire, which clung to her curves. Well, we can't have you walking around in leaf underwear now, can we? You joked. And she looks young too. She could pass as a student at your school, Azazel noted, glancing at Sona. Sona sighed. Satan damn it. I had none on my bingo card of what Issei would bring to school, but not mother of humanity. I'll need to make a fake ID and everything. I was thinking of an exchange student from America named Evelyn Smith, you suggested. Did you come up with that yourself? Sona asked, raising an eyebrow. I had it cooked up as soon as we began walking to my house, you replied with a grin. Eve raised her hand. I have a question. Sure. Shoot, you said. Shoot what? She asked, tilting her head in confusion. Oh God, you muttered, realizing the implications. What's wrong, Issei? Eve asked, concern in her eyes. I'm fine. Just stopping my heart from exploding, you said, waving your hand dismissively. Why's your heart gonna explode? She pressed. I'm fine. My heart's not gonna explode. I'll explain it to you later. You took a deep breath, returning to the can I sleep with you? She asked, her worried expression evident. You nodded and lifted the blanket, inviting her in. A smile spread across her face as she cuddled up next to you. Good night, you said softly. Good night, she replied. Moments later, you felt a presence beside you and opened your eyes to find Icaros staring at you. Get in, you urged, lifting the blanket once more. She slipped in beside you, cuddling close and forcing Blair to shift up onto your chest. Your heartbeat is soothing, Blair murmured. Good, you replied. Now, good night. With that, you closed your eyes, allowing yourself to drift off into a peaceful slumber. You struggled to get up and turn off the alarm, squinting at the time displayed on the clock. 2:30, whatever, you muttered, managing to swap your body out with a pillow. You reached over to pet Blair, hoping to wake her, and stroked Icaros' head gently. It's time, you announced. After completing your workout, you got ready to run. As you stepped outside, Asia called out, Please? What are you doing? Eve asked, curiosity evident in her voice. I'm just going for a run. I'll be back in a few minutes, you replied. Can I come with you? I want to move my body some more, Eve said eagerly. And I want to be by your side, Asia added. You sighed, realizing you wouldn't be able to convince them otherwise. I'm not gonna convince you otherwise, huh? Nope, they both chimed in. With a resigned chuckle, you led the way outside, where Eve was already smiling brightly. This feels so amazing. I can truly feel my body like this, she exclaimed. Keep it down, people are trying to sleep, you warned her. Sorry, Eve replied, her enthusiasm undeterred. Blair, who had been observing Eve, asked, Do you feel anything different at all? Eve looked puzzled. No, Blair walked over and jumped onto your shoulder, whispering, She might be really powerful. Why, you whispered back, intrigued. I have a gravity circle under her set to 10 times, and she doesn't feel a thing. I would increase it, but you have a time of 4. 5, and I don't want to risk adding more weight to you accidentally. Then, you exclaimed softly, glancing at Eve, who was happily running ahead. Why is it that all the girls I meet are stronger than me? You're stronger than Asia, Blair pointed out. Yeah, but you, Icaros, and now Eve, you replied, feeling a bit defeated. Guess that doesn't even the score, Blair said with a smirk. As you all reached a street lamp, you were about to go around it when a voice called out from behind. Look who it is, boys. You, Blair, and Drake exchanged worried glances. Oh no, you muttered. Turning to face the source of the voice, you saw the same thugs again, but they looked more muscular this time. Nice girls you've got there with you. How about you share them with us? Be neighborly, you know. One thug sneered. What does he mean? Eve asked, confusion etched on her face. We have an innocent one, another thug chimed in. I can't wait to take that away from her, along with her virginity. But I'm not a virgin, Eve retorted. So a dumb slut then? Not bad either. And that other blonde is kinda cute, a third thug added, eyeing Asia. Asia backed up, hiding behind you, while Eve looked to you for guidance. Should I feel insulted? Yes, you replied firmly. Okay, she said, taking a deep breath. Ahem. Gasps, why are you girls even with a man like him? Come hang with us. We'll treat you to a good time since the night is still young. I kinda like the pink hair. I can't wait to have her scream my name, one thug said, leering at Icaros. She remained silent, clearly uncomfortable, prompting you to step forward. Leave us alone. I thought I told you that before. You did, but at the end of the day, you're still a kid, and we shouldn't be afraid of you, the first thug replied dismissively. Well, you're not laying a finger on these girls. Either you stop, or you'll regret your life choices that led to this moment, you warned. With a snap of his fingers, a huge, burly man stepped out from the back of the group, standing in front of you. You really want to mess with me, he challenged. Yeah, you replied, determination in your voice. Then I'll give you one shot, he said, cracking his knuckles. You smirked, backing up before putting your fists up and charging at him. With a resounding thud, the big thug fell back, groaning before passing out. The other thugs stared at you in shock as you cracked your knuckles. Anyone else, you asked, looking around. To your surprise, they all fled, dragging their fallen comrade away. Let's go home, you said, turning to the girls. Okay, they replied in unison. Once home, you climbed back into bed, only to find all the girls staring at you. Come on, you sighed, lifting the blanket. They eagerly climbed in, cuddling against you as you drifted off to sleep. You groaned as the alarm went off again, trying to leave the bed, but the girls held on to you tightly. Come on, girls. We gotta get up. Or I do at least, you pleaded. No, Eve insisted. 5 more minutes, Asia murmured sleepily. Stay some more, Icaros added softly. Oh. The 5 more minutes thing will turn into an hour. You girls can just sleep while I get up, you reasoned. But you're so comfy, Blair protested. Realizing you weren't going to win this argument, you sighed and settled back down. Drake's voice echoed in your mind. Looks like you're quite the ladies' man. You thought to yourself, I guess so. Still don't think you have a shot? Drake pressed. Yep, you thought in response. Don't say that. What have we talked about? He reminded you. You reflected, I am a neat guy. Yes. Don't do the daily affirmation here. Wait till the bathroom, Drake advised. Alright, you thought, but again, how I feel is just due to some past stuff I had when it came to girls. Sorry. Don't apologize. I understand that pain. No matter how small, it can affect a person. It has with me. You think I didn't deal with dragons who used me. It made me really untrusting for a while because other dragons wanted the attention I got. But you'll meet people who will help change that and help you move on from it, Drake reassured you. Thanks, Drake, you thought gratefully. No problem, partner, he replied. An hour later, you finally got up and stretched, glancing at the girls sleeping peacefully around you. So cute, you murmured. Sneaking out of bed, you tiptoed into the bathroom to do your usual routine. When you walked downstairs, you found your mom making breakfast, her face radiating happiness, while Goru stood at the table, eating his plate. Morning. You seem extra happy today. Morning, Faludit. Why are you eating standing up? You asked. Oh, just feeling really happy today is all, Mickey replied, a hint of something unspoken in her tone. And last night, she added under her breath. Goru shrugged. I just have a doctor's appointment to go to today, that's all. Just about to leave. But I hope it isn't a PRSTT exam. I remember hearing about this student who had one, you said, recalling a story. Mickey raised an eyebrow. How did that go? Oh my god, Goru exclaimed, his face turning pale. Yeah, he moved to a different town altogether. And that's why one of the seats in my classroom is empty, you explained. Well, I gotta go, Goru said, finishing his breakfast quickly. Mickey stopped him before he could leave. You forgot to give me a goodbye kiss? Right, how silly of me, he said, leaning in to give her a sweet kiss that lingered longer than necessary. He gasped for air when they finally pulled apart, and Mickey grabbed him by the shoulders, leaning into his ear to whisper, once we learn the results, you and I are going to... Goru shuddered slightly as he nodded before leaving, his small limp evident as he walked away. Mickey turned to Issei and asked, would you please wake up the girls for breakfast? Sure, Mom, Issei replied, feeling a slight shiver down his spine as he headed back upstairs. He entered his room and gently shook the girls awake. Are the 5 minutes up? Blair mumbled, still half asleep. It's been an hour, Issei informed her. Oh, I guess you were right, Asia said, rubbing her eyes. I know. Now, can you girls get up? Mom made breakfast. The girls nodded and got out of bed, though Issei noticed that Eve was still wearing her leaf underwear. Yeah, you need clothes, he said, leading the way downstairs. They settled at the table just as Mickey placed plates in front of them. Eat up, Mickey encouraged. You girls have a big day of shopping ahead. Issei, do you have enough money? Yeah, I've been saving up from my allowances, he assured her. Good. I'm glad you're saving up. Back then, you would just spend it on the latest Playboy magazines. Eve and Asia exchanged confused glances. What's Playboy? They asked in unison. Don't worry about it. Let's just eat, get dressed, and go shopping, Issei said, blushing as he hurried to finish his food. The girls looked puzzled, but Mickey and Blair giggled at his reaction. Later, as they walked around Kuo, Eve looked around in amazement, her eyes wide with wonder. Oh, look at all the people. Look at those. Lights. Yes, lights? That's correct, Issei confirmed. But look at all those lights. And those moving shapes on circles. But this is what happened to humanity over time. Eve exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Yeah. For better or worse, Issei replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. For better or worse? Eve echoed, tilting her head in confusion. It's nothing. Let's show you around Kuo, and then we'll go to the mall. Eve nodded and took Issei's hand, not wanting to get lost. Asia grabbed his other hand, saying, I don't want to get lost like I did before. Okay. Issei sighed, feeling the warmth of their hands. Icaros wrapped her arms gently around his neck, prompting him to ask, Icaros? Let's go, she said simply. Okay, he replied, and they began walking around Kuo, with Eve asking a flurry of questions. Meanwhile, Allison was walking around Kuo with Ophelia and Chisato. Thanks for coming shopping with me, Allison said. It's no problem, Allison. We needed new clothes anyway, Chisato replied. Yeah, and I need to buy better bras, Ophelia added. Normally, I have men hold them, but since I left, I've had to use bras, and the ones I have are itchy and uncomfortable. Okay, but are the GG glasses really necessary? Allison asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. I am a very appealing woman after all. If I take these off, all the men and women will chase after me. I'm trying not to stand out so much, Ophelia insisted. Oh my God. Fine. Let's just go, Allison said, shaking her head. The three of them weaved through the crowd, unknowingly passing by Issei's group as they entered an underwear store. What's this? Eve asked, looking around. It's an underwear store. It's where we buy our underwear, or in this case, where you girls get your bras and panties, Issei explained. Oh, Eve exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Good. Now, first rule, if you have a question for me, just call my name and I will come to you. Don't say your question out loud. Second, if a lady with a name tag approaches you and asks if you need help, they work here and are simply doing their job. No need to feel uneasy or nervous. But if you do, just call for me. The girls nodded, and Issei smiled. Let's go. As they entered the store, a lady greeted them. Hello. How can I help you today? Just helping these girls buy new underwear. Do you have any recommendations? Issei asked. Well, we would need to measure them. Is that all right with you ladies? The lady inquired. That's fine, Asia said. Affirmative, Icaros added. Eve looked confused. She's going to help you find the right size underwear, Issei explained. Oh, Eve said, understanding now. The girls followed the lady, who held out her finger to Issei, and he nodded. After a few minutes, Issei began to worry. They've been taking a long time in there. I'm sure it's fine. When they finally walked out, he smiled. So, how was it? It was fine. Eve was harder than us, Asia said. She took a really long time measuring me, Eve admitted. Interesting. Maybe we should go to a different store next time, Issei suggested. But we wrote down our sizes, Eve said, holding up the papers. But who wants to go first? Issei asked. Can I? Eve asked eagerly. I think that would be best, Asia agreed. Yes. I will find my own, Icaros stated. Hey Icaros. Let me know if you need anything. Asia, can you help me? Issei asked. Of course, Asia replied. Icaros walked into a different aisle while Issei and Asia searched for underwear for Eve. What about this one? It's similar to her eyes, Asia suggested, holding up a dark piece. It's too dark. It won't go well if we're matching it to her eyes. Let's get this green one since she wore leaf underwear, and it matches the color of the leaves, Issei said. But here's one that's brighter, Asia pointed out. Yep. That one goes well with her eyes. Add that, Issei instructed. Eve suddenly appeared, holding a BR with a flower pattern. What about this one? Not a bad choice. Some colorful or well-decorated underwear works as well. What made you pick that? Issei asked. The flowers, Eve said with a big smile, then she grabbed a pair of panties with a cute dog design. This one has a cute doggy. It is cute, Asia agreed. Well, we would need to have you try these on to see if you find them comfortable. It can look nice but could feel uncomfortable, Issei explained. But let's go. Eve exclaimed, starting to take off her shirt. Oh. Just go to those changing rooms, Issei said quickly. Asia, can you help her? But come with me, Eve, Asia said, guiding her to the changing room. Icaros approached Issei. Say, hi Icaros. What's up? I need your opinion on the underwear I picked, she said. But there's a room right next to Eve's, Issei replied. Icaros nodded and entered the changing room as he waited. But they all feel great and fit perfectly. Eve called out from the changing room. Okay. Issei responded. What about this, Issei? Icaros asked, stepping out in a pink underwear set. Matches your hair and looks good. Does it feel alright? Issei asked. Yes. All the underwear I've tried on feel no itchiness or discomfort, Icaros assured him. But I'll give you my honest opinion, Issei said. Icaros nodded and retreated back into the changing room. Inside, she put her hand to her chest, looking at some of the underwear she had bought. My internal temperature is increasing rapidly. Why? She thought, shaking her head and taking a breath as steam escaped her lips. She put on another set of underwear. How's this? A plain white one. That's cool too. It still shows off the appeal without being too flashy. It looks nice on you, Issei said. Icaros nodded, and after several sets, she came out in a lingerie set that made Issei blush madly. What do you think? She asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. Issei looked away, peeking through his fingers. Well, it does look secretary. It accentuates your curves and black just looks good in general. Thank you, Icaros said, blushing even more as she retreated into the changing room. Asia and Eve approached Issei, and Eve cupped his face, concern in her eyes. Are you alright? Yeah. What? Issei replied, still blushing. Your nose is bleeding, Eve pointed out. Issei's eyes widened as he touched just below his nostrils and saw BLD on his fingers. He mentally cursed himself and pulled out a tissue box to wipe his nose. I'm fine now. Thanks for worrying. It's my job after all, Eve said softly. Icaros walked out, and Issei turned to Asia. Let's get you some underwear. Okay, Asia agreed. They moved to a different aisle, and Issei noticed Asia looking down at her chest before glancing at the other girls. Asia, I found one that, are you okay? He asked. Yeah, I'm fine, she replied, though her voice was a little shaky. You sure? Issei pressed. Yes. Thank you for asking, but I'm fine, Asia insisted. But you can tell me if anything's bothering you, Issei said gently. I will. Thank you, Issei, Asia promised. He smiled and patted her head as they finished picking out underwear for her. Is that all? He asked. Yes. Thank you, Asia said, and they went to pay for their items. Thank you. Have a good day, the cashier said as they left. Thank you. You too, Eve replied cheerfully. After they exited, the cashier went on her break, heading to the back. They were nice. I do hope my goodness, she exclaimed, spotting underwear lady one on the floor, smiling with a wet spot nearby. They were all so hot. Underwear lady one said, dazed. At the mall, Issei and the girls entered a regular clothing store to help them pick out clothes. Eve chose items with animals and cute designs. Asia found some similar ones but also picked out plain ones, while Icaros mainly opted for simple styles. Is that everything? Issei asked. Yep, Neve confirmed. Yes, Icaros added. Yep. Asia chimed in. But let's purchase these, Issei said, heading to the register. After paying, he checked how much money he had left. God, they've eaten my wallet dry. Issei, Neve said, tugging at his sleeve. He replied, turning to her. She looked up at him with puppy dog eyes. I'm hungry. But let's go to the food court, he suggested. Food court? Eve asked, her eyes lighting up. It's where you go to buy food, Issei explained. Oh, Eve exclaimed. Yeah, they have tons of options for food, he added. Ooh. Eve began pulling on his arm, jumping up and down in excitement. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Chuckles, okay? Calm down. We're going, Issei said, leading the way to the food court. Eve looked around in awe. So, food, she said, her eyes wide. But now listen. I have enough for all of us, but only if we buy from one place. By that, I mean we can go to different options but can only buy from one. No buying from one and going to a different one. Yes, Asia replied. Affirmative, Icaros added. Okay. Eve said, nodding enthusiastically. Good. So, let me know. I'm going to that WC Donald's. The four of them split up, and after paying for their food, Issei noticed Eve waving at him, looking confused. What's wrong, he asked. I don't know how to order, Eve admitted. Just look at the name on the sign and tell them, Issei instructed, deadpan. I did, but they just kept saying number 4, number 6, no fries. It was all too confusing as I tried to correct them, Eve explained, her brow furrowed in frustration. But I got it. Hey man, cancel the order so she can start over, Issei called to the cashier. Sure. What'll it be? The cashier asked. I want that burger, Neve said. She'll take just the burger from the number 4, Issei clarified. But anything else? The cashier asked. And those nuggets, Neve added. What kind? They come in a pack of 6, 8, 10, and 20, and come in spicy and regular, Issei reminded her. Regular, 10-pack, Eve decided. Okay, 10-piece regular nuggets. Anything else? The cashier asked. The French fries. Medium. Eve replied hesitantly. Okay, medium fries. Do you want a drink? The cashier asked. Coca-Cola, please. Medium, Eve said. Of course. This is the total. Issei sighed and paid, receiving a receipt. Okay, so your order is hold this receipt and wait until they call out the number to take your food, okay? Eve said, taking the receipt. Issei spotted Asia waving at him and walked over. I already ordered. I just need you to pay, please, Asia said. Sure thing, Issei replied, paying for her food before she took the receipt. I'll find us a seat, he said. Okay. Asia called back. As he searched for a table, he spotted Icaros, who called out to him. Say, she said. Yeah, he replied. I just need you to help pay for my food. I ordered light, she explained. He paid and glanced at her receipt, noting that she had indeed ordered light. Just some fries and a medium water. Thank you so much, Icaros. You're welcome. Besides, there was something else I wanted to buy, but not here, she said. But let's go eat. They headed to the table and waved down Eve and Asia. At a separate table, Allison, Ophelia, and Chisato were eating together. And that's the full reason I'm hiding from him, Ophelia said. Oh my. I didn't know it was that bad, Chisato replied. I understand. If you ever need help with Ares, let me know. I'll turn him into Swiss cheese, Allison offered. Thanks, girls. It was such a good relationship, but then it just became all about section. I missed our long talks, romantic touches, and holding each other in our arms without me biting the pillow, Ophelia lamented. The SEC was good, but that was it. Chisato asked. Yes. Just that the SEC was good. But it later got worse, Ophelia explained. How? Allison pressed. After he finished, he would just pull out, leaving me on the edge. Almost. Night. She said, kicking the table leg, causing it to bend slightly. The other two sweat dropped. And the other nights, I was nowhere near the edge. The relationship just lost its spark over time. It was bound to fail, Ophelia concluded. I'm truly sorry. but I'm sure you'll find the right guy. Hell, he could be here in the mall, Chisato reassured her. Yeah, and for all we know, anyway, Allison exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Issei, who was sitting with Asia, Eve and Icaros, laughing as they ate. What? Ophelia asked, looking over. Oh my god. No way. She started laughing, while Chisato stifled her giggles as Allison glared intensely. Okay, Allison, calm down first. Take some deep breaths. You already went over there, Chisato said, watching her march toward Issei. Come on. Let's go, Chisato urged, and Ophelia nodded, still a giggling mess. As Issei ate and laughed, he suddenly choked, taking a swig of his Sprite. That's the 5th time in the past minute, he said sheepishly. I'm sorry, Asia said, trying to suppress her laughter. Hi, Issei, a voice called out, sending a chill down his spine. He turned slowly to see Allison, wearing a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, her forehead twitching with a vein pulsing. Hello. Are you friends with Issei? Eve asked cheerfully. Yep. Eve, Asia, meet Allison. She goes to my school, Issei introduced. Oh well, nice to meet you. I'm Eve. Eve said, extending her hand. Allison shook it, then turned to Asia. I'm Asia Argento. Nice to meet you. Asia said, smiling. Allison. So, how do you know Issei? She asked, her tone casual, but her eyes sharp. Oh, Eve is a homestay for the cultural exchange program at my house. She's from America and will be joining tomorrow, Issei explained. And Asia? Allison inquired, raising an eyebrow. She's a new student, and my family fostered her, Issei replied. Really? Allison asked, her interest piqued. Yep. Issei confirmed. That's true. He's my foster brother. His parents took me in. Asia added, smiling brightly. Well, that's just wonderful, Ophelia said, joining them. Hello, I'm Ophelia Hart. I'm the guidance counselor at the school. If you have any problems, come to me, she introduced herself. I'm Chisato Hasegawa. I'm the nurse. If you feel unwell, or just want to visit, come to the nurse's office, Chisato added. Nice to meet you, Eve said, her smile genuine. This is Evelyn Smith. But just call her Eve, Issei said. Okay. Ophelia replied cheerfully. Well, we need to get going. Can't wait to see you both at school tomorrow. Chisato said as they prepared to leave. They dragged Allison away, who struggled to break free from their grip, but they were too strong for her. They seem nice, Eve remarked. I know, right? Issei replied, glancing at Asia. Allison seemed mad, Asia noted. Yeah, she's almost always like that, Issei said. Really? Eve asked, tilting her head. Yeah, but I'm sure you two will warm up to her, Issei reassured them. Really? Asia asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. Yep, Issei confirmed. Meanwhile, Icaros looked in the direction Allison had been dragged, her eyes flashing red for a moment before returning to green. She subconsciously clenched her fist, wondering, what is going on with me? Later, as they walked down the street with bags in hand, Icaros tugged at Issei's sleeve. He asked, looking down at her. There, she pointed to the farmer's market, and Issei smiled. Is there something you wanted to buy here? He asked. Yes, Icaros replied, her eyes shining with determination. Well, I have enough money, but only if we buy one thing and one thing only, okay, he said. Okay, the girls chorused. They wandered around, looking at the items for sale. Nothing particularly interested Issei until he approached Icaros. You want the watermelon, he asked. Yes, she confirmed eagerly. But do you have any watermelon seeds? He asked the salesman. Yep. Free of charge if you buy that watermelon, the salesman replied. Issei paid for the watermelon and handed it to Icaros along with the seeds. You happy now, he asked. Yes. Thank you, Icaros said, her face lighting up with joy. He patted her head, smiling. It's no problem. But I will want to try some of those watermelons you grow in the future, he said. Yes, Icaros agreed, her cheeks slightly pink. As they walked away, she let out a breath of steam, thinking, is this love? I need to ask Blair. Eve's anguish was palpable as she clung to you, her body shaking with silent sobs. I want him by my side, but I know that's impossible. And it hurts knowing that. You gently stroked her back, offering what comfort you could. Can I tell you something? You asked softly. What is it? She replied, looking up at you with tear-filled eyes. When I approached you, I heard a voice in my head. It was Adam's. Really? What did he say? Eve's curiosity momentarily distracted her from her sorrow. He wanted me to protect you and make sure that you're happy. I could feel his emotions, and it made me cry because I knew he wanted to be there with you, but he couldn't. We both know that he's gone. As you spoke, Eve's gaze fell, tears brimming in her eyes. But he's alive, you continued, pointing to her chest. As long as you remember him, he will never truly die. I know. She sniffled, wiping her eyes. I know. Do you think he'd want you to be this sad? You asked gently. No, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. What do you think he'd do to cheer you up? He would feed me and try to make me smile. He'd make funny faces, tell me jokes, and so on. Well, how about this? You handed her the apple she had bitten into, and she hesitated for a moment. Are you sure? She asked, looking at it uncertainly. I washed it. Don't worry. She nodded and took another bite, her expression softening. I know I can't be Adam, you said, and I know you miss him. I can't bring him back, but I will do my best to make sure that you are happy, protected, and loved. Everyone in this house will be here for you. You have Asia, Icaros, Mom, Dad, Blair, Rainier, Middlet, Calawarner, Azazel, the ORC, the SE, and me by your side. I can't speak for them, but if you need me, I will get to you as fast as I can. She replied, her mouth full. Great. So, how does it taste? You asked, watching her swallow. She smiled through her tears. It's sweet. I'm glad. Don't worry. I'm here for you. You wrapped your arms around her, and she hugged you back tightly. Suddenly, a thought struck you. Oh, why are chickens so funny? Why? Eve asked, intrigued. Because. You burst into laughter and left the room, hearing her giggle behind you as she took another bite of the apple. As you walked into your own room, you found Blair wrapped in a towel, a playful smile on her face. Oh my, such a pervert, Mister. You were trying to look at my naked body. I didn't even know you were in here, you replied, trying to maintain your composure. Right, she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Whatever. But I didn't see any steam or fogged-up mirrors in the bathroom. I just saw that it was open. Azazel gave you a bathroom in your room. Are you serious? Yes. She opened a door next to the window, revealing a fully equipped bathroom. Holy shit. This is awesome. You exclaimed. Yep. By the way, can you help me lotion my back? She dropped her towel, facing away from you, and handed you the lotion. You felt your cheeks heat up. Sure. As she lay down on your bed, you couldn't help but notice how her body pressed against the mattress. Come on. She beckoned with a playful wave of her finger. You approached her, applying the lotion to her back. She sighed, and you jumped slightly. Sheet. You okay? I'm fine. It was just cold. Keep going. You tried to ignore the sounds she made as you continued. Done. You can do everything else. I'm gonna shower. You quickly retreated to the bathroom, feeling flustered. It's so fun to tease you. I wonder how far I can go with it, Blair called after you, her laughter echoing in the hallway. After a refreshing shower, you walked downstairs with a red face. Thanks for lotioning my back, Blair, you said, trying to shake off the embarrassment. No problem, MSTR. Your back is very toned and firm. And your shoulders are a little broad. Thanks. But don't get too handsy, you replied, adjusting your breathes. At the dinner table, everyone was gathered, and you noticed Eve appeared to be in a better mood. I made you a plate, Mickey said, smiling. Thank you. You sat down and Rainier leaned over, trying to feed you. Say she coaxed. Mickey and Gur chimed in, while Eve, Icaros, and Asia watched in silence. I can feed myself, Rainier, you protested. I know. But I'm your maid now, so I must service you. You gulped and opened your mouth, taking a bite. There we go. Rainier cheered. Thanks. You felt a blush creeping onto your cheeks as you turned to see Eve, Asia, and Icaros holding bites of food out to you. Help, you pleaded. No can do, Mickey replied, a mischievous grin on her face. Yeah, we have our hands full, Goro added, revealing a camera aimed at the scene. Girls, you don't need to feed me, you insisted. The girls stared at you, their expressions unwavering. Fine. You took a bite from each of them, and Eve and Asia smiled, while Icaros merely nodded, her lips twitching slightly. So can I eat my dinner, please? They nodded but glared at Rainier, who glared back defiantly. Mickey and Goro continued recording, while Middlet and Calawarner simply ate, watching the spectacle unfold. Later that night, you climbed into bed and locked the door behind you. Why lock the door? Blair asked, her voice curious. I just want to sleep by myself for a while, you replied. So, you don't want me in here, she teased. No. You're fine. I just want us all to get used to our rooms since the house was just renovated. And you think the girls are gonna try something? Yeah. Well, let's get to bed. You have training to do. You nodded and lay back as Blair settled on your stomach. Outside your room, 4 doors opened simultaneously. Icaros, Asia, Eve, and Rainier emerged, staring at each other in surprise. What are you doing up? They all asked in unison. No, I asked first. Rainier insisted. Stop copying me. I'm trying to sneak into Issei's bed. Eve exclaimed. I knew it. Okay, let's stop talking in sync. I have a headache, Rainier complained. Agreed, Eve added. You all want to sneak into Issei's bed. What? Icaros asked. I had a nightmare and I don't want to be alone, Asia admitted. What kind of childish excuse is that? Rainier scoffed. I just want to. I'm having trouble sleeping, and I think cuddling him will help, Eve said softly. I must always be by his side, Icaros declared. Rainier rolled her eyes. Well, that's a good reason. However, there is the fact that, she approached the door, only to find it locked. Dret. It's locked. Locked. Eve echoed, trying the knob. It is locked. But why? Sit. Please open up for me. Don't worry about the others, Icaros pleaded. Hey! Asia protested as the 4 continued to bicker until the door finally opened. Their excitement quickly faded when they saw Blair in her human form, rubbing her eyes. Yon, can you 4 keep it down? Me and Issei are trying to sleep. Go sleep in your own rooms. Good night. She closed the door and locked it, leaving the 4 stunned. Fine. I guess we have to sleep in our own rooms for today, Rainier huffed. But Eve and Asia protested. He probably wants us to sleep in our own rooms. The house got renovated today. I will be going to sleep then, Icaros said, turning away. With that, Icaros and Rainier returned to their rooms, while Eve and Asia exchanged glances before heading to their own. The next morning, you opened your eyes to find darkness surrounding you. As you tried to move, you felt someone holding you tightly. Ah, Blair murmured, a smirk playing on her lips as she looked down at you. So energetic in the morning. As you stood in the shower, lost in thought while examining your hands, Draig's voice broke through your reverie. Partner, it's fine. You didn't touch anywhere private. You shook your head, dismissing his reassurance. No, it's not that. What is it then? Draig asked, curiosity piqued. I need to train, you replied, determination creeping into your voice. Not just my usual workouts, but real training. I need to practice my martial arts and weapon skills. Draig nodded in understanding. Oh, that. And you also need to learn more magic. Yeah, it feels like I've been neglecting it, you admitted. Well, Asia did get kidnapped and died, he reminded you. True, you conceded. And you also have to watch over the mother of humanity, he added. Also true, you agreed, feeling the weight of your responsibilities. These recent developments have made finding time to practice very hard, Draig pointed out. Maybe I can find some free time at school, you suggested. That's a good idea. But let's find a new tree. The one you currently use is basically dead now. And it's served us well, you said with a hint of nostalgia. You and Draig exchanged a salute before stepping out of the shower and getting dressed. Blair's voice called from outside the door. You ready? Yeah. I'm gonna check on the girls, you replied, opening the door. You knocked on Icaros' door and she opened it, already dressed in her school outfit. I'm ready for school, she announced. Sweet. Go downstairs and eat. I'll get the rest, you instructed. Before that, can you recharge my core? I'm at 75% since the church, Icaros asked. Sure, you said, extending your hand. Icaros placed her hand against yours. Just channel your mana into your hand. You nodded and focused, channeling your mana. After a moment, her wings stretched out, and she smiled. I'm at max capacity. Sweet. So, do you want to hold my hand a bit more? You teased, noticing that she had interlocked her fingers with yours. She quickly withdrew her hand, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. I'm sorry, she said, flustered. Hey, it's fine. If you want to hold my hand, you can on the way to school. Now go downstairs and eat. I'll get the rest of the girls, you reassured her. Icaros nodded and headed downstairs. You knocked on Rainer's door and she opened it, beaming in her uniform. I'm ready for school. I can't wait. My first day of school with you, she exclaimed, throwing her arms around you. You laughed at her excitement. I'm glad too. Go downstairs and eat. I'll get everyone else. Rainer nodded, practically skipping down the stairs. You smiled and knocked on Middle's door. She opened it, ready to go. I'm ready. I'll be downstairs, she said. Okay, you replied, patting her on the head. She blushed and hurried downstairs. Calla Warner's door opened next, revealing her in casual clothes. I already ate. I'm heading to school since I'm the new teacher. I need to be there early. Alright. I hope your first day is great, you said. Whatever, she replied, walking downstairs. You followed her, knocking on Asia's door. She opened it, looking a bit tired in her uniform. Hey, are you okay, you asked, concerned. I'm fine. Just a little tired. Probably didn't get enough sleep, Asia replied. Well, don't worry. It's probably just first day jitters, you reassured her. Mickey's food is sure to wake you up. She nodded and headed downstairs. You knocked on Eve's door and when it opened, you were startled by her appearance. You okay? You look like you didn't sleep, you said, noticing her disheveled state. Sorry, I had some trouble sleeping, she admitted. Yeah, and you're not even dressed. Come on, let me help you get ready, you offered, taking her hand. She blushed as you led her to the bathroom, helping her wash up. Once she was done, the bags under her eyes had faded, and she quickly put on her uniform, which she had learned from Asia. You ready, you asked. Yeah. Thanks, Issei, she replied, gratitude shining in her eyes. No problem. Let's go downstairs and eat. Maybe that will wake you up. Mom's cooking is like magic, you said, smiling. She chuckled and followed you downstairs, where you joined the others at the table. You glanced at your dad. Go. Dad, you okay, you asked, noticing his weary expression. Yeah, why wouldn't I be, he replied, though he looked a bit drained. You look a little parched, you pointed out. Don't worry. Just focus on getting to school on time with all those girls, he said with a chuckle, but his voice was still raspy. Mickey placed a plate in front of him and kissed his cheek as he began to eat. You shrugged and continued your breakfast. After finishing, you walked to school with Rainer, Middlet, Icaros, Asia, Eve, and Blair. You girls ready for school, you asked. Yep, they chimed in unison. You smiled as Icaros took your hand, causing the other girls to stare in envy. When you reached the entrance, everyone paused, staring at the girls around you. Who are those girls? I recognize Icaros, but what about the others? A female student whispered. I have no idea, but they are all hot as hell, a male student replied, his eyes wide. Guys, what are y'all looking at, Hiedemann? Another male exclaimed, his jaw dropping. Asia and Eve exchanged confused glances, but you told them not to worry about it. As you approached the gate, you greeted Sona and Tsubaki, who handed out schedules. Middlet was the only one not in your class. Oh, looks like I'm not in your class. But we do have gym together. See you later, Middlet said before walking inside. You turned to the others. Okay, Eve, when you introduce yourself, what do you say? That my name is Evelyn Smith. I come from America and am your homestay for the program. Please call me Eve, she recited. Perfect, Just leave out the part about being my homestay, you advised. You and Icaros informed the teacher, who nodded, and you both took your seats. All right, class, we have 3 new students today. Please be sure to be kind to them. You 3 may come in, the teacher announced. Rainier, Asia, and Eve walked in, and the classroom fell silent as everyone's jaws dropped. Hi. My name is Yuma Amano. I transferred from a different school. I hope we can all be friends, Rainier introduced herself cheerfully. Hello, my name is Asia Argento. I'm new. Please take care of me. Asia added, her voice soft. My name is Evelyn Smith. I come from America. Please call me Eve. I hope we all get along, Eve said nervously, bowing slightly. The class erupted in whispers of admiration. They're so pretty, one female student exclaimed. I know, right? Especially Eve, another agreed. I think I'm gay now. Or bi, a third chimed in. Goddamn. Why have the students so far only been hot girls? A male student wondered. Yeah, I know, right? I think this is God giving us a chance, another replied. What kind of place is good to take your boyfriend to, one asked. An arcade. If they like reading, then a bookstore, came the response. Thanks, the first student said. But you all can ask them as many questions as you want, but that's after class. Girls, go pick your seats, the teacher instructed. Icaros turned to Eve. You can move the seats to sit where you want. Really? Eve asked, surprised. Yes, Icaros confirmed. Eve grinned and grabbed the nearest empty desk, lifting it effortlessly before placing it in front of you. The teacher sighed in exasperation. God damn it, he muttered. Rainier chimed in, if that's what we can do, and moved a desk diagonally to yours. Asia attempted to do the same but struggled, so Icaros helped her move her desk next to Asia's. The class watched in awe. Let's save it for after class, the teacher said, shaking his head. He began the lecture, and you all started taking notes. You noticed Eve struggling. Need some help, Eve? You asked. Yeah. This pencil is bad, she replied, showing you her broken pencil. You handed her one of yours, and she began taking notes properly. Once class was over, all eyes turned to you. Sit. Explain why you keep bagging baddies, Motohama demanded. Eve looked confused. What? I'll explain it to you later, Eve, you said, brushing it off. Anyways, Eve is my homestay due to the cultural exchange program. Asia is my foster sister, and Yuma and I are friends. We met a while back after I came back from the hospital, and we became good friends. Her being here is a surprise to me. Is this true? Murayama asked, raising an eyebrow. Eve, Asia, and Rainier nodded. Diamen. I'm so sorry for you, say, Matsuda said. Why, you asked, puzzled. Because you're cursed with being single in exchange for good relationship advice. Now you have all these girls, Kates explained. Yeah, I know, you replied, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment. You then started to fake cry, and your friends patted your back in sympathy. Don't worry, man. I'm sure there's a cure for this, Motohama said. Yeah, then you can still have the good advice and find someone. And as it's looking now, you practically have a HRM, Matsuda added. HRM? Eve asked, tilting her head in confusion. Everyone thought the same thing. She's innocent. Thanks, guys. Maybe I can find someone, you said, trying to sound hopeful. A voice echoed in your mind, a flashback haunting you. There is nothing attractive about you. Your smile faltered slightly, but you quickly masked it. All right, class. Let's begin, the teacher announced, bringing you back to the present. In gym class, you pointed to the left. Over there is the girls' changing room, so you can put on your gym uniforms. Okay, Eve replied. Thank you, Asia added, and they walked into the changing room while you headed to the boys' side. Hey, Issei, a male student called out. Yeah, you responded, struggling to take your shirt off. Why are you hogging all the girls, he teased. What are you talking about, you asked, confused. You've caught the eyes of multiple girls at this school. Rias, Aquino, Sona, Allison, and now the new girls. We understand Icaros and you are a thing, but come on. Don't be another Kiba, another student chimed in. Guys, I'm not trying to be another Kiba. Really, if a girl asks me out, I would more than likely say yes. He doesn't, you defended yourself. I guess. But still, give the rest of us a chance, one of them said. My brothers in Christ, there are more girls at this school than boys. You have so many girls you can talk to, you pointed out. I mean, you are right. It's just that the new students look so good, the first student admitted. And so do many women at this school. Besides, the girl you love could possibly not even go here. You could have walked past them on the sidewalk, you added. He's not wrong, another student agreed. You finally managed to remove your shirt, revealing your toned body, and the guys looked shocked. So, what do you think we're doing for class, you asked. The 3 students had already left. Motohama, Matsuda, what do y'all think? You called out. I think it's the fitness test, Motohama replied. No way. It's dodgeball, Matsuda countered. Well, let's go see, you said, putting on your gym clothes. Sure thing, Matsuda agreed. You looked at Motohama. What? Is there something on my face? No, he replied, confused. Did someone put a kick me sign on my back, he joked. Oh. You're good, you assured him. Have you been working out, you asked. You noticed, he said, surprised. Yeah. I've been so busy with other stuff I guess I never noticed. Sorry, you replied. It's fine, man. We all have our own stuff. But yeah, me and him have been working out. How's your workout been going for you? Matsuda asked. It's fine. I probably need to up it a bit, you admitted. Sometimes you do. Come on, let's go to class, Matsuda urged. Yes. Didn't you say you were? Right the whole time, Motohama said. About what, you asked? Murayama and Keitase, man. They are total pervs. Matsuda exclaimed. I told you. They would have covered that hole a long time ago. Why haven't they? You questioned. Yeah, and who knows how deep their perversity goes. I can't wait, Motohama added, blushing. You laughed as the 3 of you sat on the bleachers. I'm glad you boys found your loves. I'm sure you 4 will be very happy together, you said. Don't we know it? We owe it all to you, man. Matsuda exclaimed. Yeah, and we have a date this Saturday, Motohama added. Nice, you replied, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Suddenly, the girls' locker room doors burst open, and Eve ran out, jumping into your arms. You caught her, surprised by her sudden leap. Oh. Are you okay? What's wrong? You asked, holding her tightly. I feel violated, she exclaimed, nuzzling into your neck. You gently grabbed her shoulders, looking into her eyes with a kind smile, though your aura made Motohama and Matsuda back away, sweating. Who did it, you asked, your voice low. Sorry, Eve. Aika was really stupid for that, Murayama said, appearing with Keitase, who was dragging Aika by her legs. Aika wore a dazed smile. Perfect BRSTS, soft skin. She mumbled. You set Eve down and stood over Aika, who snapped back to reality when she saw you. Why are you looking at me like that? Aika asked, confused. Aika, I know you. So I will give a warning, you said, your voice serious. You stomped next to her head, leaving a foot-shaped dent in the floor, making her shiver and yelp. Leaning in close, you continued, I better not learn about you doing that type of shit to Eve, Yuma, and Asia. Got it? Yes. Aika squeaked, clearly frightened. You smiled brightly, your aura shifting from intimidating to warm and friendly. Thanks. You returned to the bleachers, and Eve climbed back into your lap. Do you want to stay like this a little longer? You asked. She replied, content. You stroked her head gently as she leaned into your touch. Keitase spoke up, so, I think I need to use the bathroom. Me too, Murayama added. Us 4, Motohama chimed in. Me 5, Aika said, quickly leaving with the others. Middle sat down near you. You alright, Eve? Eve remained quiet, still processing what had happened. I think she needs some time, you said, glancing at her. Thank you for dealing with her, Eve finally said, her voice soft. Yeah, sorry about her. Aika's a perv, but she is a cool person. Just gotta look past that. And stop her hands, you explained. Yeah, she just went and did it. The 5 of us had to pry her off, Rainier added. Yeah, she's probably gonna get detention. Momo from the student council is in this class, you said, shaking your head. Middle looked thoughtful. Well, I heard we have a fitness test. Whatever that is. It's a series of tests to check your overall condition, how flexible you are, how strong you are, how many workouts you can do, etc., you explained. Ah, Middle replied, nodding. The doors to the office opened, and Calawarner and Donasek walked out in gym attire. Donasek blew his whistle. All right, maggots, we have a fitness test today. Get in line. Everyone hurried to the gym floor, and Eve held your hand tightly. For starters, we will be having you all do the grip test. This is a two-person job, as one does the grip and the other records it, Calawarner explained. Donasek handed out grip strength testers. We will come around and help record your number, but since we can't get to everyone, you can work with someone else to record it. Motohama and Matsuda paired up, while Murayama and Kates high-fived. Middle and Rainier nodded at each other, and Icaros, Eve, and Asia looked at you expectantly. Icaros. Can you measure Eve's? I got Asia, you suggested. Yes. Are you ready, Eve? Icaros asked. Yeah, Eve replied, determination in her eyes. Icaros gripped the tester and showed it to Eve. 300 pounds. You were surprised but quickly remembered she was an Angeloid. You ready, Asia? You asked. Yes, she replied, gripping the tester tightly. You looked at the results. Okay, 100 pounds. That's not that bad. Suddenly, you heard a loud crack, and you turned to see Eve holding a broken grip tester, her eyes wide with worry. I broke it. I'm sorry, she exclaimed, bowing repeatedly. Calawarner sighed. It's fine. We have tons of those. Let me see if we can find one of the more industrial ones. She went into the storage room, and you turned to Eve. It's fine, Eve. Just try to hold back your strength. But hold back, she repeated, nodding. You took your turn, feeling the well. Cancel those plans. Meet me at the fountain at 2 p.m. And don't be a second late. Got it? Allison commanded, her tone leaving no room for argument. Yeah, sure, you replied, still processing the abruptness of her request. Good, she said, walking out and gently closing the door behind her. The room fell silent as everyone tried to digest what had just happened. That's one way to ask someone out, you chuckled, the reality of the situation hitting you. Oh shit. What? Kiba asked, raising an eyebrow. You grabbed Kiba by his collar and shook him, panic rising within you. I have an actual date. I'm screwed. Rainier chimed in, but we went on a date and it was fun. That was because of the carnival. There isn't another one for 3 weeks. Plus, wasn't that date a whole ruse to kill me? You retorted. Middle smirked. He got you there. Even still, I had fun, Rainier insisted. Drag, your inner voice, added, partner, you did hang out with her at the mall that one time. Yeah, drag, but the keyword there is hang out. This is a date. They are two different things. Blair interjected, not entirely. One just has more romantic tension. Just follow your own advice. Make sure you both have a good time. I mean, yeah, but you started. Stop making excuses. You'll be fine. You'll probably go to the mall again, so you can figure it out from there, Drake encouraged. Right. I guess I might have to say goodbye to my good advice, you sighed. True. That will be such a hard loss. But it will be worth it, Drake replied. Yes, you agreed, feeling a flicker of hope. If you want, I can also give you some advice, Kiba offered. Thanks, Kiba. Nice to know that someone else will have good advice, you said, grateful for the support. Rias then spoke up, right? Well, Aisha, I managed to get you your first client. Say, would you join her? Sure thing, you said, stepping next to Asia in a magic circle, and the two of you disappeared. I miss him, Eve said, glancing around. Me too, Icaros added. It's fine. They'll be back in no time. We'll probably see him at home after they finish, Blair reassured them. Right. Now I'm going to train, Rias declared. Let me join too, Kiba said eagerly. Me too, Aquino chimed in. Can we join too? Rainier asked. Blair raised an eyebrow. Has Issei's training inspired you all? No. I just want to be a strong king for my peerage, and they want to be strong enough to protect me, Rias explained. Blair smirked. You know you're blushing, right? Rias shook her head defiantly and jumped out the window. That's a weird way to exit a room, Eve remarked, surprised. Middle turned to Eve. Are you going to join us? I'll pass. Not much of a fighter, Eve replied. And I only train Issei. But I'll think about training you lot, Blair said, shrugging. Suit yourself, Middle replied. Icaros suggested, shall we head home? I wouldn't mind that, Eve agreed. Allison opened the door to the counselor's office and skipped over to a seat, catching Aphrodite by surprise. I did it, she exclaimed. You changed your Wi-Fi? Aphrodite asked, eyes wide. No, Allison replied, rolling her eyes. Please. The Wi-Fi you currently have is garbage. Please change it, Aphrodite pleaded. Fine. But that's not important, Allison insisted. Not important. I can't go 3 seconds without a buffer. But what did you do? Aphrodite pressed. I asked out Issei, Allison announced proudly. You did? Aphrodite gasped. Yep. We're going out on Sunday. I will woo him and he will be mine. All mine. I can't wait. Allison declared, her excitement palpable. Well, I'm proud of you. How did you ask him out? Aphrodite inquired. I decided enough is enough and went to his club before telling him we have a date on Sunday, Allison explained. So, you told him that you two are going out and didn't ask him? Aphrodite clarified. Yes, Allison admitted. And he agreed. Aphrodite pressed further. Yes. Allison confirmed. Okay, I'll let it slide. But good job, Artie. You are really trying to improve your relationship with him, Aphrodite praised. Yep. I have the entire day pictured out. It will be perfect. I will confess and he will reciprocate. We will be the best couple there is, get married, have kids, and live happily ever after, Allison said dreamily. Oh. You really put some thought into this, Aphrodite remarked. I've been thinking about this since last year, Allison confessed. Well, I'm happy for you nonetheless. And I'll be watching your date. You just won't know where, Aphrodite teased. Allison paused, contemplating the idea of being watched. Well, I'm going to go back to the club. As she left, Aphrodite looked out the window, a smile spreading across her face. Issei, I'll be watching to see how well you do. I do hope you can reciprocate. Elsewhere, a tall man in a business suit walked through the streets before turning into an alley, where he encountered a group of thugs. Whoa. Looks like we got ourselves a nice-looking guy. We'll make this real simple. Give us your money, and there will be no issues, Thug 21 said, smirking. Actually, I'm looking for someone. A woman, in fact. Have you seen her? The man replied, showing them a photo. They exchanged glances, smirking. Maybe. But it will come at a price, Thug 21 said. We've never seen her before. But if you want us to find her, we will for some money, Thug 22 added. Bro, will you just shut up? But yeah, we'll find her if you pay up the right price, Thug 21 reiterated. I'll pay anything. I just need you to find her, the man insisted. Good. Now, let me see the woman, Thug 23 said, looking at the photo. He liked his lips. This is an appealing woman. Man, I wouldn't mind taking her all for myself, or getting paid through other means. You're not wrong. Pretty face, nice BRSTS, nice figure. I bet she's great in bed, Thug 21 agreed. Oh, well, if you're going to think like that, then I have no business asking you corpses, the man said, his voice low and dangerous. What man? We're just being honest. I mean, we'll do it for free if you let us have a turn, Thug 22 said, laughing. The man's eyes turned bloodshot as he grabbed Thug 22 by the skull, squeezing tightly. He's crushing my skull. I feel it closing around my brain. Thug 22 screamed. Hey man! Thug 21 shouted, trying to intervene, but the man simply smacked him with the back of his hand, snapping his neck instantly. Thug 22 cried out in horror. Back off, Thug 23 warned, lunging to stab the man. But the man grabbed the knife, closing his fist around the blade. With a sickening crunch, he opened his hand, letting the dust and small metal shards fall. Then he punched Thug 23 so hard in the stomach that the thug literally vomited his insides and died from the impact. What the F are you? Thug 22 gasped, fear evident in his eyes. You don't need to worry, the man replied coldly, crushing the last thug's head as their bodies lay lifeless on the floor. He picked up the photo, slowly tearing up. "Oh my love. Where have you gone? Please return to me. I must have you. I will have you. No one will take you away from me. No one." He tucked the photo into his BRST pocket, revealing that it was of Aphrodite. "You were in your room, doing push-ups and sweating profusely. Come on, partner. Just one more." Drake urged. 300. You gasped, finally collapsing onto the floor, breathing. "Good job. Now just 300 sit-ups, squats, and a 30-kilometer sprint," Drake continued. "Yeah, good thing I set the time to 1 a.m., you replied, feeling the exhaustion wash over you. "And it's 1. What's the time you want to complete this in?" Blair asked, peeking in. 4. Let's get back to it, you said, rolling over onto your back. Blair summoned a gravity magic circle on your feet as you began doing sit-ups. "No ball, you won't finish this in 10 minutes, Drake taunted. Your eyes widened, and you pushed yourself to do them faster. Outside the door, the girls were all listening with cups in hand. "He's really trying hard," Neve said, her voice filled with admiration. "I hope he won't overexert himself," Icaros added, concern etched on her face. "Me too," Rainier agreed. "I will be there to heal him if he does," Asia declared. "Me too," Eve echoed, and they all giggled, listening intently. Muffled 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112. You counted, your voice strained. "It appears that he is doing more than the workout required," Icaros observed. "He's probably upping it to get better results. If you keep lifting 1P&D dumbbells, it won't benefit you anymore as your body has gotten strong enough to use it," Rainier explained. "That does make sense," Asia agreed. Muffled 290, 291, 292, 293, 294, 295, straining 296, 297, 298, 299, you grunted. "Just one more," Blair encouraged, her voice muffled. "Come on," Rainier urged. "You can do it, Issei," Icaros cheered. "Just one more," Eve added. Muffled 300, you shouted triumphantly. The girls all jumped up excitedly but quickly covered their mouths to stifle their cheers. Inside your room, you lay in a puddle of your own sweat. "Good job, partner. And in under 10 minutes. Drake praised. "Yeah, well, you kept saying things that pisses me off," you breathed. "And it worked," Drake replied cheerfully. Blair prepared for the squats. "I'll get you some water," she said, leaving the room. You struggled to get up, finally managing to stand and get into position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You counted, determination fueling your movements. Blair opened the door, glancing around before heading downstairs to grab a bottle of water. She returned, noticing the girls peeking out from behind the door. "You girls need to be more quiet if you want to spy on us," she said with a wink before closing and locking the door. "Here you go," she said, handing you the water. "Thanks," you replied, taking the bottle and pouring it into your mouth while continuing your squats. You downed the entire bottle in one go. "So, I don't think I asked, but how did Asia's contract go?" Blair inquired. "It went fine. She just had to do cosplays and photo shoots. We even got to play games there," you explained, focusing on your workout. "That must have been fun," Blair said, intrigued. "The was 78, 79, 80, 81, 82. You continued counting. "Maybe you should have just upped it to 200 or 250 at least," Blair suggested. "Yeah, but I'm too deep now," you replied, determination in your voice. "Indeed. We can't stop," Drake agreed. "The grind never stops," you affirmed. "Never stops," Drake echoed. Blair nodded. "I guess. I do have some more magic books for you to read. You need to expand your magic knowledge." "What do you have?" you asked, curious. "I have gravity magic books, spatial magic books, and support-type magic books, like making barriers and enchantments," she listed. "Thanks, Blair. How about I take you out one day?" You offered, feeling grateful for her help. "Really?" she asked, surprised. "Yeah, you deserve it for helping me." Just tell me when, and I'll take you out, you promised. Blushing well, since you're offering, I will let you know, she replied, a smile creeping onto her face. Cool, you said, feeling pleased. 150, 151. Drake counted. But I thought the faction you were in had tons of books, you remarked. Yeah, but most of them were destroyed when I destroyed their base. These books were all I scavenged from the rubble, and most of their books were different ways you could use these types of spells or magic. So, when it comes to the books I gave you and the ones I have a bunch more giving you more ways to utilize them, Blair explained. Sweet, you replied, feeling excited about the possibilities. Your mother, Drake teased. You growled, picking up the pace on your squats. After 5 more minutes, you finally finished, you declared, feeling a rush of accomplishment. Good, now let's run after a break, Drake instructed. Can't. If I sit down, I ain't getting back up for a while. Let's grab another water and go for the run, you said, heading downstairs. You grabbed a water bottle and chugged it down, then another and another, until you felt refreshed. Once done, you stepped outside and began running, pushing yourself until you could barely feel your legs. I put up AX2 this time, Blair called out, jogging alongside you. I can feel it. But let's keep going. Recovery breathing. You instructed, inhaling deeply to regain feeling in your legs. You were about to use Thunder Rush when a voice interrupted you. Excuse me, young man, a deep voice said. You stopped abruptly, turning to see a large man in a suit emerging from an alley. Yes. How can I help you? Stranger in an alley at 2 in the morning, you replied, eyeing him warily. Yes, I know. How do you kids say it? Sus. He said, a hint of amusement in his tone. Yes, that's how you say it, you confirmed. I was wondering if you've seen this woman. I'm looking for her, he said, showing you a photo. You recognized her immediately. I've seen her before. Really? Where? He asked, leaning in closer, his eyes wide with hope. Oh. First of all, man, back up. She was the guidance counselor at my school but moved back to England, you explained. England? What could she be doing in England? He asked, confusion crossing his face. It's her home. Guess she couldn't stay away from it, you replied, shrugging. I see. Thank you, he said, his demeanor shifting slightly. No problem. Now I have 29 kilometers to run. The grind never stops, you said, turning to continue your workout. It never does indeed. Thank you, young man, he replied, disappearing back into the alleyway. You shrugged it off and resumed your run. Meanwhile, in the alley, the man clutched the photo of Aphrodite, a smile forming on his face. I finally have you pinpointed, my love. And when I find you, you will never leave me again. I'll make sure of it, he vowed, walking down the street with determination. As you dashed down the street, Blair perched on your shoulder, she asked, who was that guy? Don't know. But I don't want to make an enemy of him, you replied, feeling a sense of unease. Why did you lie and tell him Ophelia went back to England? Drake questioned. Did you see his face when he realized I recognized her? I need to know the full truth from Ophelia. For all we know, he could be an abusive ex, you explained. Yeah, that would be bad. Let's ask her at school, Blair suggested. Yep, you agreed, feeling the weight of the situation. And you hit 15 kilometers, turn around and head home, Drake instructed. Thanks, you replied, feeling the fatigue setting in. Suddenly, you heard a squeak and turned to see a mouse stuck in a trap. Free cheese. Ha. Drake laughed. Yeah, but it's surprising to see a mouse survive these things. I'll show respect to him, you said, carefully removing the mouse from the trap and offering it the cheese. Here you go, you said, watching as the mouse took the cheese and scurried away. As you walked away, Blair turned back to see the mouse standing there, watching you leave. She murmured, intrigued. When she looked back, she saw the mouse following you. He's following us. What? You asked, turning around. Hey, to go home or something, you said, trying to shoo the mouse away. But the mouse simply walked up to your foot and patted it. I think it's attached to you, Drake said, amused. No way. Mom would flip if we brought home a mouse. She'd try to kill it, you replied, shaking your head. Suddenly, You heard the pitter-patter of more mice approaching. Guys, I can't handle this many mice. There's got to be 100 of them. You hurried out of the building as fast as you could, the swarm of mice quickly following behind you. Blair urged you on. Hurry. Don't cats eat mice, you exclaimed, glancing back at the approaching rodents. Not 100 at once. Blair replied, her voice laced with urgency. Why does this happen to me? You lamented, feeling the panic rise. As you reached home, you stumbled and backed up against the door, the mice closing in. You extended your hand, a magic circle forming in the air, causing the mice to halt and stare at it. I will pop you all between your eyes, you warned. One brave mouse stepped forward and communicated with the others. They began to glow and form a large pile, from which a woman emerged. What, you gasped? The hell? Blair echoed, equally shocked. Sorry for scaring you, the woman said, her voice soothing. I just wanted to thank you for freeing that part of me. When I split myself into my mice colony form, I can't speak to people. My name is Mizun, and thank you for freeing me. And for the cheese. No problem, Mizun. I'm Issei, and this is Blair, my cat. You introduced yourself. Oh, another monster animal, Mizun remarked, her eyes lighting up. I thought I was the only one. Wait, you know what I am? Blair asked, her curiosity piqued. Of course. Us monster animals have a different mana color and feeling when sensed. Yours is dark purple, and mine is dark pink. From what I can gather, it's a darker shade of our regular colors. So, did you also? Blair began. Yep. Every single one of them. And I managed to get all the books, Mizun replied. What is with you all and eating people, you questioned. They tortured us and experimented on us, Blair explained. I rescind my question, you said quickly. I thought so, Blair nodded. But you managed to get every book in the base? Yep. It's just full of bones now, Mizun confirmed. Can you share them with me? Blair asked. Eagerly. Depends. Mizun replied thoughtfully. We can give you a room here, Blair suggested. Blair. You can't just decide that. You protested. But she's like me, and she could help teach you magic, Blair insisted. I was thinking about it, Mizun said. I saw your magic circle and thought about offering magic lessons in exchange for a room. I don't know, you hesitated. Just then, the window opened, and Mickey poked her head out, sweating and breathing heavily. Sit. Who are you talking to? She asked. A friend of Blair's. She's homeless, you explained. Oh, well, we can give her a room. There's still the guest room, Mickey said. You sure, Ma? She's a bunch of mice, you replied, still unsure. Just no turning into mice around the house, Mickey added. I can do that, Mizun assured. Perfect, Mickey said, smiling. Goru's voice called from inside, you coming back? Yes. Anyway, welcome to the family. Issei, get to bed. You have school in several hours, Mickey instructed before quickly closing the window. You turned to Mizun, a smile breaking across your face. Welcome to the family. Suddenly, Draig kicked Mizun in the face, causing you to blink in surprise. You led Mizun to the guest bedroom. Okay, I'm going to sleep. I have school soon, you said. But thank you, Mizun replied. No problem. Besides, it's good to see that Blair has a friend, you added. Yeah. Let's get along, Blair chimed in, transforming into her human form and embracing Mizun in a hug. Cute, you remarked, feeling a sense of warmth as you turned to leave. As you walked out, you collapsed just before reaching your bed. I'll go put him in the bed. You rest up, Blair said, taking charge. After Blair left, Mizun altered her clothes before laying down on the bed. The next morning, you walked to school, but this time, Blair wasn't with you. She was going to meet you in club. How are you feeling, Issei? Eve asked as you approached. I feel fine. My legs aren't that numb, you replied. Do you want me to heal you? Asia offered. No, thanks though, you declined. I noticed that there was a life signature in the guest bedroom. Can you explain? Icaros asked, her tone curious. Yeah, another monster animal like Blair followed us and Blair and Mom said she could stay. I couldn't argue, you explained. Is she nice? Eve inquired. I guess. She is a mouse though, you said. A mouse. I love mice. They're so cute and small. Eve exclaimed. Yeah, she can turn into a colony of 100 mice, you added. I can't wait to meet her when we get home, Eve said, her excitement palpable. You greeted Sona and Tsubaki as you entered the classroom. Good morning, you six, Sona said. Better hurry to class, Tsubaki urged. Hi, you replied, rushing to your seat. As you settled in, Allison approached you. Say, she called out. You turned around, surprised. You guys can head in. I just gotta talk to her, you said to your friends. Are you sure? Eve asked, concern in her voice. Yeah. It'll only be a minute, you assured them. They nodded and entered the classroom as you faced Allison. Oh. How are you doing? You greeted her. Fine. Anyway, I wanted to give you this, she said, swiping your phone and stunning you with her speed. She handed it back, and you noticed her name in your contacts. You gave me your phone number, you asked, surprised. Yep. So that way we can contact each other and discuss plans for the date, she replied cheerfully. That's fine, I guess. I mean, it does mean we can talk more, you said, trying to hide your excitement. Great, she exclaimed, practically skipping away as you chuckled to yourself. A flashback crossed your mind, reminding you of a previous conversation. You shook your head to dispel the thoughts and walked into class, taking a seat with an indifferent expression. Sit. Are you okay? Eve asked, noticing your demeanor. Yeah. I'm fine. Thank you for asking, you replied. In the counselor's office, Ophelia and Chisato were discussing their favorite shows. Oh my God. And when he turned himself into a pickle. It was so funny, Ophelia laughed. I know, right? I couldn't stop laughing whenever he was on scene. Chisato agreed. The door creaked open, and Ophelia turned to see you standing there. Her eyes widened, and she quickly straightened her outfit, hurrying behind her desk. So, come in, sit down and tell me your troubles. I will happily help you, she said, her tone professional. Actually, I wanted to ask you a question, you replied. Oh really? Well, I guess I knew this was coming, Ophelia said, her eyes darting nervously. Were you in an abusive relationship? You asked bluntly. What were you thinking about? She countered, her demeanor shifting. Nothing. What was your question? You pressed. Well, I was out on a run, and this man called out to me. He was big and muscular under his fancy suit. He was looking for you and showed me your photo, asking if I had seen you, you explained. Ophelia's heart dropped as she recognized who you were talking about. Her hands began to shake, and sweat trickled down her face as her heart raced. Really? What did you tell him? She asked, her voice trembling. I told him that you used to work here but went back to England to go home, you replied. And what happened next? She pressed. He thanked me and left. I wanted to know if you knew him, you added. Suddenly, Ophelia grabbed you and hugged you tightly, her relief evident. Thank you so much for getting him off my tail for a while. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She exclaimed. No problem. But can you let go of me? I'm suffocating in your chest, you mumbled, feeling the air escape your lungs. All right. Sorry. She said, releasing you and sitting back down. He's my ex. We used to love each other so much, but later on, it just became all about section. He would hit me sometimes, but only if I made him furious, which almost never happened. I got so sick of the loveless relationship that I left, leaving a letter saying we were through. But I knew he would look for me. I've been hiding from him for almost 2 years now. Man, I didn't know it was like that. I'm sorry. If anyone, and I mean anyone, tries to hurt you, just call me. Or if you want to vent, I'll listen, you offered sincerely. Really, she asked, her eyes softening. Yeah. I'm sure that even a guidance counselor needs someone to talk to, you replied. Well, thank you. But do stay away from that man. He's very powerful, she warned. And I'm crazy, you joked. But I understand. Thank you. Goodbye. You reached the door and paused. Hey, actually, never mind. Have a good day, you said, leaving her office. Chisato watched you go. Almost had him, she remarked. Yeah, but I'm sure he'll be back. He seemed like he was willing to open up. All I can do is hope, Ophelia replied, her gaze lingering on the door. Later, in the ORC, Rias asked, Where's Issei? He's training, Eve answered. Still, I do remember seeing him train during lunch, but I didn't think he would get back at it so soon, Rias remarked. He wants to be strong. He's working himself harder than normal, Icaros added. I hope he doesn't overexert himself, Neve said, concern etched on her face. The door opened, and Kaneko and Kiba walked in, battered and bruised. What happened? Where were you two? Rias exclaimed, rushing to their side. Asia immediately began healing them. We went to train with Issei, and this is the result, Kiba explained. He's strong. He might have held back against Rainier so as not to kill, Kaneko added. That's just like Issei. So caring. I'll go train with him, Rainier said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I'll go too. I need to get stronger as well, Middle chimed in. Can me and Rias join? Aquino asked, her excitement evident. Sure. Rainier turned to her. I'll watch, Eve replied. Asia finished healing Kiba and Kaneko before saying, I'll be there if you need healing. Just let me finish healing them. Thank you, Asia, Kiba said gratefully. Kaneko added, I'll give you some of my chocolate. Later. Thanks, Asia replied as the others headed off. Outside, a loud boom echoed through the trees as Rainier was sent flying, stopping herself after crashing through several trunks. DMN. I didn't expect him to hit hard. She exclaimed, brushing herself off. You approached her, your aura activated and 2 gauntlets on. One was the boosted gear, the other a regular steel gauntlet you had modified. Come on. I ain't done yet, you shouted, charging forward. DMN. When I said to think of us as your enemies, I didn't think you would take it this seriously, Rainier retorted. You dodged a bolt of lightning as Aquino flew down, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Oh man, I was so close. Please let me hear you scream, Issei. You smirked. Pass. In an instant, you were in front of her, lightning crackling around you. Why don't you scream for me, you taunted before punching her in the stomach, sending a surge of electricity through her. Aquino gasped, harder. You sent her flying, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Dodging another light spear, you closed the distance between you and Middled. Oh no. She cried as you uppercut her, sending her crashing to the ground. You need to learn to fight hand to hand, you advised, catching another attack from behind and glancing at Rainier. Is this all you and your fallen friends can do? I know I can do this, Rainier said, closing her fist as a spear extended from it. You dodged just in time, throwing it upward as your aura surrounded your fist. Sandblast, you shouted, unleashing a shockwave that obliterated the spear. Oof, you grunted as Icaros tackled you, flying up before releasing a barrage of missiles from her wings. See, you exclaimed, transforming your gauntlet into a shield to block the missiles, but the impact caused you to fall faster. Grr, you growled, kicking the air in frustration as a massive smoke cloud enveloped you. He's not falling down. Rias exclaimed, her eyes wide as the smoke cleared, revealing you jumping off the air. How? Is he jumping off the air? Aquino gasped. Looks like I can use Jeppo. All right. Now no one is safe in the skies. You declared, jumping toward Rainier as the boosted gear glowed. Boost, 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 boost echoed in your mind as you reached Icaros. She flew higher, but you grabbed her legs and spun her around before throwing her to the ground, creating a crater upon impact. She barely rolled away as you prepared to kick her from above, but she managed to create a barrier just in time. DMN. I missed, you muttered, dodging a blast of destruction magic from Rias. Sorry, she called out, her hand extended with a magic circle closing around it. Don't apologize. Just have better control of your destruction magic. I feel like that's the issue with all of you besides Icaros, you advised. Everyone except Icaros looked confused. Oh my. Can I say Lord? You asked. Yes, Rias replied, raising an eyebrow. Oh my lord, you guys need to be more proficient in magic. I'll ask Blair and Mizun if they will teach all of us afterward, you suggested. Thank you, Issei, Rias said, her expression softening. It's fine. I do apologize if I came off as harsh, you added. Oh no, you're fine. You helped point out some flaws, Aquino reassured you. Thanks. Didn't want to sound like an but, you replied, feeling relieved. You're fine. So, do you want to train some more? Rias asked. Yeah, I can go for a few more rounds, you said, getting into a fighting stance. My mana core is at 79%. I can still fight, Icaros declared. Alright, you said, activating your aura once more. Come on. As the rest of the group began to fight, Asia sat next to Eve, watching intently. You don't really fight? Asia asked. No. I can, but I'm not much of a fighter. I actually can use aura and magic, but I don't, Eve admitted. I get it. I'm not much of a fighter either. I'm the healer. But I do want to learn to fight, Asia said, determination in her voice. Why? Eve asked, tilting her head. So that way I can help more. I know that sometimes I can't be on the sidelines or will have no choice but to be on the front lines. So, when the time comes, I'll be ready, Asia explained. But what if you aren't? Eve asked, concern creeping into her voice. When it comes to the people you care about, you will always be ready, Asia replied confidently. Eve looked thoughtful, taking in her words as she turned her gaze back to the fight. As time passed, Asia was busy healing everyone, who were now covered in bruises and injuries. You held Icaros' hand, recharging her energy. I'm going to work on upgrading you tonight, you said, determination in your voice. Please don't overdo it, Icaros replied, her tone gentle. Sorry, you said, feeling a bit guilty. I understand you want to get stronger and help, but you need to know when to slow down, she reminded you. Drake chimed in, she's right, partner. Don't overdo it. Sometimes you gotta take a break. I know. I'll try, you promised. Drake continued, we are pretty alike in many ways. You feel like if you don't get some training in, you'll be weaker, right? Yeah, you admitted. I think the same. But know that you don't need to train every day. Besides, you don't want to be exhausted during your date with Allison, do you? Drake teased. No, you replied, feeling your cheeks heat up. Why are you blushing? Icaros asked, noticing your reaction. Blushing no reason. Tired. That's it. You stammered, trying to deflect. Suddenly, Eve picked you up and held you in a bridal carry. You can put me down, you said, slightly embarrassed. But you're tired. I'll carry you home. Just rest in my arms, she insisted. I'm too tired to fight back, you admitted, relaxing in her embrace as she held you close. Thank you, Eve. I have a client to meet. I'll see you at home, Asia said, waving goodbye as she left through a magic circle. Let's go home. We're all tired, Rainier suggested, and everyone nodded in agreement. As Eve carried you home, she glanced at your sleeping face, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Thinking, why am I feeling this way towards you? I don't want to be disloyal to Adam, but I can't help these feelings towards you, Issei. Meanwhile, in a hidden base in the underworld, a clear casket held a sleeping girl with purple hair, dressed in a white dress and a black miniskirt. She lay peacefully, and as the camera zoomed in on her hand, her pinky twitched ever so slightly. Eve cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines, her voice ringing out, Go, Issei. You responded with a thumbs up, feeling a surge of confidence. Sona, surveying the situation, noted the dwindling numbers on their side. Okay, they took out most of us, but it's fine. Tsubaki, I need you to. Before she could finish, Tsubaki was unexpectedly struck by a ball that had ricocheted off Momo. Meanwhile, you were spinning a ball on your finger, a smile spreading across your face. I've been waiting for this my whole life. I'm winning, you declared, brimming with excitement. Rias glanced at the bleachers and asked, should we just sit here and watch? Aquino shrugged, you never know what might happen. Kaneko added, it is entertaining. Icaros joined in cheering, Go, Issei. Then Rainier's voice cut through the chatter, bold and teasing. Issei, if you win, I'll sit on your face. The declaration left everyone momentarily stunned. Middle scoffed, there's no way that's gonna work. Look at him, he's frozen because of what you said. Seizing the opportunity, Saji grabbed a ball and hurled it at you. Just as it approached, you took a deep breath and ducked, narrowly avoiding the impact. Saji glanced around, puzzled. Why do I hear boss music? I think I messed us up. You stood there, gripping two ball tightly, your fierce gaze making Kiba feel a bit uneasy. We can beat him, Sona declared confidently. She threw one of the ball at you, but you deftly deflected it, sending it into Asia's hands. Before Calawarner or Donasek could protest, you raised your hand, signaling them to let it be. They nodded, and you hurled 2 ball with a speed that caught them off guard, hitting them squarely in the stomach. Ugh, Sona groaned, falling to the ground. That was so fast. We stood no chance, Sona admitted, looking up at you in awe. Well, looks like we win, you announced, your intimidating aura dissipating as you returned to your usual self. Calawarner cleared her throat. Ahem. The ORC wins. They get to go to the familiar forest. Let's go, you cheered, rushing over to help Sona and Saji to their feet. That was fun. Let's do it again sometime, you suggested, your excitement palpable. Hell no. Saji replied vehemently. Sona asked, catching your attention. Yeah. This Sunday. Are you free? No, I have a date with Allison, you replied casually. Sona's eyes widened in disbelief. Allison. The man-hating girl. Queen of Archery Allison. Yep, you confirmed, grinning. Sona slumped, and you patted her head affectionately before playfully German suplexing her. Don't worry. We can go on a date another time. I mean Allison and I might not make it official, so you know. You reassured her. Yeah. I hope you get a strong familiar, Sona said, her expression brightening slightly. Thanks, you replied, feeling a surge of optimism. Let's go, everyone. Rias called, and the ORC, along with the fallen angels, Icaros and Eve, joined in a circle. Calawarner added, the loser also has to clean this up. With that, they disappeared in a flash of magic. Sona sighed. Let's go. That was cheap of them, Saji muttered. Yes, but we're the only ones here, so let's just do it, Sona replied, leading the way. In an instant, you all found yourselves in the familiar forest. It's certainly a forest, you remarked, taking in the surroundings. Indeed, Eve agreed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Suddenly, a voice rang out, my oh my, it looks like we got some new faces dropping by. You turned around, excitement bubbling within you. Killer Bee. Is that you? Your enthusiasm quickly faded as you were met by Zatuji, who introduced himself with a flourish. Howdy, devils. My name is Zatuji. I'm an expert in all things familiars, so stick with me while I guide you. First off, that was a bad rhyme. Second, get your discount each ketchum but out of here. You retorted, your irritation evident. Rias interjected, Issei. He is here to help us. Zatuji chuckled, ha. Oh man, I've heard every insult devils have given me, but that one was not what I had planned. I'm just that guy, you shrugged, then turned serious. But anyways, you're here to help me and Asia find familiars. Yep. Zatuji's eyes widened as he noticed Icaros, the fallen angels, and Eve. Why are there fallen, an Angeloid, and a human here? This is good, you hear. Calm down, dude. They are under our control, and Eve wanted to see the familiars, you explained. They must be very cute. Eve chimed in, her excitement infectious. If you say so. Well, follow me and I'll explain as we go. Zatuji said, leading the way as he began to share his knowledge about familiars. Meanwhile, in a cave somewhere in the familiar forest, a woman with horns and blue hair stirred, her nose twitching as she awoke. Drake! I smell him. Where is he? She roared, dashing out of the cave with fierce determination. Back with the ORC, you were just in a shirt, having given your jacket to Kaneko as she adjusted her clothes. Thank you, Issei, Kaneko said, her voice soft. No problem. Just try not to lose your clothes so much, you teased, earning a playful punch to your arm. You chuckled and patted her head, causing her to blush. Do you also want head pats? You asked Eve, who eagerly took your hand and placed it on her head. You obliged and she smiled brightly. Better, you inquired. Yes, she replied, her eyes shining with joy. As you turned to look for a potential familiar, you spotted something majestic. Slowly, you approached it with your hand extended, and it nuzzled against you. I think she likes you, Zatuji observed. Yeah, this is a special familiar. There's something about her aura, Blair added. I agree. Maybe she can be yours, like how Asia has that sprite dragon, Mizun suggested. Reisei might have a friend, Asia said, glancing at the sprite dragon. Reisei chirped happily, but then a dog familiar startled it, causing Reisei to hide behind Asia while the dog ran away. What the you exclaimed, confused. Drake. Look out, partner. The voice of your dragon echoed in your mind. Before you could react, something crashed into you, sending you flying through a cluster of trees. Say. The ORC shouted in unison. What the? Oh. You groaned as the dust settled, revealing the figure that had tackled you. Tiamat, you gasped, recognizing the formidable dragon. Oh shit, you muttered, realizing the gravity of the situation. I finally found you, Drake. Now I will kill you. Tiamat declared, her eyes blazing with fury. What? You exclaimed, instinctively charging your aura and punching her in the face, sending her staggering back. So, your host knows aura. I will admit that makes things a bit challenging, Tiamat said, regaining her composure. Drake. Explain. Or should I guess? You demanded, your heart racing. Oh, to guess? I want to see how well you do, Tiamat taunted. Let me guess. He borrowed your stuff, lost it, and now you hate him and kill his hosts. You surmised. Basically. And he doesn't even know where they are, so I can't find them myself, Tiamat replied, her voice dripping with disdain. I'm sorry. I checked my treasury, and they weren't in there. Drake exclaimed, sounding genuinely remorseful. Did you look under your pile of gold? You quipped. Not the time. Drake snapped. Well, it doesn't matter. I will kill you again to ease my anger, Tiamat growled, her magic aura flaring around her. You smirked, determination surging within you. Well, then I guess I have to use my ultimate technique. You got into position, your aura steadily rising as Tiamat smiled wickedly. Be sure to make this interesting, she challenged. With a smirk, you dashed off in the opposite direction, and her eyes went bloodshot with rage. Get. But. Here. She roared, charging. After you. Drake. You're a bad boyfriend. You shouted, weaving through the trees. At least I get beaches. Drake shot back. What did you call me? Tiamat bellowed, her fury intensifying. Aya. You and Drake screamed in unison. Partner, we have no choice. We need to fight her, Drake urged. Are you kidding me? That's a hot dragon MLF who could easily break me in half. Plus, she's practically a god. I can't beat her. You protested, panic rising. Well, 1, you have weird tastes. 2, you have me, partner. This gear is strong enough to kill gods. I'm not saying you should kill her, but you can do some decent damage, Drake reassured you. Fine, you relented, turning to face Tiamat, only to find her already in your face. Well, you began, but before you could finish, she sent you flying through more trees. You managed to stop yourself, flaring your aura and transforming the orb into a sword. Thunder breathing, you shouted, dashing at her. Tiamat was ready to block your slash, but you ducked under her guard and took a deep breath. Water breathing. Fourth form. Striking tide. You yelled, cutting her, though the wound was shallow. She touched the cut and liked the BLD, a smile creeping onto her face. You might be fun, she mused, a hint of excitement in her voice. Sheet, you muttered, noticing her arm twitch. You ducked just in time to avoid a punch, but her leg twitched, and you barely managed to block a kick that sent you flying back. The ORC flew after you, concern etched on their faces. Who was that? Rias shouted. That was Tiamat, the strongest familiar in this forest. She keeps the peace, and the small familiars are happy because they get some rest, Zatuji explained. But why go after Issei? Asia asked, worry evident in her tone. She hates Drake. Every time she senses him, she loses her edge. She kills his host every chance she gets, Zatuji replied, and everyone's eyes widened in alarm. You continued to dodge and block her attacks, narrowly escaping her strikes as the dog familiar observed from a distance. Those movements, and the flinching in his face just before he dodges. He's using observation hockey. I didn't think anyone knew that. Interesting, The dog noted, intrigued. As you jumped back, you activated Jeppo. But this is tough, you admitted. You know what to do, Drake urged. You nodded, summoning the boosted gear. Boost, 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 boost. Tiamat's eyes narrowed as she saw the boosted gear on your arm, and she practically saw red. Diggy, she screamed, charging at you. She's just throwing attacks like an animal. Guess you really set her off, you remarked, dodging her wild strikes. I didn't think she was this said, Drake replied, his voice tense. You blocked an attack and retaliated with a punch, but it only sent her back a few feet. Grr, Tiamat growled, charging at you again. You dodged, then punched her in the face, slamming her into the ground. She's not done, you said, breathing. Yeah, but we can't last that long, Drake warned. Tiamat stood back up, seemingly unfazed. I had lost my cool there. Thank you for helping me calm down, she said, her demeanor shifting. You ducked and dodged another punch, and she looked at you curiously. I know that you couldn't see me. How did you dodge? I can see the future, you claimed confidently. She kicked you down to the ground, and you slid, leaving a long crater until you finally stopped. But that hurt. I need to break through my limits today, you decided, determination flooding your veins. Then do it, Drake encouraged. Boost, 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 you chanted, your aura flaring as you transformed your sword into a gauntlet. Tiamat raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh. In an instant, you closed the distance and punched her, but she blocked it with her own fist. Mutta, she exclaimed. Aura, you shouted back. Shockwaves erupted from each punch, cratering the ground beneath you both. Mutta! Tiamat growled again. Aura, you echoed, both of you landing powerful punches that sent you flying apart. Using the momentum, you activated Jeppo to circle around and return to her just as she recovered. Thunder breathing, you shouted, your fist turning black as you punched her once more, launching her away. Thunderclap and smash, you yelled triumphantly. She was sent flying, and you took a moment to catch your breath. Say, Rias called out, flying toward you with the rest of the group. Hey guys, you greeted, a smile breaking across your face. Eve hugged you tightly. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Just a lot of injuries, you replied, appreciating her concern. Here, let me heal you, Asia offered, stepping forward. Using Twilight Healing, Asia began to mend your wounds. I guess all those times I spent healing everyone paid off, she said with a smile. Indeed. You heal better and faster. We have to make sure nothing bad happens to our white mage, you said, glancing at her with admiration. White mage? Asia asked, tilting her head. It's the most valuable member in a team. If they're gone, the team's screwed, you explained, and Asia beamed at your words. Get ready, Blair shouted suddenly. With a loud boom, Tiamat rose from the rubble, her cheeks feeling for injuries. Tui, she spat out a tooth, glaring at you. I'm sorry, you called out, raising your hands in surrender. A few seconds later, you found yourself thrown into a mountain, pushed further into it as Tiamat bore her teeth at you. I'm sorry about the tooth. I know a great dentist you can go to, you yelled, trying to lighten the mood. Her mouth glowed green, and the tooth magically returned. Then why are you mad, you asked, bewildered. Because none of the hosts I've faced have done this to me. It's infuriating. She roared, sending nearby monsters fleeing in terror. Suddenly, Aquino appeared, her hand outstretched with a serious expression. Hands off, she commanded, lightning crackling from her fingertips. Holy thunder, she shouted, launching another bolt at Tiamat. Tiamat powered through it, grabbing Aquino by the throat. Plant me, she declared, flying down at high speed and slamming Aquino into the ground, causing it to crack. Aquino! Rias screamed, her voice filled with panic. Tiamat continued her assault, pushing Aquino down again, making her scream as she was launched far away. Aquino groaned, struggling to get up. Tiamat turned her attention to Rainier and Calawarner, who had just arrived. Is that all? She taunted, closing her fist and breaking the light spears they had thrown at her with ease. She punched them hard, sending them flying. Gah! Rainier gasped, while Calawarner let out a grunt of pain. Donasek came from behind, attempting to stab her in the calf, while Middlet aimed for her neck. Tiamat simply grabbed Middlet by the neck and kicked Donasek upward, swinging Middlet like a bat and sending them both crashing to the ground. You seized the opportunity and punched Tiamat in the face, but when you looked at your left hand, you noticed the orb gauntlet was black. But it's metal. Why is it black? You wondered aloud. It is metal. I don't see it being black, Tiamat replied, unfazed. Must be seeing things, you muttered, your mind racing. Thinking armament hockey. You charged at her, trading blows as Mizun called out, I got Akino. Blair. I got Donasek and Middlet, she added. Kiba chimed in, me and Kaneko brought Rainier and Middlet. Asia nodded, beginning to heal them alongside Eve, whose hands glowed with magic. I know magic. I can help, Eve offered. Thank you, Asia replied gratefully. Rias declared, I'm going to help Issei. You guys keep guard. But Rias, Kiba started, but she was already flying toward you and Tiamat. You have amazing potential. Too bad you'll never be able to fully realize it, Tiamat taunted. What makes you think I won't? You shot back defiantly. Because you'll be dead, she snarled, kicking you. You jumped over it and landed a kick to her chest before rushing toward her again. Say, Rias called, flying beside you. You both nodded, charging at Tiamat together. Tiamat glanced at the dog familiar watching the fight. Enjoying the show. I suggest you get far away from here. It will get deadly, she warned. The dog barked defiantly. Suit yourself, Tiamat said, turning her attention back to you. She blocked a punch from you and deflected a destruction ball from Rias. What? Rias exclaimed in disbelief. In order for you to use destruction at its fullest, you need to be strong. Unrivaled even. If you encounter someone who is stronger than you, it will only do so much, Tiamat explained, her voice dripping with arrogance. You punched her again, glancing at Rias. Come on. Let's sync up. Rias nodded, and you both charged at Tiamat. She looked at you with a mix of curiosity and annoyance. You sent a flurry of blows her way, which she blocked or countered with her own. Rias hit her with a destruction ball that staggered her, and you kicked off her, gaining momentum. Rias grabbed your hands and spun in the air, launching you back toward Tiamat with a powerful kick. Not bad teamwork, Tiamat acknowledged, but she quickly positioned herself in front of Rias. You blocked her next attack, your gauntlet transforming into a shield as your aura flared. No, you don't, you declared, closing your Y/N gasped in shock. Holy shit. Akino looked impressed. Asia, that was? Yeah, Asia replied, a hint of pride in her voice. I've been practicing that for a few days now. Suddenly, Asia felt a presence behind her. It was Tiamat, her body marked with notable injuries. That wasn't half bad, Tiamat said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. In an instant, she punched Asia in the stomach, causing her to collapse unconscious. Asia! Y/N shouted, panic rising within him. His eyes widened as every muscle in his body throbbed with pain. He screamed as he fell to his knees. Sit. Don't worry. Eve called out, her voice filled with urgency. She glanced around, noticing Mizun and Blair working tirelessly to heal the others, sweat trickling down their faces. Rias, Kaneko, and Kiba were struggling against Tiamat, who advanced toward them with a menacing gait. There's nothing we can do. Nothing I can do, Eve said, despair creeping into her voice. As Tiamat drew closer, she pet her fist back, and Eve braced herself for impact. But Y/N surged to his feet, blocking the blow with his arm. Crack! He yelled, clutching his arm in agony, realizing it was broken. Sheet! It hurts. But he slowly pushed himself back to his feet. Issei, stop. Don't get back up. Why are you trying so hard? Eve pleaded, her voice trembling. I don't know what she's going to do to you guys, Y/N replied, determination shining in his eyes. And I don't want to find out. But why protect us so much when you can barely protect yourself? Eve cried, frustration mingling with concern. Despite the injuries marring his face, Y/N offered her a kind smile. You're all people I care about. What reason do I need to protect the ones I care about? Eve's eyes widened in surprise, but before she could respond, Tiamat delivered a powerful slap that sent Y/N flying away from the group, a cloud of dust rising in his wake. Whatever, Tiamat scoffed. He wasn't strong enough to protect you in the end. Eve looked down, her expression unreadable as she clenched her fists. A flashback flickered in Asia's mind. When it comes to the people you care about, you'll always be ready. Issei's voice echoed in her thoughts. You're all people that I care about. What reason do I need to protect the ones I care about? Adam's words resonated too. I love you, Eve. I'll always protect you. And I know that you'll protect me. We will protect each other. And our family. Eve's resolve hardened. Have you accepted your fate? Good, Tiamat taunted, raising her hand as a massive ball of magical energy formed. Draconic burst. She released the energy, but it was abruptly blocked and nullified by a magic barrier. What the? Tiamat exclaimed, taken aback. Eve stood tall, her eyes blazing with determination. Are you actually going to fight me? Tiamat sneered, but before she could finish, Eve struck, sending Tiamat flying with a powerful punch. Eyes of the Lord. Copy. Draconic burst. Eve shouted, launching a ball of energy at Tiamat. Tiamat attempted to hold it back, but Eve pushed with more force, overwhelming her. Ah! Tiamat screamed as the energy exploded, creating a massive crater. Slowly, Tiamat sat up in the middle of the destruction, her gaze falling on Eve, who stood defiantly at the edge of the crater. Adam's voice echoed in Eve's mind. I'm sorry. I won't be with you anymore. But take this to remember me by. And I pray that you find someone who will protect you and make you happy. I have Adam. I have, Eve whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks as she glared at Tiamat, who was healing her wounds, though not completely. I see you were holding back. Come on. Let's have some fun. Tiamat roared, charging at Eve. They collided, fists clashing with ferocity. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Draig's voice broke through the haze. Partner. Wake up. Y/N stirred, confusion clouding his mind. Draig. Is that you? Yes, it's me. You were unconscious, and I thought you were dead, Draig replied urgently. I'm fine. But where are we? Y/N asked, trying to gather his thoughts. We're in one part of the forest. That dog from earlier brought us here. Even healed your arm. A dog appeared, looking at him with friendly eyes. Oh hey, you're awake? Y/N blinked. Was I caught trying to cross the border? Huh, the dog replied, confused. Never mind. Thanks for helping me, Y/N said, grateful. No problem. I saw you use hockey and got interested. Almost no one can use hockey, it's like it's lost to time. Very few people use it, the dog explained. Yeah, I've had my moments, Y/N admitted. I saw how you used observation and armament hockey. However, you were very unsure and green, the dog pointed out. Yeah, never really had the chance to train it. It's hard, Y/N confessed. It is. It's a two-person job if you want to learn observation and armament hockey, the dog said. What about Conqueror's hockey? Y/N inquired. That's rare. And it's hard to learn to use, whether you have someone or you're by yourself, the dog replied. Well again. Thanks. I need to hurry back to my friends, Y/N insisted. I would advise against that, the dog cautioned. Why? Because if you go out there right now, you'll probably die. I'm going to give you a crash course in hockey so you can at least use it at a novice level. You're below a rookie as of right now. Draig chimed in. I don't think it would hurt. Yeah, but my friends. Y/N hesitated. I understand your worry. But trust me when I say you've got time. So, are you ready to begin? I guess, Y/N replied reluctantly. Good. Allow me to introduce myself. The dog transformed into a human. My name is Yamato. Nice to meet you. Are you ready? Y/N stared in shock before shaking his head and getting to his feet. Yeah. My name is Issei Hayadu. Nice to meet you too. Let's crash this course. Yamato smiled and raised her club, charging at him. Meanwhile, Asia slowly woke up, noticing Blair healing her, exhaustion evident on her face. I've never had to heal this many people at once before. It's a lot more draining than I thought, Blair admitted. Yeah, it is. And some of them take longer, Mizun added. Where's Issei? Where's Eve? Asia asked, panic creeping into her voice. We don't know where Issei is. Tiamat sent him flying after she broke his arm. As for Eve, Blair began, but was interrupted by a loud explosion. There's your answer. Now let us heal you so you can help heal them while we find Issei, Blair instructed. But thank you, Asia replied, determination flooding her veins. In the midst of the chaos, Eve was relentlessly attacking Tiamat, her fury palpable. You goddamn persistent, Tiamat growled, but Eve cut her off. You talk too much. Eve ducked and swept Tiamat's legs, following up with a knee to her back. Gah! Tiamat skidded across the ground but quickly recovered, charging back at Eve. They exchanged blows, but Tiamat managed to grab Eve by the face and slam her into the ground. Rah! Tiamat roared, throwing Eve through several trees before unleashing a magic blast. Eve caught herself and opened her mouth, unleashing a roar of her own. Rah! Their beams clashed, creating a massive explosion that sent them both flying. That was painful, Eve groaned as she struggled to rise. A large burst of magic aura erupted from Tiamat, piercing the sky as she slowly got back up. You actually made me get serious, Tiamat said, her tone shifting. Commendable. But now this is where it ends. Eve regained her stance, ready for the next round. Eve, a voice called out, and she turned to see the ORC arriving to stand by her side. Are you okay? Sorry we're late. Rias exclaimed. Don't worry. We'll help you now, Kiba added, determination shining in his eyes. I still have so much to dish out, Aquino chimed in. We're with you, Asia declared, her spirit ignited. Where's Issei? Rainier demanded. I can't wait to beat you down, Middle said, her fists clenched. No more games, Donasik added. Now it's on, Calawarner concluded. Thank you guys, Neve said, her heart swelling with gratitude. Tiamat sneered. Oh, it's really cute how you think you can defeat me with the power of friendship. But I am the goddess of beginning from mythology. And you're dealing with the First Lady, Eve shot back. Which one? For America, Japan, Korea, Tiamat began, but Eve interrupted. The First Lady. Tiamat's eyes widened in realization. That explains your strength. But now you will face the wrath of a god. They all charged at each other, the battle escalating. Back with Y/N, he fell backward as Yamato helped him up. Close. You're almost there. Again, she encouraged. He nodded, closing his eyes to focus. With each swing of her club, he dodged, the movements becoming faster. Could keep this up. Yamato urged, her voice filled with excitement. As Tiamat dodged a magic blast, she was punched by Eve and then stabbed by Kiba. I can't die here. I need to live. To enact my revenge. Kiba thought, recalling a voice from the past. Live, Isaiah. Live unlike us all. I have to live. Kiba shouted, pushing the sword deeper into Tiamat, who screamed in pain before throwing him off and ripping the sword from her stomach. That hurt. Tiamat growled, the sword disappearing and reappearing in Kiba's hand. She blocked another blast from the fallen four, her frustration mounting. Dragon roar. Tiamat unleashed a beam of energy, but they all dodged, closing the distance. Annoying, she snarled, evading their attacks until she was struck by a ball of destruction from Rias and Asia. Tiamat growled, flying toward them but was halted by a barrier that nearly broke. Bam! Eve punched her, and Tiamat staggered back, her thoughts racing. This woman. She's not giving me any time to recover. She's strong, fast, and knows both magic and aura at an extreme level. Tiamat dodged Eve's next attack, but as she began to use healing magic, she felt a grip on her foot. What? She looked down to see Eve, who had jumped back up after landing. How? Tiamat exclaimed. I jumped back up when I landed, Eve replied, slamming Tiamat into the ground. Tiamat screamed in agony before Eve punched her away and chased after her. Tiamat weaved through the trees, using healing magic to regain strength while avoiding Eve's attacks. She's done so much damage to me. I can heal from this, but I need time. If not, then I'm going to have to use my full power. And I don't want to risk hurting the creatures here. She dodged Eve's next leap and began to heal, but just as she sighed in relief, she felt Eve's grip on her foot again. How? Tiamat gasped, but Eve slammed her down once more. Water breathing. Bare hand edition. Y/and muttered to himself, activating mana vision as he prepared to join the fight. Meanwhile, Draig's voice echoed in his mind. Partner, why are you so focused on saving your friends? Y/and frowned. What kind of question is that? They're my friends. I'm not gonna let them die. But, Draig pressed. And, Y/and echoed, confused. I can tell there is something else going on. So what is it? The only way for you to do real damage now would be for the balance breaker, and you need to confront this a little if you want to access it. Well, I promised I would make Issei's life better. And why? Draig asked. Because his life was shit. He was depressed, abused, and killed himself. Who wouldn't want to improve that life? Yes, but is there anything else? No. You're lying. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Y/NY. Because I couldn't save my last friend, okay. I made a promise to him and I failed to keep it. Draig Y/N, what were his last words? What were his last words? Something about what I told him. What were those words? You only live once. So live on your own terms. And what did he say? A flashback flooded Y/N's mind, and he saw himself holding his friend in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Hey man, I ain't gonna make it. Don't FNG say that. The ambulance is on its way. It's fine man. Like you said. You only live once. So live on your terms. That's what I did. I lived how I wanted to. Until the very end. His friend's body went limp, and an empty syringe fell from his hand. Y/N cried harder, the memory haunting him. But you lived how you wanted. Draig's voice broke through the fog of despair. He must have gone by what you said. And so should you, Y/N. You don't need to worry about keeping your promise to Issei. Why? Because he's gone. You are Issei. And I know you might not fully accept it now, but this can be a good start. You're not borrowing his body until he comes back from heaven. You are him now. So, you need to remember who you are. You were Y/NL/N. But now, I'm Issei Haidu, Y/N said, a newfound determination igniting within him. The boosted gear appeared on his arm, glowing brightly as he smiled. Back in the fight, Tiamat was struggling against the combined forces of Eve and the ORC. Just like that, Rias shouted, "Let's keep making her scream." Aquino added, launching another attack. "You won't hurt my friends," Kiba declared, slashing at Tiamat and inflicting deep cuts. "Enough." Tiamat roared, flying high into the sky as she summoned a giant ball of magic. "I'm ending this, right now." His heart raced. Oh shit. If I copy that, the destruction would be much worse. I need to protect the others. As Tiamat hurled the ball of energy, everyone tried to slow it down with their magic, but it was futile. Shit. We can't do a thing to it. Rias shouted, panic rising. Is this the end? Asia whispered, fear gripping her heart. But Eve stood firm, positioning herself in front of the others. But why? Aquino asked, bewildered. Because you're all people I care about, Neve said, her voice steady. What reason could I need to protect you all? With a smile, Eve's barrier shattered, and they braced for impact. Suddenly, a fizzling sound filled the air, and they opened their eyes to see the massive energy ball had vanished. So, you're back, huh? Tiamat sneered. Yep. Ready for round 2. Y/N said, stepping forward, the boosted gear glowing with power. Hey guys. Just rest up. I got this, he assured them. Are you sure? Eve asked, concern etched on her face. Yeah, Y/N replied confidently, walking toward Tiamat. Not now. Not yet, he muttered under his breath. Well good. Now I can finish what I started, Tiamat snarled, charging at him. Bring it on, Y/N said, getting into a fighting stance. Let's finish this. With a swift punch, Y/N struck Tiamat in the face, his arm and gauntlet enveloped in armament hockey. Grr, Tiamat growled, stunned by the force of his blow. Y/N smirked, feeling the adrenaline surge through him. How could he do so much damage in that punch? He has gotten stronger, but not by much. It's the fact that... Tiamat thought, glancing at the group watching with bated breath. They all did so much damage to me that I'm tired, that is it? I'm just tired. But I have him now. I can't afford to lose. Man. I really owe those guys, Y/N said, determination burning in his chest. They helped wear you down while I recovered. But don't worry. I'll end this fight. Boost X10. With a flurry of punches, Y/N sent Tiamat flying before chasing after her. Thunder Rush, he shouted, using Jeppo to propel himself forward. Let's get more ambitious? He kicked off the air multiple times, gaining speed before zigzagging toward her. Not done yet, he yelled, kicking her further into the ground. Stop it. Stop it. Or I'm going to, Tiamat gasped, struggling to regain control. As Y/N threw her, she crashed through trees, finally hitting a boulder that cracked under the impact. Tiamat groaned, looking up to see Y/N approaching. In a flash, he was right in front of her, fist ped back. She ripped a piece of the boulder and slammed it down on him, but he blocked it, shattering it into pieces. With a swift kick, he sent her back, but she managed to recover, shooting more magic blasts from her mouth. Water breathing. Bare hand edition. Y/N activated mana vision, swiping at the blasts with the back of his hands, deflecting them effortlessly. Like that. I just came up with it. He taunted, charging at her once more. He kicked her into the air before jumping and slamming her back down, throwing her against the boulder, which shattered on impact. Grr, Tiamat growled, the ground shaking as she slowly rose, her expression furious. Her magic aura flared, erupting around her, making it hard to breathe and stand. I guess this is your full power, Y/N said, steeling himself. Indeed, partner, Drake confirmed. She can access her full power without transforming. Even though she was a dragon goddess, she was weaker than me back then. But the gap between us wasn't that big. DMN. She's that strong. I guess I need to be prepared as well. Red aura surrounded Y/N as the boosted gear glowed. Boost X40. That is dangerous, partner. AX50 boost will have large repercussions. The boosted gear shone brightly as she descended, and a phrase escaped your lips. The group watched with worry etched on their faces. Issei, they murmured, their concern palpable. Asia knelt and began to pray fervently. Suddenly, a blue and red blur zipped past them, revealing Tiamat being overwhelmed in battle. Enough! She screamed, but before she could regain her footing, she was caught with an uppercut. Her legs were seized and she was slammed down hard. Tiamat was tossed into the air and punched away, only to be struck again, sending her flying. With a swift motion, her head was grabbed and slammed into the ground, dragged mercilessly across the surface. Stop! She cried out, but the onslaught continued. A kick to her face sent her soaring into the sky, where she was kicked even higher. I'm ending this, Tiamat declared, her voice filled with fury. A massive ball of energy began to form above her as she glared down at her opponents. Not a single trace of you will remain after this. None of you. You turned to Drake, your voice steady despite the chaos. She's crashing out, Drake. Extremely, Drake replied, his tone grave as the battle raged on. Extremely, you replied, taking your position. Aren't you going to challenge it with your own? Drake asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Oh, I think I see it. Just watch, you said, determination coursing through you. With that, you threw the ball down, feeling the ground shake beneath you. The winds howled, and familiars scattered in a frenzy. Everyone! Barrier! Rias shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. What about Issei? Eve exclaimed, worry etched on her face. He has a plan. I know it. We just need to trust him, Rias reassured, her gaze fixed on the approaching ball. As the ball drew closer, you caught a glimpse of its inner workings and smiled, spotting a giant crack hidden behind a web of veins and nodes. "There you are," you called out, just as the ball engulfed you. Gasps of horror erupted from your friends. "Full counter," you declared, channeling your energy into the ball. It became unstable, hurtling back towards Tiamat with renewed force. "I'm not even mad. Not one bit. Issei Hayadu." "You're a marvel," Tiamat remarked, a hint of admiration in her voice. The ground shook violently as a deafening explosion erupted. Everyone took cover behind the barrier, debris flying everywhere. When the dust settled, the once lush forest lay in ruins, reduced to a barren wasteland. "What about Issei's?" Eve cried out, panic rising in her voice. "Where is he?" Asia added, scanning the area for any sign of you. A shadow emerged from the dust, slowly approaching. "Be on guard," Rias warned, her instincts kicking in. "For what you asked, your voice steady." As the dust cleared, you appeared, holding a badly injured Tiamat over your shoulder. "Issei!" Everyone shouted in unison, rushing towards you for a group hug. Even Calawarner, Middlet, and Donasik joined in. "Guys, I'm glad you all are okay." "I'm sorry," you exclaimed, overwhelmed by their relief. "For what?" Aquino asked, confusion evident in her eyes. "Well, because of me, Tiamat came after me and you guys got caught in the crossfire. You fought for me despite how badly she beat you," you explained, guilt creeping in. "Shut it. We chose to fight for you because we care about you. That's all. We'd do it if any one of us were in your position and—" "You know it," Kaneko said, her tone firm. "Yeah," you murmured, feeling the weight of their support. "Issei, you're my beloved pawn. My only pawn. I couldn't bear the thought of you being killed. We all did this to protect you," Rias said, her voice softening. "Yeah, she's right. As much as I hate to admit it, you're not as annoying as you were when we were enemies. You're strong. And you looked kinda cool," Calawarner added, a hint of admiration in her tone. "Facing her on your own and winning is impressive. Seeing you fight so hard made us want to, too," Donasik chimed in. "Plus, we're your servants in a sense. If we let anything bad happen to you, Azazel will kill us. And then your mom will kill him and us," Middlet said, her voice laced with humor. "Yeah. Sorry for thinking like that," you replied, feeling a little more at ease. "It's fine. It shows that you care about us," Kiba reassured. "But we will fight with you whether you like it or not. You don't have to bear so much." "So don't try to," Rainier added, her resolve clear. "Thanks," you said, grateful for their unwavering support. "So what about her?" Aquino asked, glancing at Tiamat. "I lost. And that means only one thing. The condition I made for anyone who would try to make me their familiar," Tiamat said, rising to her feet and kneeling before you. "Oh no," everyone gasped collectively. "Oh yeah," the Kool-Aid man's voice echoed in the background. "Tiamat, I am now your familiar. I will stand by you whenever you need me, no matter what it is," she declared, her eyes locked onto yours. "I don't know. I mean, Yamato wanted to be my familiar," you said, uncertainty creeping in. "Who?" they all asked in unison. Just then, a dog walked up to you and nuzzled against your leg. "There's no law against having two. Having one was just what devils chose to do," Zatuji explained. "Great. I can't wait to be with you, Issei," Yamato said, transforming and wrapping her arms around you. As the realization sank in, Rias, Eve, and Asia exchanged glances, their thoughts racing. Two more, they thought collectively, while Icaros felt a pang of jealousy. "Well, I'm glad to have you two on board. I don't know how my parents would feel," you said, trying to lighten the mood. "I'm sure they wouldn't mind," Yamato replied, her smile reassuring. Suddenly, you felt a wave of exhaustion wash over you. "Oh Fu," you began, but before you could finish, you collapsed, passing out. "Issei!" everyone shouted in alarm. In your inner mind, you opened your eyes to darkness. "Drake!" you called out but received no response. "Where am I then?" you wondered aloud, looking around the void. 3 glowing orbs caught your attention, 1 blue, 1 orange, and 1 red. "What the?" you murmured, slowly approaching the orbs, feeling an inexplicable connection to them. Are these supposed to be my mana, aura, and haki? Why are they like this? You pondered, noticing faint lines connecting them. What is this, you asked, touching one line. As you concentrated, it began to light up, connecting the blue orb to the red one. Is this like some sort of skill tree? If I connect enough of these to each orb, will I be able to do new things? You mused, studying the connections. The orbs pulsed and grew brighter, blinding you momentarily. When your vision cleared, you found yourself staring at a familiar ceiling. Y/N. You're alive. Drake exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. You're screaming in my head, you replied, rubbing your temples. I'm sorry. It's just that I'm so relieved. You weren't responding to my calls when I went into your mindscape, Drake explained. I was in my inner mind. Similar to the center of my being, I believe, you said, recalling the experience. So it was your inner subconscious. That's fine, Drake acknowledged. Yeah. And Drake, you began, thanks? No problem, and remember, you don't need to accept this right away, but you do need to. If you ever want to vent about your past life, I will listen, Drake offered. Thanks, you replied, feeling grateful for his support. Turning to your side, you noticed Blair, Mizun, Icaros, Tiamat, and Yamato all sleeping near your bed. Morning, guys, you greeted cheerfully. You gently petted Blair and Mizun's heads, waking them up. They smiled at you, their eyes brightening. You're awake, Blair exclaimed. How are you feeling? You've been out for a while, Mizun added, concern evident in her voice. I feel sluggish, but that's from sleeping for so long. What day is it? You asked, trying to shake off the grogginess. They glanced at the clock, which read midnight. Saturday. Everyone else is asleep outside the room, Blair informed you. Really, you replied, surprised. Yep. Go look, Mizun encouraged. You got out of bed and walked to the door, slowly opening it. To your astonishment, everyone was wrapped in blankets, sleeping in the hall. Sit. You're awake. Yamato exclaimed, noticing you. Issei. Everyone shouted, rushing towards you in a jubilant dog pile that left you feeling squeezed. I'm so glad you're awake. Rias said, sliding down slightly, causing your face to become trapped in her chest. You protested, struggling for air. Everyone, that's enough. Let the kid breathe. He just got up, Tiamat intervened, her tone firm. But they all protested. Now, Tiamat insisted and reluctantly, they released you. You took deep breaths, savoring the sweet air. Yes, you exclaimed, feeling revitalized. Hey, you're a lucky guy. Surrounded by all these appealing women and men, Yamato teased. What? Donasik and Kiba responded, confusion evident on their faces. It's fine. How long was I out? You asked, trying to change the subject. 1 day, 12 hours, 58 minutes, and 35 seconds, Eve replied, her tone matter-of-fact. Wow. That's a while. I missed a whole day of my routine. That is, you said, feeling a pang of disappointment. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll be fine. Just gotta make up for it, Drake reassured you. You're right. I need to double it today. You declared, determination returning. Growl, after I get some food in me first, you added, your stomach rumbling. Yes. Let me make you something to eat. Rias offered eagerly. I got it. I'll make him some food. I know quite a few delicious meals, Eve chimed in. Oh. I got it. I can cook too, Rainier insisted. I'll make him a nice meal. Asia added, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Please. Rias had me make most of her meals for a while to learn how to cook. I can make him a meal that will energize him, Aquino said, joining the fray. The girls began to bicker, each vying for the chance to cook for you. Girls. I'll just grab a snack and, you started, but they interrupted, shouting, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. In the kitchen, you turned to Icaros, who was preparing a meal. Thanks for making me a meal, Icaros, you said appreciatively. It's no problem. I want to, she replied, her smile warm. Well, it's still nice of you. I could make myself a meal. Mom's cooking lessons may be harsh, but they do wonders, you said, glancing outside at the backyard, which resembled a garden. Are you growing watermelons in the backyard? You asked, surprised. Yes, Icaros confirmed, her cheeks flushing slightly. Well, I'm sure they will be awesome once they're ripe, you said, imagining the sweet fruit. Icaros finished preparing your meal and handed it to you. Here you go, Issei. You took a bite, and your eyes widened in delight. Is something wrong? Icaros asked, concern creeping into her voice. You ummed audibly in satisfaction. So good. You exclaimed, diving into the meal with enthusiasm. I'm glad you like it. Thank you, Icaros said, her smile brightening. After devouring a few more helpings, your alarm clock rang from downstairs. It's time, you said, heading to your room to turn it off. I need to make up for what I missed, you declared, determination flooding back. 600 push-ups? Drake called out. You immediately began doing push-ups, followed by sit-ups and squats as Drake continued to count. And a 60-kilometer sprint, he added. You sprinted as fast as you could, with Blair, Mizun, Icaros, Tiamat, and Yamato following closely behind while the girls waited outside the house. I guess things are back to how they are in a sense, Rias remarked, watching you. Yep. He's back on the grind, better than ever, Aquino agreed. Oh look, he's coming back. Eve pointed out, waving at you as you approached. My body feels numb now, you admitted, feeling the fatigue setting in. You collapsed, but Tiamat caught you just in time. So, he does this every day. His mana core and circulation are amazing, she noted, impressed. You know it. He's reached 6 rings and cores, and his main core has reached light yellow. Pretty soon he will reach silver. Drake exclaimed proudly. I guess I chose the right person as my, Tiamat said, carrying you inside and laying you on the bed as the girls settled down to sleep. He shows much promise. He could be the strongest there is, Yamato remarked, gazing at you with admiration. And I can't wait until then. But we can't just sit around and do nothing. We need to also get stronger too, Tiamat replied, her determination evident. Of course, Yamato agreed, and they both drifted off to sleep, their eyes lingering on you. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a purple-haired girl lay in her glass casket. A distant rumble echoed, and her body stirred. She murmured, slowly opening her eyes. The chapter came to a close, leaving a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. Yamato sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Where are we hiding? Just then, the doorbell rang, and Kiba got up to answer it. He opened the door to find Sona standing there. Hi, Sona. He greeted her. Hello, Kiba. Where's Rias? Sona asked, stepping inside. The kitchen, Kiba replied, and Sona nodded, entering with the rest of the group as they formed a circle. Kiba looked around, puzzled. Why are we doing this? So he shrugged. I don't know. But do you really want to go against them? Fair point, Kiba admitted. Rias took charge of the situation. So, they are heading to the fountain. I suggest we have a few people mingling in the crowd while some of us hide in the bushes. When they leave, we can regroup and blend in with our disguises. Kiba nodded in agreement and emptied a large bag full of GG glasses onto the ground. We all wear these, Rias instructed. That way, we won't be spotted. Tiamat rolled her eyes. That's dumb. What? Kino asked, surprised. It's dumb, Tiamat repeated. Why these glasses? They aren't fooling anyone. She turned to Issei, who was coming down the stairs. Watch this. Sit. Hey guys. Where's Tiamat? Didn't she call me? Y/N asked, looking confused. It was a false alarm, Icaros replied. She went to the bathroom shortly after. Oh okay, Y/N said. I would love to join you all in your meeting, but I have a date to get ready for. He headed back upstairs, and Tiamat removed the glasses, her expression one of disbelief. How did that work? She asked, bewildered. The power of the glasses, Kiba said with a grin. Yes, now let's focus on the plan, Asia chimed in. Right? Rias said, gathering everyone's attention again. This is what I'm thinking. Meanwhile, at Allison's home, she rummaged through her clothes, trying on different outfits. Thank you so much for changing your Wi-Fi. I can watch my shows more smoothly, Aphrodite said, lounging on the couch. It's because you wouldn't stop pestering me about it, Allison replied, glancing at herself in the mirror. By the way, how does this look? Aphrodite scrutinized her choice. Your BR spreads your melons too far apart. She tossed Allison a different Try this on. Okay, Allison said, hesitantly heading to the bathroom to change. When she emerged, Aphrodite nodded approvingly. Much better. If you have a BR that supports you well, then it means it provides good support. Okay, but I'm not going to wear anything that exposes cleavage or shows them off, Allison insisted. Sweetie, I know men. If you have a supportive BR, they'll notice it subconsciously, even if they don't want to, Aphrodite replied, smirking. He's not going to be staring at them the whole time, Allison countered. He'll sneak a glance. They always do. But this also helps you look more attractive, even in clothes that aren't revealing. It shows off your body a little, and he will feel something, Aphrodite explained. But he's not a pervert. He's changed, Allison argued. Come now. I'm trying to help you here. If you don't heed my words, then you won't woo him. Trust me, I know fashion. Me and Dionysus both do, Aphrodite said, crossing her arms. Fair enough, Allison conceded. Good. Now you better hurry. It's 1:30, Aphrodite urged. What? I need to go. Thank you, bye. Allison exclaimed, dashing out of the house as Aphrodite giggled. A knock at the door interrupted her laughter, and she opened it to find Chisato waiting. You ready? Chisato asked. Hang on, Aphrodite replied, putting on the GG glasses and giving a thumbs up. Let's go. At the fountain, Y/N sat anxiously, his nerves getting the best of him. Calm down, Y/N. You got this, Drake encouraged. Just have fun and don't think about it. Right? Just don't think about it, Y/N muttered to himself. He glanced at the clock, noticing it was 2:01 when Allison arrived, breathing. You good? He asked, concerned. Yeah, Allison gasped. I'm fine. And I thought you wouldn't be a second late, but here you are, being a minute late, Y/N teased. Shut up, she replied, still catching her breath. He laughed and handed her a water bottle, which she downed almost instantly. Oh, talk about thirsty. How fast did you run? Not too fast. Just didn't want to be late. Or I guess, super late, she said, wiping her forehead. That's fair. So, what do you want to do? Please don't let it be underwear shopping, Y/N said, half joking. Allison chuckled. Oh, nothing like that. Shopping sure, but not for underwear. Let's go. I want to get some new shirts. But the one you have on is pretty cool, Y/N remarked, looking at her plain brown shirt with a dog sticking out of the pocket. Thanks. But my roommate took some, so I'm buying more for me and her, Allison explained. Yeah, that must SCK, Y/N said sympathetically. It does, Allison agreed as they entered a clothing store. Meanwhile, the ORC and SC were gathering nearby. Okay, Akino, Momo. You two go in there, Rias instructed, and they nodded before walking inside. Okay, everyone fan out. We don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves, Sona added, and the group dispersed to various spots near the store. Aphrodite and Chisato observed from a nearby table. The nerve of her to out me in front of him, Aphrodite complained. Yeah, and telling a lie while she was at it, Chisato replied. She wasn't lying. We're similar in size. Plus, she owns clothes that are big on her, and I just take them since she won't use them that much, Aphrodite defended. Inside the store, Y/N and Allison were browsing shirts. Hey, Allison. What about this? Y/N asked, holding up a shirt. As they continued their shopping, Icaros fell from the sky, heading toward the ground. I remember fighting a stray devil that caught me off guard and ambushed me, she thought. I was badly damaged, so my safety protocols activated, using up all the mana in my core to prevent further damage and send out a distress signal to my NSTR, who I don't remember anymore. Probably from the crash. Moments later, Y/N picked her up and brought her home, starting her up again. I then saw Issei Haidu, who saved me and even recharged my core himself. Due to the situation and my lack of MSTR, I chose him. At first, he was skeptical, but he later got used to it, treating me like a friend and someone he cares about. He never asked me to kill or hurt anyone, he always wanted to protect. In a flashback, Issei declared, "I won't let you lay a single finger on her." I felt a new emotion within me that I did not know about. I was familiar with basic emotions, happiness, sadness, anger, disgust, and fear, but this one was new. It was small, so I put it aside for now as I helped him. The scene shifted to Y/N crying as he laid Asia's body in front of a statue, praying. I felt sadness for him because he was so intent on saving her. It made me mad, and I was ready to kill the fallen, but I had to remember his orders. I almost went against them, which surprised me. Next, Y/N scared off thugs to protect Asia and Eve. When he protected us, I felt safe and happy. I was more than ready to deal with them myself, but he still did it. He made sure I would be protected. The narrative continued, showing Y/N shopping with Asia, Eve, and Icaros. I was fine with the shopping, but I also wanted his attention on me. When I saw him giving more attention to Eve and Asia, I felt a pang of jealousy. I made a plan to get his attention. The scene shifted to Icaros trying on new underwear for Y/N, blushing but seeking his honest opinion. He told me he liked every single one of them and said I looked nice in them. I felt happy, and my internal temperature rose immensely compared to other times. It was because I had all his attention. The montage continued, showing Y/N tweaking and upgrading her while hugging her when it worked. He promised me he would upgrade me so I could take mana from the environment. He kept that promise, and it worked. When he hugged me, my temperature rose quickly, and my core started pulsating like a heart beating. The narrative then shifted to Y/N training with Yamato, and Icaros felt a surge of anger during a fight with Tiamat. When I fought Tiamat, I felt angry. It was not unfamiliar, but this was different. My mind was filled with one thought: she hurts her. Kill her, kill her, kill her. But I didn't when she proved to be too powerful for us, and Issei had to save us. I felt so grateful. The scene transitioned to Y/N on a date with Allison, where Icaros's emotions ran wild. My feelings were going haywire throughout the date. I imagined myself in her place, laughing and smiling with Issei. I was so mad that I destroyed my drink. These feelings were becoming more prevalent, and I needed to figure it out. Days later, Icaros spoke with Mickey. "What you're feeling is love, but you're having a hard time understanding it," Mickey explained. "I understand. But why am I feeling love towards Issei?" Icaros asked. "Well, he's been kind to you, hasn't he?" Mickey replied. "Yes. And trusting of me. He's considerate and helpful. Even helped me with gardening," Icaros admitted. "You have found your own reasons to love my son. You just need to be more honest with yourself," Mickey encouraged. "Be more honest with myself," Icaros echoed, sounding unsure as she walked away. "How does one be more honest with themselves?" she pondered. Later, Icaros sought advice from Blair and Mizun. "So, you want to know how to be more honest with yourself?" Blair asked. "Yes," Icaros confirmed. "Well, for us, it's about addressing the issues or internal turmoil within us and accepting things we say are okay but really aren't," Mizun explained. Icaros tilted her head, trying to understand. "It's about figuring out your own problems. Hearing someone's words can help, but ultimately, you need to solve it yourself," Blair added. Icaros nodded, still unsure but determined to find clarity. When she talked to the ORC, Aquino asked, "What's wrong to begin with?" "I have these feelings for Issei, and they keep getting stronger," Icaros confessed. Rias jumped up, slamming her hands on the desk. "Can you describe these feelings?" "I feel a strong attachment to him. At first, it was just that. Then it became intense. I wanted his attention and felt odd when he was talking to another girl," Icaros explained. Kiba interjected, "Didn't know you were jealous of her at first glance?" "I didn't know what jealousy was until I kept feeling it so much that I looked it up," Icaros admitted. "Did these feelings grow?" Aquino asked. "Yes. When we went to save Asia and Issei was crying when he failed, I only thought about killing Rainer." "Brutally," Icaros said, her eyes darkening. The group fell silent, processing her words. Kaneko asked, "How would you do it?" Kiba quickly admonished, Kaneko, you shouldn't ask that. It can be helpful. So, how brutally did you want to kill her? Kaneko pressed. I wanted to choke her for a few seconds before pinning her against something like the floor or wall and slowly and painfully ripping her wings out, Icaros detailed, her eyes shifting to a BL red hue. The devils exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. I would then stab her with the bone ends of the wings all over her body as she screamed in pain. It would have sounded like music to me, Icaros continued, her tone chilling. Akino gasped, oh my. But I saw Issei determined to save her from the magic she was under, so I let him fight her. He needed to do this. I trusted him. And now the fallen are our allies, Icaros concluded. Yes, that is true, Rias agreed. If it wasn't for Issei, Blair, and you, we wouldn't be good friends with Azazel. This could lead to peace among the factions. Kiba asked, anything else, Icaros? When he looked at the underwear I picked out at the store, he gave me his honest opinion. All of them were positive, and it made me feel happy. That moment felt like paradise. I wanted to stay in it forever, Icaros said, her voice softening. Kaneko smirked. I take it you were mad. Oh, just sad. Especially when we went home and had our own rooms. I liked sleeping next to him in the futon. I would sometimes cuddle him as he slept, Icaros admitted. That's cute. Akino exclaimed. Yes. Anything else? Rias asked, just as the door opened, and the fallen four walked in. What's going on? Rainer asked, looking around. We're helping Icaros with her feelings, Rias explained. What feelings? She's an Angeloid, Donasik scoffed. Before he could finish, the ground shook as his head was buried in it. How dare you be so mean? Middle shouted. She can feel emotions, you jer? Calawarner added, glaring at him. Just because she's a robot doesn't mean she isn't her own person. Rainer chimed in. Donasik's muffled voice came from the ground. Sorry, Pros. Spoke up, when we fought Tiamat, I wanted to kill her for hurting Issei. Really? Rainer exclaimed, surprised. Yes. More brutally than I did when I wanted to kill you at the church, Icaros replied, her tone serious. Rainer hid behind Calawarner, who asked, what was on your mind during the fight? Kill. 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 Kill, Icaros said, her eyes flashing red before returning to green. Middle murmured, I see, also retreating behind Calawarner. Get out from behind me. Now, Calawarner commanded, and they reluctantly complied. Akino said, we also saw how jealous you were when we spied on Issei's date with Allison. But you just need to accept these feelings. I see. Thank you, Icaros said, standing up and leaving, but she did pull Donasik's head out of the ground. Thank you, he muttered, groaning. Akino remarked, well, she also has feelings for Issei. I didn't know it was this intense. Yeah. And Issei said he has doubts about being in a relationship. So this makes things difficult, Kiba added. Can't believe I also need to fight her for his affection, Rias said, crossing her arms. I thought there was an agreement, Kaneko reminded her. Right? Sorry. But right now, we need to help him. And Icaros also needs help with her feelings, Rias said, determined. The scene shifted to Icaros talking to Ophelia. It's so nice to finally have a student consult with me. What can I help you with? Ophelia asked. I need help understanding how to be more honest with myself, Icaros confessed. Really? Well, something that helps me is looking in a mirror and stating what I feel. Let it all out like you're talking or confronting yourself, Ophelia suggested. Really? Icaros asked, intrigued. That helps me. Maybe it can work for you. How about you try it when you go home? Ophelia encouraged. Icaros nodded, leaving the room with a sense of purpose. As she walked home, holding Y/N's hand, Issei asked, so, are you doing all right? You seem pretty deep in thought. Yes. I just need to think about some stuff, Icaros replied, squeezing his hand tighter, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Once home, she entered the bathroom and looked at her reflection. Mizun's voice echoed in her mind, addressing issues and internal turmoil. Icaros took a deep breath. I am Issei's servant. But Akino's voice followed. Accept these feelings. But I want to be more than his servant. I want to be someone he trusts a lot. No, someone he loves. More than just a friend or family member. Her eyes looked green, but in her reflection, they were BLD red. I want to be someone he loves like a lover. Like a girlfriend and wife. Yes. I want to fulfill any request he asks of me. I want to please him in any and all ways I can. I want him to love me, she declared, her voice firm. As much as I love him. Icaros's eyes shifted from green to red as she stared at her reflection. I love Issei. These feelings were love, and she finally understood it. Hearts formed in her eyes as she put her hands to her face, though she wasn't smiling, not yet. Dropping her hands to her sides, she looked at her reflection, her eyes shifting back to green. She placed her hand on her chest, feeling a sense of acceptance wash over her. I don't hate these feelings. I accept them. I love Issei. I love him. 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 She left the bathroom, her heart racing, and found Mickey waiting for her. Oh, Icaros. I was looking for you. Dinner's ready, Mickey said cheerfully. But let's go eat, Icaros replied, a newfound determination in her voice. As they sat down to dinner, Mickey smiled at her. You seem different. Did you get something off your chest? Yes. I was finally honest with myself, Icaros said, a small smile forming. Well, I'm glad. You can tell Issei after dinner. Just know that I'm rooting for you and all the girls, Mickey encouraged. Icaros nodded, feeling a sense of hope as they ate together. Later that night, Icaros lay on her bed, moonlight streaming through the window. She stared at the ceiling, playing with her fingers. Okay, she whispered to herself, getting up and leaving her room. Sit. I have something I want to tell you. Something important. Sure. Come in. Issei's voice came from behind the door, but then there was a loud thud. Icaros opened the door to find Rias on top of Issei. Rias? What are you doing? Issei exclaimed, bewildered. I need you to take my virginity. And I need you to do it now, Rias pleaded, her eyes wide with desperation. Icaros's eyes shifted to red as she stood in shock, her heart racing as she processed the scene before her. Girls. You can back off now, Y/N said, glancing at the group of girls nearby. Sorry. Rainier replied, stepping back. Matsuda. My man. Y/N exclaimed, spotting his friend. Matsuda. My bro, Matsuda shouted back, and they exchanged a fist bump. Motohama joined in, and the three of them shared a moment of camaraderie. How are you feeling, man? Motohama asked, concern in his voice. Nervous, honestly, Y/N admitted. But, lady troubles. Matsuda teased. What? It's complicated. It's about the club. There's a big meeting and I don't want it to lead to members being kicked out, Y/N explained. Yeah, that is like when we tried to join the gaming club last year, Motohama said, shaking his head. Don't remind me. They sent in Yuki, Matsuda shuddered. Yeah, I don't really remember him, Y/N replied. Well, be glad you don't. He was huge and mean. He didn't even need to say anything, it was all in his eyes, Motohama said. I bet he was scary. Thank God we got the club credit, Y/N said, relieved. Thank God, Matsuda and Motohama echoed. You guys done having post-war flashbacks? Murayama interrupted. Yes. But enough about me. How have you guys been? How's the relationship? Y/N asked, shifting the focus. Oh, it's great. We went to each other's houses and met our families. It was such a great time, Kate said, her eyes sparkling. Matsuda's mom makes a killer casserole, Murayama added. Don't stop. Your mom's katsudon is amazing. Matsuda protested. I know, right? It's just enough to feel full but not too full, Murayama said, nodding in agreement. It's great. I always visit so I can have more. But Motohama, your dad is a killer cook, Kate remarked. Wait, his dad cooks? Murayama asked, surprised. More than just cooks. He's a whole house husband, Motohama replied proudly. Yeah, and his mom is super professional. She has this aura about her, you know. Kates added. Well, enough about me. Your parents were so kind and nice. I was honestly ready for the protective dad stereotype, Motohama said. Everyone says that, but he's chill. He's a good judge of character, Kates reassured him. Man, you guys are already meeting each other's parents. I'm so proud of my ships. Y/N said, wiping away comical tears. Well, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have gotten into this relationship, Motohama said. Yeah, honestly. I really enjoy being with Matsuda. I've seen he's more than just a pervert, Murayama added. Same here with me and Motohama. He's so cute and honestly pretty funny. Plus, have you seen his Gundam collection? Kates said, grinning. Huge, Y/N agreed. Just then the teacher walked in, and everyone quickly sat back down. Rias, can you explain now? Y/N asked, looking expectantly at her. Explain what? Interjected. Well, you see, Rias began, but her words were cut off when a magic circle appeared in the corner of the room. Riser is here to see his beloved fiancé, Rias, Riser announced, stepping into the room. Hello, Riser, Rias groaned. Hello, Rias. Riser is pleased to see you, he replied, a smirk on his face. I'll make us some tea, Aquino said reluctantly, sensing the tension in the air. Both Y/N and Aquino clenched their fists behind their backs. A few minutes later, Riser was seen drinking tea, his arm draped over Rias's shoulder. Delicious. Riser expects nothing less from his fiancée's queen. Your tea is unrivaled, he said, taking a sip. Thank you, Riser. It's an honor, Aquino replied, her tone strained. Riser then began to touch Rias's leg and smell her hair, prompting Rias to push him away, her expression one of disgust. Enough, Riser. I will not marry you, she declared firmly. It is already set in stone, Rias. The devil population is dwindling when it comes to pure-blooded devils, and this will improve the relationship between our clans. Besides, who would you pick over Riser? He challenged. Rias turned to Y/N and hugged him tightly. I choose him over you anyway, she declared defiantly. Really? This low-class devil. He doesn't even look like much, Riser scoffed, looking around the room. His gaze landed on the fallen four, Icaros and Eve, all watching intently. There are more people here. Like those fallen and that Angeloid. And that appealing human girl, Riser continued, eyeing Eve. Eve shuffled closer to Y/N and hugged him, making Riser's eye twitch in irritation. Come now. Don't be scared. Riser isn't bad, he said, reaching out toward her, but Y/N's grip tightened around Riser's arm, glaring at him fiercely. You lay so much as a fingernail tip on anyone here. I'm having fried chicken for my next meal. Understand? Y/N warned, his voice low and threatening. Riser freed his arm from Y/N's iron grip, glaring back as his arm healed. How dare you attack Riser? Mira, Riser called. Yes, Riser, she responded, charging at Y/N. With a swift motion, she jabbed him with her staff, causing him to fall to his knees. That's all. Riser guesses you're just a bluff, he taunted. How dare you? Rias shouted, her magic aura flaring as the room grew cold. Now, there's no need to fight. Surzex has developed a way to settle this. A rating game, Graphia interjected calmly. Fine by Riser. Riser would be dumb to go against the strongest queen. A rating game it is. Are any of you part of her peerage? Riser asked, laughing as everyone who wasn't part of it raised their hands. Well, since Riser is kind and pities you, I will give you 14 days to train. Use them well, my darling Rias, he said before leaving through a magic circle, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Asia, are you okay? She asked, concern etched on her face. Oh, I'm fine. Never better, Y/N replied, brushing off the encounter. But you looked like you took some serious damage, Rias said, her brow furrowing. Ever heard of acting? I got us a total of 2 weeks to train. Good thing he bought the act, Y/N explained, standing tall. Wait, what? Aquino asked, puzzled. Because I want us to train so hard our bones break and our flesh tears when we fight him, Y/N declared, a wild grin spreading across his face. I want this to be a landslide victory. No losses on our side. And I want everyone, including the person Rias. What person? Rias asked, confused. The dude you got hiding in the other room. That room behind a ton of seals. He should be here too, Y/N insisted. Everyone turned to Rias, who sighed and stood up. But so, the rest of you will need to stay outside. He doesn't like having too many people around him. But social anxiety, Y/N said, nodding in understanding. Of the extreme kind, Rias confirmed. Everyone nodded and stepped aside as she undid the seals on the door, revealing a room with a box inside. Gasper, can you come out please? I have some people I want you to meet, Rias called. Are they gonna hurt me? A timid voice came from the box. No. They're my peerage members. I have 2 more of them I want you to meet, Rias reassured him. Okay, Gasper replied, and the box shuffled as he emerged, looking shy. Hello, he said softly. Hi, Asia greeted warmly. Hello there, Y/N added with a smile. My name is Gasper Vladi. I'm Rias Bishop, he introduced himself. I'm Asia Argento. I'm Rias Bishop as well, Asia said. I'm Issei Hayudu. I'm Rias Pawn. I took all of her pieces, Y/N joked. Nice to meet you. Why did Rias undo the seals on my door? Gasper asked, his curiosity piqued. Because we want you to help us beat this guy named Riser. So, what can you do? Me and Asia hold sacred gears, Y/N explained. I'm a damper. I also have a sacred gear. It lets me stop time for anything in my view. It's called Forbidden Baylor View, Gasper said, his voice growing more confident. That sounds awesome. So, Gasper, we're going to train for a raiding game against Riser. Will you help us beat him? Y/N asked, extending his hand. Gasper took it, his eyes brightening. But, senpai. Y/N clutched his heart dramatically. You can just call me Issei, please? But, I sense some more people outside the room. 8 in fact, Gasper said, looking a bit anxious. Yes. They are our allies. We need you to be brave and talk to them like you did with Issei and Asia. Can you try that? Rias encouraged him. I'll try, Gasper said, determination in his voice. Middle peeked in and saw Gasper, who immediately looked away shyly, causing her to blush. You good, Middle? Rainier asked, noticing her reaction. Yep. All good. Middle replied, though her thoughts betrayed her as she thought, he's so cute. And looks so SBMSSV. On a mountain, the group had managed to get Gasper acquainted with the rest of Rias' peerage as best as they could. He was still wary of them, but as long as they kept their distance, he wouldn't retreat to his box. You all have weighted bags as we trek up the mountain, Rias announced, leading the way. I get that, but couldn't you get heavier bags for me? Y/N asked, struggling with a large bag that was twice the size of Kaniko's. Wait, you're not struggling? Rias asked, surprised. No. But neither are you all. Make this training extreme. I'm gonna make good on my promise, Y/N insisted. Blair! He shouted. You got it. Blair's voice echoed from the top of the mountain. Purple magic circles appeared under everyone's feet, and they felt a sudden shift in gravity, making it harder to move forward. What is this shift in weight? It feels so much heavier, Rias exclaimed, struggling to keep her balance. Blair teleported down to them with a smile. I've put down gravity magic circles under all of you to add more difficulty to your training. Like Issei said, you all need to break your bones and tear your flesh when training. And I'm gonna make that happen. Let's embarrass that chicken sheet man. That's what I'm talking about. Y/N cheered. And Tiamat is behind you all to make sure that you don't slack off, Blair added, teleporting away. Everyone turned to see Tiamat walking slowly behind them, prompting them to pick up the pace. This is so hard, Gasper breathed, struggling to keep up. Just try to keep it up, little buddy. We'll make you a good meal if you do. Y/N encouraged him. Really? Gasper's eyes lit up. Yep. Get up there first and you can choose what kind you want. Y/N promised. With renewed vigor, Gasper started running up the path. How did you know that would work? Kaneko asked, impressed. I was also a socially anxious kid. I would do anything for my comfort food. Thought the same would apply here, and explained. Well, it worked, Akino said, smiling. Kiba, no ball, and challenged. You're on. Kiba replied, and they both raced up the mountain path, easily gaining on Gasper. I will get my favorite dish, Gasper declared, determination in his voice. After a while, they all made it up the path, breathing heavily. I can't believe I lost, Gasper said, looking downcast. Hey, don't worry. It's fine. Why don't you tell us what you don't like, and we can make you a meal fitting that? Middle suggested. Oh, I don't like liver and fish, Gasper admitted, blushing. Oh, we can make tons of dishes without those. Just leave it to me, Middle assured him. But thank you, Middle, Gasper said, grateful. Middle smiled and skipped away, leaving Y/N and Kiba to exchange glances, both feeling a sense of camaraderie growing among them all. Riser and his peerage were deep in training when Ravel approached him, her brow furrowed with concern. Brother, why did you give them 2 weeks? Are you that confident in us winning? Riser shook his head, his expression serious. No, it's because I'm not. Ravel's confusion was evident. What do you mean? That boy, Riser replied, his voice low. When he gripped my arm, he broke it. If he had gripped any harder, it would have taken longer to heal. Yet, he went down from just a slide from my weakest pawn. It's confusing. How? Ravel asked, trying to understand. How could a low-class devil inflict so much damage on me and still be so weak? That's when I realized he has immense potential. What I saw was just a glimpse. If we don't get strong enough to overwhelm him, he could become our biggest threat in the match. Ravel nodded slowly. I see. So you want us to be strong enough to take him down instantly? Yes, Riser confirmed, letting out a sigh. If we do that, then this marriage can commence. Just then, Yubaluna walked over, her demeanor serious. Ravel, I need to speak to Riser alone. Okay, Ravel replied, stepping away. Yubaluna sat down next to Riser, caressing his face gently. I know you hate the idea of me marrying Rias, especially after the promise you made to me and the others. Yubaluna, Riser interrupted, I understand. You're doing what is necessary for not just your clan but also for the devil population. I will support it, as long as you don't forget your promise to love us. They shared a tender kiss, and Riser reassured her, I know. I promise to love you all. Once Rias and I are together, we can all be together. I know, Yubaluna replied, her eyes brightening. But right now, we have a match to prepare for and win. We'll have to hold off until afterward. As they stood to leave, a mouse hid in the corner of the room, watching them intently. The camera zoomed in on the mouse's eye, then pulled back to reveal Mizun. Interesting, Mizun murmured to herself. So he doesn't want to marry her either. This is surprising. I think I'll keep this to myself. Mizun, are you coming back? Everyone's waiting for you for magic training. Called Y/N from outside. Coming, Mizun replied, hurrying back as everyone channeled magic in a circle. Elsewhere, bright fluffy clouds dotted a vast sky, where angels flew about their usual business. In a large building, an angel addressed another Angeloid. I need you to go down to Earth and find Icaros. Bring her back here. Are your orders clear, Nymph? Yes, Star, Nymph replied obediently. Back in the underworld, a purple-haired girl awoke and opened her casket, causing shock among the devils nearby. What? Ingvild is awake, exclaimed one devil. I don't know. But she can't stay here. If people catch wind of this, it could be bad. Another added. I might be able to help, a random devil interjected. I know a guy who can watch her, a third devil chimed in. Are you fine with it? One devil asked Ingvild. I guess, she replied, her voice raspy and surprising her. Here, some water, another devil offered. Ingvild drank the water and managed to get out of the casket with some struggle. Come on. Let me take you to the guy, the devil said, leading her through a magic circle that transported them to a base. I've been working with this guy for a while. He's trustworthy, the devil assured her. They knocked on the door, which opened to reveal Azazel, looking tired. Hugo, why are you here? He asked. I need you to watch over this girl. This is Ingvild Leviathan. We had her in a casket while she slept, but she woke up not too long ago. If the other devils find out, it could be trouble, Hugo explained. You do know I'm the leader of the fallen, right? You know how much of a pain this will bring me, Azazel replied, raising an eyebrow. Well, I trust you. You seem to have a way out for everything, Hugo countered. Fine. Besides, now that I look at her, I know just the person she can stay with. But I also sense a sacred gear in her, so we will need to see that. Bring her in. Hugo smiled at Ingvild, who looked nervous. Don't worry. He's great. He won't hurt you. Ingvild nodded hesitantly as they walked inside. 3 days had passed since Y/N and the others began their training. The schedule was manageable and everyone was giving it their all. Currently, Y/N, the ORC, and the Fallen Four were sparring against Tiamat. Y/N exclaimed as he was knocked back by a powerful blow. Eve lay on her side, groaning. So, yeah, the training is going great. Don't lie to the readers, narrator. Y/N shot back. Sorry. Geez. Anyway. What? Y/N asked, confused. Thwack he was punched by Tiamat, who was then tackled by Kaneko. Tiamat threw Kaneko off and blocked some light spears. Let's go. Y/N shouted, activating his boost. With a surge of energy, he dashed forward and punched Tiamat in the face, but Eve intercepted him with a kick that sent him flying. Your aura and mana SW's timing is going great? Eve complimented. Thanks. I'm getting better, Y/N replied, taking a deep breath. He used Thunder Rush to close the distance. Striking Tide. Sure, boom he was launched but caught by Rias. Thanks. I got it from here, he said, regaining his balance. No, don't think about fighting alone. Rias insisted. I was talking about using Jeppo to stay in the air, Y/N clarified. Sorry. It's fine. Don't worry. She let go, and he began hopping off the air. Got it. Now let's see. Soar plus Thunder Rush equals. Whoosh Y/N kicked Tiamat in the face, sending her spinning before she hit the ground. Oh, I'm so spamming that, he declared. Eve appeared behind him, fist ped back. He turned around and smirked. Left kick. He ducked and dodged her kick, then backflipped when she stomped the ground, creating a crater. Boom she blocked attacks from Asia, who fired magic from above. Kiba. Kaneko. Y/N called out as they ran past him to attack Eve, who dodged their strikes with ease. My body feels so limber. I haven't moved like this since Tiamat. I love it. Eve exclaimed. CRP. She's getting stronger as she fights. Y/N thought, charging at her again and preparing a destructive dragon shot. Take this. Boom, a large dark red beam struck Eve at point-blank range. When the dust settled, she was still standing, her aura up and blocking. The attack, though she bore a few scratches. Block. T. Now, she said, swinging her hand down. Y/N dodged, but the cut still grazed him. Wait, you can do that with aura. I thought you needed weapons. Oh. Weapons help, but it depends on the attack you're doing. Something like that is a slash. A move with 1 to 3 of your fingers is a sting. You know the rest. Good to know. He jumped to avoid a low sweep kick from Tiamat. Gotcha, she said, bringing her leg up to kick him. He put his hands on her leg and hopped off, landing safely. Nearly got my bowing loings, he muttered. Suddenly, Tiamat was behind him, but Aquino intervened with her holy ice magic. You should cool off, she quipped. That was terrible, Tiamat replied, breaking free from the ice encasement and charging at Aquino. Y/N grabbed Tiamat's leg and threw her toward Eve, who caught her. Barrier. Tiamat shouted, creating a barrier just as Y/N pierced through it, shocking them both. Honey, I'm home. Boost X15 he kicked them in the back of their legs, making them stagger, then grabbed their faces and slammed them into the ground. How's that? They both placed a hand on the ground, and a magic circle formed, causing the ground to shake. Son of a bit, Tiamat. The ground rose as Y/N fought them off alone, struggling. Yamato conked Eve on the head with her club before swinging at Tiamat, who blocked but still skidded back. Use your hockey, Yamato urged. Right? Y/N imbued his arms, sword, and boosted gear with armament hockey. Let's go. They charged at Eve and Tiamat, who blocked their strikes but felt the extra weight behind them, surprising them. Eve pet her fist back and threw a punch at Y/N, who smiled. Flame kata. Phantom pace. Bim. Eve was punched and launched away. Thinking adamantine kata. Unbreakable. Eve summoned pillars from the ground to stop herself, crashing through them until she finally halted. Man, my back hurts, she complained. Y/N turned to the readers, grabbing the camera. You all thought I was doing nothing in my spare time. Every time the setting would be a few days after this and that. What do you think I've been doing? Off-screen training. I've learned multiple fighting styles, from bare-handed to weaponry. And I'm gonna use it to take over hell. Thwack. Tiamat kicked him. What are you yapping about? And who are you yapping to? Don't worry. It doesn't matter. Just filling in some gaps. Let's continue. Whoosh. He backflipped over Eve's kick and kicked her in the back of the head, making her stagger. Oh, Eve exclaimed. Sorry. He charged at her, but she blocked his punch. He kicked at her, but she dodged, and Yamato joined in, swinging her club down. Eve pushed Y/N away and dodged the attack. Tiamat was about to join when Bam Slice, Kiba, and Kaneko rejoined the fray with the rest of the ORC. Do it, Gasper, Rias commanded. Gasper nodded and activated Forbidden Bailer View. Y/N managed to escape just in time as everyone unleashed magic attacks all around them, freezing in Gasper's view. Take it off, Aquino urged. Right, Gasper replied, closing his eyes. Time resumed, and Eve and Tiamat found themselves facing a barrage of magic attacks. Oh poop, Eve muttered. Mother foo, Tiamat started, but it was too late. Boom. Middle looked on, wide-eyed. Did we do it? Icaros shook her head. Oh. I sense their life signatures. They're still potent. When the dust cleared, Tiamat and Eve emerged, scratched and disheveled, with Eve's clothes torn yet somehow still covering her proportions. Oh Lord, Y/N said, getting into a fighting stance. Well, gotta be prepared to fight for as long as I can. Eve raised her hands. That's enough. Y/N replied, surprised. The sparring match is done, Tiamat said, her tone serious. If we continue any further, we might get serious, and that would be bad. Yeah, to be honest, I was still holding back when we were fighting Tiamat, Eve admitted. Are you serious? Tiamat exclaimed. Yeah. I was getting used to the eyes of the Lord and getting a good grasp of it at the time. I didn't even use my own eyes. You have your own? Y/N asked, intrigued. Yeah. Mine let me heal my allies within a large area and buff them up so they get healed and temporarily become super strong. She flexed her bicep playfully, sticking her tongue out. I call them the eyes of the saint. It helps people in need, so I think it fits. So what's next? Tiamat sighed. We rest up. I mean, we got all dirty and injured. Let's head inside, fix our clothes and rest. Besides, it's also late. Dinner is in a few minutes. Agreed. But we need to rest up. We only have 11 days left, Rias added. Yes, Rias, the ORC chorused. Everyone headed inside, and Y/N sank into the large tub alongside Gasper and Kiba. This is relaxing, he sighed. I agree. This bath is amazing, Kiba said, leaning back. I can feel the soreness leaving my body, Gasper added. Yep. I wonder how the girls are doing on the other side, Y/N mused. Donasik chimed in, probably fine. Talking about girl things. On the other side, the girls were indeed relaxing in the tub. It's been so long since I had a nice hot bath like this, Tiamat said, sighing contentedly. Really? Calawarner asked, raising an eyebrow. The only bath I had was the waterfall next to my cave in Familiar Forest. I hope that place is fixed up, Tiamat reminisced. Yamato blushed. Me too. Middle noticed. You alright, Yamato? You're blushing like mad. Yeah, just not used to bathing with girls. Growing up, I only did that with boys. This is kind of a new experience for me, Yamato admitted. Really? What was it like? Akino asked, her curiosity piqued. It was fine. It was normally me and close friends, and my dad, Kaido, Yamato replied. Tiamat nodded. Oh, I remember him. Sorry for killing him, by the way. Yamato shrugged. It's fine. He was a crazy old man. What happened? Calawarner inquired. My dad wanted to fight her for the title of King of Familiar Forest and Strongest Familiar, Yamato explained. He ultimately lost and died when we fought. He was strong but not strong enough. Plus, who knows what he would have done if he took the title. I've established peace and order among the familiars. I knew he was a bad guy to have the title, Tiamat said. Yeah. He really only cared about his close comrades and me, Yamato added. I see. So, you killed him to keep the order of the forest intact, Rias concluded. Exactly. He would have kept fighting me and losing if I let him live, Tiamat affirmed. Yeah, I'm not entirely mad that you killed him. Plus, any thoughts of revenge went straight out the window when I saw you fight everyone. I wasn't gonna challenge that, Yamato admitted. Don't worry. I wouldn't kill you even if you tried. I could tell you weren't like that, Tiamat reassured her. Thanks, I guess, Yamato replied, feeling a bit more at ease. Middlet broke the moment. Well, this was nice and all, but what do you think the boys are talking about? Probably normal things. Like video games and such, Neve suggested. Would you like to listen? Icaros asked, holding up a microphone and speaker. Rias raised an eyebrow. Not even gonna ask where you got that. With these, we can listen in, Icaros explained. Do it, Kaneko urged. Oh. We shouldn't listen in on their conversations, Eve protested. Do it. I'm curious, Akino insisted. Me too, Rainier added. Yamato sighed. Eve is right. We can't invade their privacy. I could care less, Tiamat said, shrugging. So, you aren't interested? Rias asked, smirking. Eve, Yamato, and Tiamat exchanged glances, then fell silent. Icaros took the initiative. She tossed the microphone over the wall, and conversations from the boys' side filled the air. So, what is the most old man name ever? It can be any country, just a name that you think is old, Y/and asked. Hank, Kiba replied. That's a good one. But that's more of a middle-aged man, Donasek added. What about Greg? Gasper suggested. Same deal, but Greg's are a bit younger than Hank's, Y/and noted. Donasek chimed in again. What about Mitch? Like short for Mitchell? Kiba asked. Yeah, Donasek confirmed. That sounds pretty young, Gasper remarked. My thoughts exactly, Y/and agreed. Well, what do you have? Donasek asked. Dan, Y/and replied confidently. Short for Danny or Daniel. Kiba inquired, right? Y/and exclaimed, laughter bubbling up among the group. That's such an old man name. Kiba chimed in, shaking his head. Really old? Gasper added, his eyes wide. Donasek smirked. Like you were just old your whole life? Yeah. You came out of the womb in your 80s, Y/and teased, and the boys erupted into laughter, while the girls listened in from the speaker. Middlet shook her head in disbelief. I can't believe this. Yeah, Asia agreed, a smile creeping onto her face. Dan is an old man name. That's what I was thinking, Akino said, joining in. Tiamat rolled her eyes. I knew it was just pointless conversations. Rainier sighed. I expected them to be talking about us. Like, who's the hottest? Please, we all know the answer, Rias said confidently. Me. The other girls, minus Eve, chimed in unison. Rias? What? It's true. Rias defended herself. I have a appealing face, appealing hair, and the best body. Akino chuckled. Rias, I love you. You know that, but I will have to disagree with you. I have the hottest body. Please. It's me, Rias retorted. I'm not gonna get into this, Kaneko said, crossing her arms. Same, Middlet added. Me too, Icaros agreed. Rainier smirked. Please, we all know that I'm the hottest one here. I mean, come on. Look at me. Calawarner chimed in, yeah, so we are just gonna act like I don't have a body that drives boys wild? You dress like a prostitute, Tiamat shot back. Say that again. Calawarner snapped. Do you really want this fight? Besides, I have the hottest body. Plus, I'm basically MLF. All the guys like us. Yamato coughed, hag. I heard that dog breath. Tiamat retorted. How dare you? Yamato exclaimed. Girls, let's calm down, Eve suggested, but it was too late. The girls had already plunged into a heated argument, while Eve, Icaros, Kaneko, and Middlet attempted to break it up. Blair leaned over to Mizun, grinning. You want popcorn? Thank you. Mizun replied, and the two settled on the edge of the bath, munching on popcorn as they watched the chaos unfold. After some time, you and the boys emerged from the bath, feeling refreshed. Man, that was amazing. Y/N said, stretching. I know. I feel so relaxed, Kiba replied, a satisfied smile on his face. I feel younger, Donasik added. I feel like I don't have social anxiety. Oh wait, it's back again, Gasper said, his expression shifting. You patted his back and chuckled. Don't worry. We'll help you overcome it. Really? Gasper asked, his eyes lighting up. Of course. We're brothers. Of course we'll help. Gasper smiled, but as you turned around, you were shocked. Girls. What happened? Are you all right? You rushed over to them, noticing the scratches and messy hair. We're fine. Just a civil discussion is all, Rias said, brushing it off. Civil discussion, my butt? You all look like there was a fight, you replied, raising an eyebrow. Don't worry. It was just a civil discussion, Aquino insisted. Gasper approached Middlet, holding her hands gently. Are you okay? Middlet blushed, nodding. Yes. I'm fine. Thank you. But let me know if anything's the matter, Gasper said earnestly. I will. Thank you, Middlet replied, and everyone thought cute. Blair broke the moment. Well, that was quite the entertainment. Now, how about we all go to sleep? It's late. We already had dinner before bathing, so let's just go to our rooms. Everyone nodded in agreement and headed to their respective rooms. You lay down on your bed, and soon Blair and Mizun transformed into their true forms, curling up on top of you. Good night, you murmured. Good night, Issei, they replied in unison. As you closed your eyes, you found yourself waking up in a black void, staring at the three orbs once again. Skill tree time. You exclaimed, moving toward the orbs. The line you had lit up before was still there. I wish I could see them. Or know what it is, you thought, touching the line. Information flooded your mind. I can imbue my barriers with armament hockey. That sounds broken. Let's see what else I can do. You began lighting up more lines, connecting red and blue, and more information hit you. I can use my mana vision with my observation hockey to see what kind of magic they are going to use. Awesome. You lit up another line, receiving similar information. I can use my observation hockey to allow my magic attacks to hone in on my opponents. You connected another line, linking orange and red, and smiled. I can imbue my armament hockey with my block. Cool. Just as you felt yourself being pulled away, you decided to light up one last line, connecting orange and blue. I can use hit and magic at once. Like, if I throw a punch, I can use my mana and aura to increase the impact and damage. The light pulsed as if to affirm your thought. See you later, skill tree. You said, and then you woke up to find it was early morning. Time for grinding, you declared. Are you okay? Drake asked, his voice breaking through your thoughts. What? You replied, still groggy. Buster Wolf. Drake shouted, but you barely registered it. Your body was shaking and convulsing. You even had red, blue, and orange aura around you. What happened? Drake continued. You know the inner mind thing I told you about. You explained. Yes, Drake replied. It was essentially a skill tree connecting my hockey, mana, and aura together somewhat so I can use new techniques. Really? Drake asked, intrigued. Yeah, I'll show you when we get to training. All right, Drake said, and you smiled, starting your workout, unaware that a bird was watching you from the window. Meanwhile, Riser observed you from the bird's perspective. I knew there was something odd about you. But I can't worry. I will win. No matter what. He pulled out a small vial filled with a clear liquid, so transparent that it was nearly invisible unless shaken. A devious smirk formed on his face as the door to his study opened. You coming to bed, dear? Eubelina asked. Yes. I'll be right there, Riser replied, nodding as she left. He turned back to the orb, watching you run around the manor. I will send all my pawns onto you. You will be overwhelmed and I will win. As you stopped and waved at the bird, Riser's expression shifted. Can he? No, he can't. It's invisible. He sighed, relieved, but then the bird squawked. What? Riser exclaimed, watching as the bird was taken down, its vision fading to black. Sheet. He's been compromised. I need to get him back. A magic circle appeared, and the bird emerged, looking perfectly fine. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? Do anything to you? Riser asked, panic rising in his voice. The bird shook its head, and Riser sighed in relief. You must have gotten away in time. I'm glad you're safe. The camera zoomed in on the bird's eye, transitioning to Blair and Mizun, who were watching from an orb. That'll teach him to spy on us, Blair said, giggling. Let's see what we can find, Mizun added, and they laughed as the bird flew to its cage and settled down to sleep. We'll check in soon, Blair said. See what weaknesses we can find, Mizun added. Don't, you interrupted, walking in as they looked at you. Are you sure? Blair asked. Yeah. We won't need to see their weaknesses. This battle will be a landslide victory. No losses on our side. But we will keep an eye on it, Mizun replied. That good you asked? Sure. You're more than welcome to do that, you said with a smile, laying back in bed as they cuddled against you. A few days later, you were meditating when Kiba, Kaneko, and Akino approached. You wanted to see us? Kiba asked. Yeah. It's about your trauma, you said, looking at them seriously. Our trauma? Akino echoed, raising an eyebrow. Yeah. You guys need to confront it. And I'm gonna help you. Kaneko crossed her arms. What makes you think we have trauma? You pointed at Kaneko. Your reluctance to use your yokai powers? Then you pointed at Akino. Your hatred towards the fallen for no reason since they have been pretty good so far with us. Finally, you pointed at Kiba. The way you glare at your swords like you hate them or something about that. You paused, gauging their reactions. There were other tells, but those were the most obvious. So, I'm gonna be your therapist. So let it all out. You smiled, and they looked bewildered by your declaration. You wanted to help them with their trauma, knowing it couldn't be resolved in just one session, but you were determined to help them get on the path to overcoming it faster than in the anime. The question was, would they take the first step? Kaneko looked at you, surprised. You want to help us? Of course. Sit down and tell me your traumatic backstory. That way, I can help you. Akino Issei. We do appreciate the sentiment, but we're fine. Really? Bullshit. I know you aren't. It's so obvious. Practically everyone knows, but no one wants to ask to seem like they're trying to pry or touch a sensitive subject. But I will. Just trust me. You held out your hand, and Akino and Kaneko exchanged conflicted glances. Okay, Kiba said, sitting down in front of you. Are you sure, Kiba? Akino asked, concern in her voice. Yeah, I trust Issei. That's my bro right there. You smiled, feeling happy he was taking the first step. Attaboy. Now, let the floodgates open. Kiba took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. I was an orphan. My real name is Isaiah. I and other orphans were taken in by the church. We were chosen to be part of this project, the Holy Sword Project. His fist clenched as memories flooded back. We were watched over by a man named Valper Galilei. When the project didn't yield good results, he started slaughtering us, deeming us failures. With the help of my friends, I managed to escape with my life. But my friends, they died. I can still hear their screams in my head. It hurts. But when I was traveling away from the church, I only had one thought in mind: to destroy Excalibur and the Holy Swords. What was the Holy Sword Project? You asked, intrigued. They wanted to make artificial Holy Sword wielders. So, They gathered up a bunch of kids who could use swords or were like me, and they. Tears began to form in the corners of his eyes. Hey, take all the time you need. I'm here for you, you reassured him. They performed inhumane experiments on us, all in the hopes of getting the results they wanted. I hated it, you prompted gently. So painful. So awful. The screams, the agony. It felt like it lasted an eternity. And we were deemed failures anyway, so we just had to die. That was it. The more I heard them preach on and on about the holy swords and that Dmed Excalibur, the more I hated it. And when I escaped, my only thought was destroying it. Because if it wasn't for that sword, my friends would still be alive. We wouldn't have had to suffer for it and die. Tears streamed down his face as he clenched his fists and stood up. Thank you, you said, standing up and offering your hand. He hugged you tightly. But I've started to have second thoughts. Ever since that fight against Tiamat, I started to hear their voices from the memories. And I remembered what they asked of me. What did they ask of you? You inquired softly. They wanted me to live. To live life since they knew they couldn't. They gave up their lives so I could live mine. And I don't know what to do. Well, I don't think you should live in revenge, you said firmly. What? Isaiah asked, confusion etched on his face. Let's say you get your revenge. You destroy Excalibur. What next? What do you want to do with your life from that moment on? I don't know, he admitted. Exactly. So, I'm glad that you are taking this first step. I don't think you should try to get revenge against a sword. Try to live life. For my friends, he asked, hope flickering in his eyes. Oh. For yourself. For myself, he echoed, realization dawning on him. Yep. Live for you. Thank you. I will try. Good. Also, what's one of the most important rules of the sword? A sword is only as strong. His eyes widened. As the wielder. Exactly, you affirmed, feeling a sense of accomplishment as Kiba's demeanor shifted. Thank you. My mind feels less foggy. Kiba sat down and you smiled at him. All right, who's next? I'll go, Aquino said, surprising everyone. Really? Kaneko asked, her skepticism evident. Yes. Aquino sat down in front of you as Kiba watched from the sidelines. Don't worry. I'm here, so lay it all out, you encouraged. Aquino took a deep breath, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. First of all, I'm not a full devil. With that, her wings sprouted, revealing a fallen angel wing. I'm the daughter of a human shrine maiden mother and a fallen angel father. I loved my family. We all loved each other. My parents were made for each other. My mom was a SDST, and my dad is a MCST. So, that's where I get my SDMCS from. That's fine, you said nodding. Fun fact, my pervertedness is genetic. Really? Aquino asked, raising an eyebrow. Yep. My parents are pervs, my grandpa's a perv, it runs in the family. But do continue. Right? Well, my father was always away. So, when my mom and I were attacked by the Himejima clan, she died protecting me. When my father came and saw, I blamed him for her death and ran away. I was able to live with some of my relatives on my mom's side, but once they found out I was half fallen, they kicked me out. So I was out on the streets with no food or money. What did you do to survive? You asked, intrigued. I used the skills my mother taught me to purify evil spirits in order to survive. Then one day, I healed a human who was contracted with a devil from the Gremory clan. I was so scared of the consequences that when I tried to leave town, I was attacked by relatives from the Himejima clan. They were going to kill me. But then Rias came to my aid and saved me. But from when? My mom died to even now, I still hate fallen angels. I hate myself for being one, and I hate my dad for not protecting me. I hate it all. Even then, I find the fallen for tolerable. That was a lot to unpack, you said, processing her words. So, you blame your father for your mother's death and all fallen. Yes. Well, I can understand that. But let me say this, I don't think you should blame the fallen, your father, or yourself for what happened. What? Aquino asked, confusion evident. You heard me. But because of them, my mother died. Because of who I am, my mother died. How can I just not blame them or myself? You sighed, scratching the back of your head. Listen, I'm not gonna be good at this, mainly because I'm having a hard time trying to find a much more gentle approach. But you shouldn't hate yourself, your father, or the fallen race as a whole because of things that were out of their control. It's only gonna hurt you more in the future. Really. But my own clan killed my mom because of me. If she never even met my father, or if I didn't have fallen BLD, your mom would be alive. But the thing is, she knew. What? Aquino asked, her brow furrowing. She knew the risks that came with being with your father in general. But it didn't stop her. She even went against her clan to protect you. She went against her family to protect you. And I know she would have done it again and again. Well, that's because she was protecting her daughter. And don't you think your father would do the same thing? Don't you think he would also lay down his life to protect you? Well, why would he be away for days on end, and I only speak to him through calls? Aquino asked, her voice tinged with frustration. Called having a job. You know how many times my dad was away on business? A lot. But when he was home, he would always make sure to spend time with me. Yeah. Look, you shouldn't blame your dad for what happened. That was just out of your control. Hell, you shouldn't blame yourself for who you are. Because I love who you are. What? Aquino exclaimed, her eyes wide. I love who you are. You're a great person, Aquino. You shouldn't hate yourself for it. Then what should I do? I'm so angry about that time, and I can't just let go of it. It's my fault entirely, and I just... You slowly approached her as tears formed in her eyes. That's fine. This session isn't to do that. It's to help you down the right path. But as of right now, I can't help you with all of your baggage. Mainly because I'm not the one you should go to. But when it comes to loving and accepting yourself, I'm your man. Your first step is that. Accept who you are. You gently took her hands. You are amazing, Aquino. Fall inside and all. Because you're still you. Just because you're a hybrid doesn't mean you yourself are different. That you are you. And if you keep hating yourself, you gently touched her fallen wing. Rejecting yourself, you're only hurting yourself in the process. Your fallen side is appealing, just like you are. And you're only holding yourself back from what you can truly do. You can do so much, but you need to take this first step to do so. Can you try? Aquino stammered, and you hugged her tightly. She relaxed in your arms. I'll try, she whispered. And I know that the Fallen Four can help you with that. So, if I can't be there for you for moments like this, which will be rare honestly, you can go to the Fallen Four. Okay. Aquino sat down next to Kiba, who put a hand on her shoulder. You okay? He asked gently. No, but I know I will be, Aquino replied, a small smile breaking through her tears. We both will, Kiba said, and they exchanged encouraging glances. Kaneko looked skeptical. Come on, Kaneko. You can do it. I don't know. Kaneko hesitated. Do it, Kaneko, Kiba urged. Give it a try, Aquino added. Fine. Kaneko sighed and sat down in front of you. My real name is Chiron. Tuju was always my last name. I have this big sister named Kuroka. We are the last of our kind, Nikomata yokai. Her cat parts appeared, and you smiled at everyone stepped into the magic circle as Graphia prepared a new one. For those of you who aren't part of her peerage, this will take you to the viewing area, she explained. Thank you, Mrs. Graphia, Eve exclaimed, her excitement palpable. No problem, Graphia replied, her thoughts drifting. So bright. Who is this woman? As everyone disappeared through the magic circle, Eve and the others found themselves in the spectator area. Oh. It's so big. Eve marveled. Oh, I see you guys were allowed to watch the rating game, Sona said, turning to face them. Yeah. Do you think they will win? Tiamat asked, glancing at the arena. I have no doubt, Sona replied confidently. But I need to see them to be sure. I haven't seen them for 2 weeks. I'm sure they got this, Saji chimed in, trying to reassure them. Just then, a male figure resembling Rias approached. Well, it appears we have quite the colorful bunch, he said, introducing himself. My name is Surzex Lucifer. I am Rias' older brother. Nice to meet you, Yamato said, stepping forward. I'm Yamato, Issei's familiar. I know you know me, Surzex. I am also Issei's familiar, Tiamat added, a hint of pride in her voice. Wait, he got two. Unfair. Surzex exclaimed, feigning indignation. Now, Lord Lucifer, Graphia interjected, trying to maintain order. I know. But who are you all? Surzex continued, curiosity piqued. I'm Blair, a monster cat and the ORC's magic teacher. Blair introduced herself. Mizun here, a monster mouse and also their magic teacher, Mizun added. I'm Rainer. This is Middlet, Calawarner, and Donasik. We're fallen, but we serve under Issei and his family, and by extension, the ORC, she explained, gesturing to her companions. I see, Surzex said, nodding. Well, it looks like we don't need to worry about you all attacking, right? The fallen four shook in fear, quickly nodding their heads. I am Icaros, Issei's servant, she introduced herself, her voice barely above a whisper. And hopefully more, she thought to herself. An Angeloid, Surzex noted. Well, Issei is part of her peerage, so I'm sure we don't have to worry about you. Unless someone hurts Issei or he commands it, I won't get hostile, Icaros replied firmly. Good. And who is this? Surzex asked, turning to Eve. I'm Eve, she said, smiling brightly. Eve. Surzex echoed, his eyes widening. Adam and Eve, Tiamat added, prompting a realization in Surzex. Sheet. It's an honor. He exclaimed, dropping to his knees alongside Graphia in a show of respect. Please stand. You don't need to do all this, Neve said, a bit flustered. Are you sure? Surzex asked, looking up at her. Yes, she insisted. But, sorry, it's just that you're the first woman. Literally. I know making an enemy of you is not good, he explained, still in awe. Trust me, I know. She did a lot of damage to me when we fought, Tiamat added, recalling their previous encounter. So that's what that explosion was. I had no idea, Surzex said, nodding in understanding. We will do our best to stay on your good side. Thank you. Also, I am confident that your sister will win this rating game, Eve said, her optimism shining through. Thank you for your support, Graphia replied, her heart warming at Eve's words. You're welcome. Eve beamed, while Graphia and Surzex exchanged a thought. So pure. Attention shifted as they noticed Mr. and Mrs. Phoenix arriving. Ah, I see you're here too. Come to watch the game. Surzex asked. Yes. A shame Ruvel wouldn't come. He said it was stupid. But when Riser wins, he'll be there for the wedding ceremony, Mr. Phoenix replied, disappointment evident in his voice. It is a shame, Mrs. Phoenix agreed. But it looks like the game is starting. Graphia approached the microphone. It's time for the rating game between Riser Phoenix and his peerage. Riser and his peerage are ready, Riser declared, clutching something tightly in his pocket. And Rias and her peerage. Graphia paused, glancing around. Ahem. Rias and her peerage. The door opened, and Rias and the ORC walked out, striking poses. We're ready, Rias shouted. So cool. Kick their butt? Eve cheered. It's dinner time. And fried chicken is on the menu. Y/N added, excitement bubbling over. Yeah, they got this, Sona said, confidence radiating from her. Then let the rating game commence. Graphia announced. But all of you scatter. When one of you finds that Issei boy, let the others know so you can all attack him at once, Riser commanded. Yes, Riser, his peerage responded, scattering in different directions. Riser sat in his chair, clutching the vial in his pocket tighter. This will help me. If things go south, then I will use this. It won't kill, but it will hurt like hell. I can't lose. My family is counting on me. In the gym, you walked in with your hands in your pockets when two figures appeared. We found you. Isle and Nell shouted, brandishing chainsaws. Oh darn it. Guess I lose the game of hide and seek, you admitted, feigning defeat. Yep. Now, Nell began, creating a communication circle. We found Issei. He's in the gym. Something's supposed to happen, you asked, confused. Hold on. We said we found Issei. Hurry to the gym. Isle urged. Why aren't they showing up? Nell exclaimed, frustration creeping into her voice. Just then, several magic circles appeared, and the rest of Riser's pawns emerged. Sorry we're late. But the others won't make it, Mira said apologetically. Why not? Nell asked. Cutting to a forest, Kiba was seen fighting Riser's knights with ease. Get serious already, he urged, dodging their attacks. We are. Carlemine protested. You get serious? Can't. We all have our roles. I'm sticking to mine. Fighting you too, Kiba replied with a smirk. Don't you look down on us? Cirrus shouted, swinging at him. Kiba easily dodged and blocked a strike from Carlemine. Nice try, he taunted. In another part of the forest, Kaneko was dodging attacks from Riser's rooks. Damn it. Stay still. Shualon shouted in frustration. Okay, Kaneko replied, only to suddenly retaliate. Bam. Ka. My hand. What is your skin made of? Shualon cried out. I'm just built different, Kaneko replied, a smirk on her face. Back in Riser's base, he noticed a communication circle. Rias. Are you calling to give up? He asked, a hint of mockery in his voice. Oh. I just wanted to know if you were enjoying the show, Rias replied, her tone teasing. What? Riser responded, confused. Right now, my pieces are dealing with your pieces. My queen is fighting yours, my knight is fighting yours, my rook is fighting yours, my bishops are fighting yours, and my pawn is fighting yours, she explained, her confidence unwavering. What? How did you know where they'd be? Riser demanded. We didn't. We planned on suching out depending on who found who. If Akino found your knights, she would have swapped with Kiba. If Kaneko found your bishops, she would have suched out with Gasper and Asia. Simple, really, Rias concluded. You dashed and instantly appeared in front of Ruvel, catching him off guard. Hi, you greeted. Hi, Ruvel started, only to be interrupted as you punched him hard in the stomach, sending him flying past Riser. Did I just see his fist? Riser thought, stunned. Whatcha thinking about, deep fried? You teased, turning your attention back to Riser. Ha, he shouted, swiping at you but missing as you vanished from sight. Did you get him? You called out, your voice echoing in the clearing. Whem. You kicked Riser in the side, launching him through several trees. But, Ruvel, let's work together, Riser said, determination igniting in his eyes. That was the plan. Just keep up and match my flow, Ruvel replied, his aura flaring as they charged up, flames swirling around them. Getting serious, are we? Let's see if you can get me to go serious. You challenged, ready for the fight ahead. In the altar, everyone watched in awe. So, this is Issei. He looks strong, Mr. Phoenix remarked, impressed. Yes, but I think when Ruvel gets serious, he won't win, Mrs. Phoenix added, concern creeping into her voice. Don't you dare doubt my pawn, Rias interjected, her voice firm. He's just starting to warm up. I'm back with the other Satans, Surzex announced, drawing attention. I have arrived, Seraphal declared, her presence commanding. Surzex, if this is another presentation on why your wife is the best, I swear to Satan, Ajuka began, only to be interrupted. Not this time. Surzex insisted, pointing toward the arena. What? It can't be, Seraphal gasped, her eyes widening as she spotted Azazel watching the fight. Howdy. I came with a peace offering. Plus, I wanted to show Issei. See how he'd react. So, let's watch the fight, Azazel said, grinning. You're the leader of the fallen. Why should we trust you? Seraphal demanded, suspicion evident in her voice. Because I'm friends with the ORC and Issei, Azazel replied, shrugging nonchalantly. What? Surzex exclaimed, shocked. Yeah, about that, Rias started but was cut off. Shut up. I want to watch the fight. Let's just settle any further discussions until after, a hooded figure interjected. Well, you heard the lady. Let's just watch and we can discuss afterward, Azazel said, dismissing the tension. I want to see the fight, please, the hooded figure added. Fine. But Rias, you have a lot of explaining to do, Surzex warned. I know, Rias replied, resigned. I will help explain. I was the one who first got into contact with Azazel. That's how we became allies, Blair said, stepping forward. Yep. So let's watch, Azazel agreed. Are you serious? Ajuka asked, incredulous. Let's watch. I want to see Issei kick their buttes, Sona declared, her competitive spirit ignited. Sona, you normally don't talk like that. What changed? Serafal asked, surprised. Nothing. Sorry, Sona replied, rolling her eyes. She's into Issei, Tsubaki teased. Sona shot back, her cheeks flushing. Really? Serafal exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. Let's just watch the fight. Sona shouted, her patience wearing thin. They all nodded in agreement, turning their attention back to the arena. In the field, you were blocking all of Riser and Ruvel's attacks. Hold still. Riser growled, frustration evident in his voice. Let me think. No, you replied, dodging another strike. Gah. Riser shouted as you landed a solid hit. Grr. Ruvel growled, his determination rising. Get a load of this. You glanced behind you to see a barrage of fireballs heading your way. Dodge, you shouted. Sheet. Ruvel exclaimed, barely managing to evade the onslaught. Thwack. You punched Ruvel and grabbed his leg, slamming him into the ground repeatedly. Let go, he shouted, struggling against your grip. Threw him toward Riser, who barely managed to catch him. You okay? Riser asked, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, Ruvel replied, wiping BLD from his mouth. This is fun. I'm only using AX5 boost. And even then, it's more than enough, you stated confidently. Don't you dare look down on me. Ruvel shouted, his magic aura spiking as he charged at you. Oh, you exclaimed, starting to block his attacks. Drag, he's moving faster. Guess he was also holding back, you noted, feeling the intensity of the fight increase. Maybe, Drag replied, his voice steady. But he's here. Who, you asked, confused. The white one. He's here. Drag warned. Let's just focus on one thing at a time. Right now, this fight. You said, refocusing your energy. Stop talking to yourself. Ruvel shouted, clearly frustrated. Sorry. The voices can be quite noisy, you replied, landing a punch to his face before unleashing a flurry of attacks. Aura, you shouted, your strikes landing with precision. Mutta. Ruvel shouted back, determination fueling his every move. You kicked him back and dashed at him, ready to keep the momentum going. In the altar, Ajuka watched in awe. Incredible. He's holding his own against Ruvel. And he's strong. He's one of the potential candidates to be a Satan. Yeah, just who is he? Serafal asked, intrigued. He's my beloved pawn, Issei Hayadu, Rias declared proudly. You did try to have Issei with him, Grafia remarked, a teasing glint in her eye. What? Rias exclaimed, caught off guard. I see myself losing my virginity to him. Hell, I'll admit it. I love him. Rias confessed, her cheeks flushing. Asia, you can't? And why not? Rias challenged. Because I love him, Asia replied, her voice firm. So do I. Eve chimed in. Me too, Icaros added, her gaze unwavering. Sona said, her silence speaking volumes. Tsubaki smiled knowingly. We already know. Fine. I have feelings for him. Sona finally admitted, her voice rising. I didn't want to, but he was just so charming. His grades have skyrocketed since he came back. He nearly beat me in a chess match. He's funny, kind, determined, hardworking, and from what we are looking at, fights for those he cares about. It was so hard for me not to. Tsubaki patted her back, smiling. Glad you came around. Hey, I also love him. Don't count me out, Rainier declared, her voice strong. Tiamat looked around. This is a weird love shape. What about you, Blair? Mizun. Of course I do. He's my ems after all, Blair said with a smirk. I haven't known him that long. Maybe I will, Mizun admitted, her cheeks slightly pink. Okay, so, including Allison, that makes it a love? Tiamat began. Hexagon. Yamato suggested. Yeah, that, Tiamat agreed. Well, remember, he's not in a good mindset. I think us confessing would be bad. I mean, remember his date with Allison. Blair reminded them. Yeah. That was surprising. Almost every guy and girl wanted her at school, Kiba noted, recalling the event. Exactly. Let's just do what we agreed on, Blair concluded, and they all nodded in agreement. Ajuka looked on in curiosity. How come he isn't using his devil wings to fly? Is he bad at it? About that. He's still human. He's just a free piece, Rias explained. How? Ajuka asked, astonished. Apparently, when I did the process, due to us being at equal strength, he didn't get turned into a devil. He just gained the perks and no wings or drawbacks, Rias clarified. Incredible. I don't think that has ever happened before. I need to research this, Ajuka said, excitement in his voice. Yeah, but it's fine. He still listens to me, Rias replied, confidence returning. In the field, you and Ruvel were still locked in combat while Riser watched, his fists clenched in frustration. What am I doing? I trained my butt off for 2 weeks. I broke my bones, pushed myself to exhaustion every day. And here I am standing like this isn't even my fight. Riser thought, memories of his grueling training flashing through his mind. Oh, how can I be a good king to my peerage if I can't even fight my own battle? How can I love my girls if I can't even show that I'm strong enough to protect them? He questioned, the ground around him starting to shake. I trained my butt off for my family and this marriage that I didn't even want. And here I am just not showing the fruits of my LBR. Riser shouted, his frustration boiling over. No, he roared, his magic aura exploding around him. Interesting. Ruvel said, sensing the shift in energy. Riser flew toward you both at incredible speed, landing a punch that caught you off guard. Gah, you exclaimed, stumbling back. Don't you forget about me. This is my fight, remember? Riser declared, determination etched on his face. You smiled, feeling the thrill of the fight. It's about DMN time. I'll show you the power of the Phoenix clan. Riser shouted, his flames igniting around him. Show me. Ha. You laughed, charging forward as the three of you began trading blows. As the fight escalated, you felt yourself getting overwhelmed. Boost X5, you shouted, pushing back against their combined strength. Gra, you grunted, determination fueling your every move. But show me more. Ruvel challenged, his aura flaring as he prepared for the next round. Thwack, thwack. You punched them both, launching them away. But now I'll get serious, Ruvel declared, his magic aura spiking dramatically. Boom, he charged at you, but you dodged his punch effortlessly. What? Ruvel exclaimed, surprised by your speed. Thinking thank you, observation hockey, you thought, landing a kick to his face that sent him skidding back. You backflipped, landing on Riser just as he charged at you from behind. Gah, he shouted, a magic circle appearing on his back, followed by a pillar of fire. Hey, you screamed, launching yourself away just in time to avoid the flames. Phew. You guys better know a good tailor. You joked, brushing off the stray flames. I run a clothing company. You'll be fine if you win. Riser retorted, determination shining in his eyes. You both dashed at each other, ready for the final showdown. But let's go. Using Sora Thunder Rush, you blitzed past them, landing 3 quick strikes. A punch to Riser, a punch to Ruvel's chest, and an uppercut to Ruvel's chin, launching them both into the air. You mused, instantly appearing above them, a smile on your face as you became coated in lightning. Thunder breathing. Barehanded mode. First form. You declared, striking the ground as lightning struck down, electrocuting both Riser and Ruvel. Thunderclap and smash, you shouted, relishing the moment. That hurt, Ruvel groaned, struggling to regain. I have 2 people I want to introduce you to, Azazel said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Oh, Azazel. I didn't know you were here. And who are they? You replied, looking around. Well, this is my daughter figure and your rival, he explained, gesturing toward a white-haired girl who stepped forward confidently. My name is Valerie, but you can call me Vale. I am the host of Albion, she introduced herself, her tone assertive. Drake, a voice chimed in, and you turned to see a dragon-like figure. Hello, White One, Albion greeted in a deep voice. Hello, Red One, Drake replied. Do you two have names, you asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Drake confirmed. Of course we do, Albion added. Then use them, White One read. 1 foot sounds stupid. You two are best friends, you insisted. What? Valet asked, clearly confused. You don't know. Drake and Albion don't even have beef. Their rivalry is just friendly, you explained. Tiamat, who had been listening intently, looked incredulous. What? Her eye twitched as the boosted gear began to sweat. Now, Tiamat. Drake started, but Azazel interrupted. Is this true, he asked, looking between you and Drake. Yep. Back when they were dragons, Drake had flames that could kill gods, and Albion had poison that could corrode the soul. When they met and realized they could resist each other's attacks, they became good friends with a nice rivalry, you said, recalling the story. Are you serious? Everyone echoed in disbelief. Yes, it's true, Drake affirmed. Tiamat suddenly grabbed your arm, her grip tightening as if she were trying to strangle Drake. You lost my treasures to a friendly fight. I thought it was life or death. I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you. Please stop squeezing his arm. Drake pleaded. Please, you added, wincing in pain. Tiamat finally released you, huffing in frustration. So, all the people before us who died because of some friendly rivalry? Valet asked, her tone skeptical. Yes, Albion confirmed, his expression serious. You guys sound like you hate each other, you remarked. What makes you say that? Drake asked, genuinely puzzled. White one, red one. Only people who don't like each other call each other names like that. Like when I was mad at Motohama and called him glasses for a week, and he called me anime hair, you explained. I guess that is true, Albion conceded. Regardless, I will beat you, Seiharu, Valet declared, determination in her eyes. We are rivals, so while I know I don't need to kill you, I can just surpass you and beat you in a fight. Yep. Same here. To a good rivalry, you said, extending your hand toward her. She took it, a smirk on her face. To a good rivalry. I hope you know that I'll be stronger. I plan on beating Great Red. I plan on doing the same thing. I'll be the strongest there is. You replied enthusiastically. Valis smirked and walked over to Azazel. And this girl is one that my friend Hugo brought to me for safekeeping. She's also a devil. I spoke with her mother earlier, so she knows, Azazel explained, gesturing toward a girl with a hood. You can take it off, he encouraged. The girl removed her hood, revealing herself to be stunning. My name is Ingvild Leviathan. Nice to meet you. Azazel has told me a lot about you, she said, her voice soft yet confident. You felt lightheaded, almost fainting at the sight. Suddenly, everything went black. When you woke up, you found yourself in bed, a weight pressing down on you. Huh, you murmured, pulling back the blanket to discover Blair, Mizun, Asia, Icaros, Rainier, and Rias all snuggled up to you. The bed felt much larger than before. What? You exclaimed, bewildered. Oh, you're awake, Drake said, his voice breaking through your confusion. How long was I out? You asked, still trying to process the situation. A day, Drake replied. What happened? You inquired. Long story short, Rias moved in, and your house was renovated. She has her own room, but I don't think she'll use it. Nor will any of the girls, he explained, glancing at the sleeping faces around you. I think it's fine. For right now, at least, you said, smiling at the sight. Okay then. Rest, partner. Your body is still tired, Drake encouraged. I know, you replied, closing your eyes with a content smile. Outside the window, Nymph watched intently. I found her. Now I need to bring her back. I need time to plan, she thought to herself before sprouting her wings and flying away. As you slept peacefully with the girls, their thoughts echoed in the air. We love you, Issei.